Chapter 32-36 Survival First. The battle between the three Saint Realms and Jian Wushuang had been witnessed by so many people that it was impossible to keep it a secret. Almost all the immortal saints in the Blood Wave realm had received the news of this battle, and the people from the Temporal Temple were no exception. Thanks, the Heavenly Sword Marquis has mastered the move of space-time teleportation. No wonder he is so confident in his life-saving ability. With this move, at least in the Blood Wave realm, no one can really threaten him, Duan Lang said with a smile. The three Saint Realms have suffered a great loss this time, Yu also said. Everyone, guess what the forces of the Divine Beginning Realm will say about the Heavenly Sword Marquis after this battle? Qian Hongzi suddenly asked. What will they say? Duan Lang and the others immediately looked over with a hint of expectation in their eyes. After this battle, the forces of the Divine Beginning Realm will have many comments about the Heavenly Sword Marquis. There are all kinds of comments, but this comment in my hand is quite pertinent. Take a look, everyone. Qian Hongzi took out a token. Duan Lang and the others immediately looked over. This comment was indeed very pertinent. It mentioned that Jian Wushuang was only at rank 6 True Saint Realm, and then carefully analyzed the previous battle. Some of Jian Wushuang's trump cards were also analyzed very well. For example, Jian Wushuang had the Solitary Hell move, which almost caused Thunder God to fall. Of course, the highest evaluation of Jian Wushuang was his life-saving ability. Heavenly Sword Marquis is suspected to be a special life form. His soul is very special. Ordinary soul attacks are ineffective, and he has incredible divine power. Under the siege of the three Saint Realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess, he lasted for a long time. In the end, his divine power was restored to its peak like a magic trick. It's not clear whether his divine power is really endless. At the same time, Heavenly Sword Marquis has mastered the move of time-space teleportation. The evaluation clearly described some of Jian Wushuang's abilities. For example, time-space teleportation was explained in detail. Finally, a comprehensive evaluation was given. He has nearly unlimited divine power, and his soul attacks are ineffective. In addition, he has mastered the move of time-space teleportation. Although he is weak and can only be considered a relatively strong peak saint, his life-saving ability is enough to rank first among the many immortal saints in the Divine Beginning world. After reading this evaluation, Duan Lang's expression became very interesting. Life-saving ability first? Among all the immortal saints in the Divine Beginning realm, life-saving ability first? Is this referring to the Heavenly Marquis brothers? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The people from the Temporal Temple were all a little shocked. After all, this was the entire Divine Beginning realm. The Divine Beginning realm was vast and boundless. There were countless experts and countless immortal saints. Just this time, there were many peak immortal saints in the Blood Wave realm. Moreover, these peak immortal saints all had extraordinary methods. Life-saving skills were especially short. Those who reached the level of a peak saint more or less had some life-saving skills. Some of the peak saints' life-saving skills were even more ridiculously powerful. They knew that some people had life-saving skills that even the principal's master could not do anything to. However, under such circumstances, the forces of the Divine Beginning realm almost universally recognized Jian Wushuang's life-saving skills as the number one among the immortal saints. He was number one. Just like how the Light King was recognized as the number one in strength, Jian Wushuang was still very impressive even though he was the number one in life-saving ability, and not in battle strength. After this battle, the Heavenly Marquis brothers will truly become famous in the Divine Beginning realm. Their fame will probably be greater than most of the experts on the True Saint list, Duan Lang said. The number one in life-saving ability, thanks. Yu also praised. Oh right, Di Hao, you challenged the Light King in that battle. Although you were defeated, your strength was recognized by the Light King. Now, the various factions in the Divine Beginning realm also have a very high evaluation of you. Although that True Saint list has yet to be updated, most people have already ranked you third on the True Saint list. Your fame has also increased by a lot, Qian Hongzi suddenly said. Hearing this, Di Hao only nodded slightly, but his expression was still very cold. Indeed, in addition to Jian Wushuang's shock at the entire Blood Wave realm, the battle between Di Hao and the Light King also attracted a lot of attention. It was just that Jian Wushuang temporarily overshadowed Di Hao's limelight. However, there was no doubt that Di Hao had the battle strength of the top 3 on the True Saint list. In any case, since the Heavenly Marquis brothers escaped from the 3 Saint realms, we didn't lose anything this time. On the contrary, the 3 Saint realms lost a lot of face. It's already very profitable, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. By the way, where are the Heavenly Marquis brothers now? Do you want us to meet up with him? I just contacted him. He said that he is in seclusion and won't be with us for the time being, Duan Lang said with a strange tone. Seclusion? Qian Hongzi was stunned, but then he smiled. Maybe he gained something from the previous battle. We don't need to care about it. We'll just go on our own adventures. After the Heavenly Marquis brothers come out of seclusion, he should come back to meet us. Besides, with his life-saving ability, he can do whatever he wants in the Blood Wave realm alone. Hearing this, everyone laughed. While the entire Blood Wave realm was shocked and excited by Jian Wushuang's battle, the main character of this incident, Jian Wushuang, began to cultivate in a cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang sat alone with his legs crossed. His body was filled with surging divine power. He was preparing and accumulating his strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Jian Wushuang had adjusted his condition to the peak, and his divine power had also reached the limit. At this moment, he flipped his palm, and immediately, divine power fruits emitting a tempting fragrance appeared in front of him. These divine power fruits were prepared by Jian Wushuang before he entered the Blood Wave realm. Divine power fruits could quickly accumulate divine power. During the 300 years that Jian Wushuang had spent on the Time-Space Island, the reason why he was able to increase his realm so quickly was that he had just reached this realm. He would immediately accumulate divine power to reach the peak of this realm through the divine power fruit. However, besides accumulating divine power, the divine power fruit could also be used to make a breakthrough. After all, to break through a realm by force, a large amount of divine power was needed. Let's begin! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and swallowed the divine power fruits in front of him. He swallowed more than 10 divine power fruits in one breath. After these divine power fruits entered his body, they immediately turned into a large amount of pure divine power. Chapter 32-37 had begun 2 hours later. Boom! Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook, and the divine power aura on his body immediately began to change drastically. Rank 7 True Saint, we're here! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. He had thought that his breakthrough would take some effort, but in fact, his breakthrough was very smooth. He relied on his accumulated divine power to attack again and again. After only a dozen times, the barrier was broken. After he reached the rank 7 True Saint realm, his divine power immediately began to change. The power of his divine power rose to another level. It's a pity that I don't have enough time and I don't have that many divine power fruits. Otherwise, I could have directly reached the peak of rank 7 by relying on the divine power fruits. Jian Wushuang sighed. However, Jian Wushuang was very satisfied even though he was only at the 7th rank. Before he had made the breakthrough, his divine power had been fully unleashed because of his special life level and the secret skills he had cultivated. It was comparable to that of an ordinary invincible saint. Now that he had made the breakthrough from a rank 6 True Saint to a rank 7 True Saint, his divine power had soared again. In terms of pure power, he was now stronger than many invincible saints. Even the experts on the True Saint list were not as strong as him in terms of basic divine power. Compared with the experts on the True Saint list, his divine power was so strong that he could only comprehend the principles. There was a gap between him and the absolute arts. However, it was impossible for him to make up for this gap in the Blood Wave realm. It's still some time before the Blood Wave token comes into being, and during this time, it depends on whether I'm lucky enough to completely master the blood drop one move. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Soon, he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend. Time continued to pass. In the Blood Wave realm, although the Blood Wave tokens still had not come into being, all kinds of fights were going on. Many unknown people had appeared one after another. Although they were not famous, they were exceptionally powerful. Some of them had even caused quite a big impact on the True Saint list. In short, while everyone was waiting for the Blood Wave token to appear, the Blood Wave realm was in a frenzy. Because there were too many experts that had appeared and caused too much impact on the True Saint list, the True Saint list had been changed 5 times. The current ranking of the True Saint list was very different from before, especially the top 10 positions. The current top 10 ranks of the True Saint list were as follows. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. First on the True Saint list, the Light King, Lone Warrior. Second on the True Saint list, the Saint Devil's Son, Heaven Cleaving Alliance. Third on the True Saint list, the Nether Sky Emperor, Lone Warrior. Fourth on the True Saint list, Di Hao, Temporal Temple. Fifth on the True Saint list, Nine Temple Saintess, Suspected Nine-Tailed Race. Sixth on the True Saint list, Divine Master Ku, Heavenly Ancestor Taoist Sect. Seventh on the True Saint list, Silver Wolf, Life and Death Saint Realm. Eighth on the True Saint list, Cold Heart, Supreme Oblivion Valley. Ninth on the True Saint list, Thunder God, Destruction Saint Realm. 10th on the True Saint rank, Snow Saint, Burning Heart Heavenly Sect. In the top 10 rankings, Nether Sky Emperor, Cold Heart, and Snow Saint were all powerful warriors who suddenly appeared in the Blood Wave realm. Especially the Nether Sky Emperor, who was ranked 3rd after suppressing Di Hao and the 9 Temple Saintess. Even the top 10 had such a change, and the rankings below the top 10 had even greater changes. Time passed, and in a flash, the Blood Wave realm had been opened for a whole month. In the central region of the Blood Wave realm, 3 figures gathered in a desolate mountain. These 3 people came from the same sect. There was an invincible saint and 2 peak saints. This lineup could be considered pretty good in the Blood Wave realm. Senior Brother Z, have you heard? Lei Ao of the Starless Palace was defeated by someone. Moreover, he was easily defeated, a slightly plump middle-aged man said. Of course, I know about this. The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man sneered. I've dealt with Lei Ao before. He's indeed very strong. Am not his match in a one-on-one fight. Because of this, every time we meet, he always acts superior to me, which makes me very unhappy. However, in the Blood Wave realm, there are as many experts as the clouds, and there are countless invincible saints. There are also many people who are stronger than Lei Ao. If he dares to be so arrogant again, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man's words clearly carried a hint of schadenfreude. That's true, but it also fully illustrates the dangers of the Blood Wave realm. There are too many experts here. With the 3 of us, we are nothing in this place. Therefore, the 3 of us must be extremely careful when snatching the Blood Wave token, the last person said. Of course. If there's a chance, well, snatch the Blood Wave token. But if there aren't certain conditions, we must treat it calmly, said the purple-haired, purple-eyed young man. At this moment, boom! The ground suddenly shook, as if something was soaring into the sky. Then, the 3 of them immediately sensed a special fluctuation coming from nearby. This fluctuation made their pupils shrink. This fluctuation, this is the Blood Wave token, the birth of the Blood Wave token. Is it finally about to begin? And the place where the first Blood Wave token was born happens to be near us. The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man's eyes flashed with a demonic purple light. We're in a relatively remote area in the central area. I've observed before that there are only a dozen or so people around us, and most of them are alone, and they're all peak saints. There's not a single invincible saint. With the strength of the 3 of us working together, we have at least a 50% chance of getting it. When they thought of this, Their eyes immediately turned scarlet. "Quick, hurry over! No matter what, we must take this blood wave token! Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy!" Just a month after the blood wave realm opened, the first blood wave token finally appeared. After the birth of this blood wave token, it immediately attracted many experts from nearby to rush over to fight over it. Following that, a large-scale chaotic battle began. This battle lasted for an hour before the blood wave token was obtained by Divine Master Ku, who was ranked 6th on the True Saint list. The battle for the first blood wave token ended. However, everyone knew that with the birth of the first blood wave token, the cruel slaughter within the blood wave realm began. Chapter 32-38 Enemies have a narrow road ___ in the middle of the blood wave realm. 5 figures were slowly moving forward. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of these 5 people were not very good, especially the handsome young man in the lead, who was wearing a luxurious silver robe. There was even a hint of viciousness in his eyes, as if he knew that this handsome young man was furious. The 4 people behind him did not dare to say a single word on the way. "Bastard! That blood wave token was already in our hands, but Divine Master Ku took it away! Divine Master Ku!" This handsome young man, who was also the famous carefree young master of the Divine Beginning Realm, was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, the first blood wave token was born. He happened to be not far from here, and he was also the first to participate in the competition. His own strength was extremely strong, and he had the help of these 4 powerful immortal saints behind him. He easily took the blood wave token, but just as he was about to leave with the token, Divine Master Ku arrived. Divine Master Ku was one of the top 10 existences on the True Saint list. Once he arrived, even if it was just one person, he could easily crush them. In the end, the blood wave token fell into Divine Master Ku's hands. Meanwhile, they had worked for nothing. In fact, during the struggle, some people had almost lost their lives. Divine Master Ku was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking. Indeed not his match in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, the dark killing array that I specially prepared before entering the blood wave realm went awry. The blood eagle that was most suitable to control the principles of death was killed. Although I changed a person at the last minute, this person's comprehension of the principles of death is not as good as Blood Eagle's. His control of the dark cleaving formation is not as good as Blood Eagle's. When he works with us, his power is greatly reduced. He can't use the true power of this formation. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of Master Ku? Carefree young master was indeed very angry. It's depressing. He is the #1 genius of Xiaoyao Mansion. His own strength is really outstanding, all qualified for the True Saint list. And he took the opportunity of the Blood Wave realm very seriously, so before entering the Blood Wave realm, he had begun to prepare, not only carefully with him into the Blood Wave realm with the strong, and he also specially prepared an incomparably powerful joint attack array. Is this Killing Ming array? This dark cleaving formation was executed by a total of 5 people working together. Moreover, these 5 people had to comprehend several different principles, and the principle of death was one of them. Previously, he had carefully selected a few people who had already been confirmed to be in control of the dark cleaving formation. Those people had already become extremely familiar with the control of the formation. If they were to work together with him, they would definitely be able to unleash an extremely powerful might. However, just as the Blood Wave realm was about to open, Shuang, who controlled the corner of the Death Principle's formation, died. He died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis. I heard that he used the 3 Saint Realms. The experts of the 3 Saint Realms came together, and they even invited Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, but they failed to kill him. The 3 Saint Realms are really useless. Master Xiaoyao hated Jian Wushuang, especially after the battle. Of course, he hoped that the 3 Saint Realms could kill Jian Wushuang before, however, that was not the case. While Master Xiaoyao was angry, a figure slowly floated toward them. Eh? Master Xiaoyao and the others immediately looked over and quickly saw the appearance of the person. This appearance. Master Xiaoyao was stunned. The 4 people behind him also looked very strange. Jian Wuxuang was now very famous in the Blood Wave realm, so they had naturally paid attention to him. They had also seen the battle scenes of Jian Wuxuang, so they could recognize him at a glance. The young man in a golden robe, carrying a long sword on his back and emitting the aura of a rank 7 true saint, was undoubtedly Heavenly Sword Marquis. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Heavenly Sword Marquis. It's him. A cold light flashed in young Master Zaiweo's eyes. I was just talking about Heavenly Sword Marquis. I didn't expect him to appear in front of me in the blink of an eye. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Master Xiaoyao was full of hatred for Jian Wuxuang. Now, he met Jian Wuxuang, who had just come out of seclusion. The narrow road for enemies was indeed a narrow road for enemies. Let's go! Master Xiaoyao and the other 3 went up to meet him. Jian Wuxuang stood in the void and saw the arrival of the 5 people in front of him. He looked calm and did not show any fear. What a joke! Even the experts of the 3 saint realms, Light King, and the Saintess could not kill him. In the Blood Wave realm, he could do whatever he wanted. Oh, it's him? When the 5 people approached, Jian Wuxuang immediately recognized the leader, young Master Xiaoyao. Young Master Xiaoyao was famous in the Divine Beginning realm. Jian Wuxuang had seen his information before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Young Master Zaiweo's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The 4 people who had followed young Master Xiaoyao immediately spread out and surrounded Jian Wuxuang. What? Do you want to fight me? Jian Wuxuang looked around indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I know that your life-saving ability is terrible. All the forces in the Divine Beginning realm rank you as the best among the immortal saints. It's impossible for us to kill you alone. However, although we can't kill you, we can still teach you a lesson, young Master Xiaoyao said. Teach me a lesson? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised that he had killed an expert under young Master Zaiweo's command before entering the Blood Wave realm, which should have affected young Master Zaiweo's plan. It was normal for him to have some complaints about him. Young Master Xiaoyao, we didn't have a big grudge before. I only killed one of your peak saints. As far as I know, Shuang doesn't have a great relationship with you. He's only useful to you. So I think it's better for us to stay out of each other's way, Jian Wuxuang said. Mind your own business? What a joke. You've already killed my man, and you still have the nerve to say that? Master Xiaoyao shouted. Do, use the underworld killing magic formation. I want to torture him to death. Master Xiaoyao also knew that he could not kill Jian Wuxuang, but even if Jian Wuxuang tortured him once, it would greatly reduce his anger. But as Master Xiaoyao gave the order, streams of strange power rose directly. Chapter 32-39, Drop of Blood. Alas! Jian Wuxuang sighed when he saw this scene. He did not want to fight with young Master Xiaoyao. After all, there was no great enmity between them, so there was no need to fight. But now that young Master Xiaoyao had taken the initiative to attack him, he had no choice but to fight. Since you want to fight, let's do it. Jian Wuxuang's eyes shone with a bright light. Buzz! A large amount of divine power instantly rose. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang had already used all 3 of his secret skills, and his battle strength immediately increased to the limit. Young Master Xiaoyao and the other 5 surrounded Jian Wuxuang in the center. Each of them emitted an extremely strong power of principles. The power of rules was different, but under the influence of the magic formation, they were all connected. Get down! Young Master Xiaoyao, who was in front of Jian Wuxuang, held a huge saber in his hand. The saber carried vast flames and even spread out to form a sea of fire. He was the flame dominator in this sea of fire. With the help of the magic formation, the power of his saber was even more shocking. He swung his saber toward Jian Wuxuang. It was obvious that he wanted to crush Jian Wuxuang with brute force. Jian Wuxuang was not afraid at all when he saw the saber coming toward him. A surge of astonishing sword essence rose up, accompanied by a faint roar that echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had already been slashed out. It was the peerless sword technique, Shi Xiang. Clang! When the two collided, a crisp sound was produced. Jian Wushuang's body shook slightly, and then he retreated backward. However, Master Xiaoweo's saber was also blocked. Eh? Master Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, "This kid blocked my saber attack head-on." After all, he was very strong. In terms of battle strength, he could make it to the true saint list. His full-strength saber attack was extremely powerful, and with the help of the Netherkill magic formation, the power of his saber attack was greatly increased. However, when his saber moved and clashed with Jian Wushuang, he only had a slight advantage. Didn't he say that his strength is only at the peak of the saint realm? He is still far from being an invincible saint, but now his attack power is obviously much stronger than that of an ordinary invincible saint. Young Master Xiaoyao was puzzled, but he soon felt relieved. After all, when Jian Wushuang met the three saint realms, he was only a rank 6 true saint. But now, he was obviously a rank 7 true saint. The gap between a rank 6 true saint and a rank 7 true saint was very big, so Jian Wushuang's divine power was greatly enhanced. Humph, even if you are stronger than before, you will still be completely crushed by the Netherkill magic formation of the five of us. Young Master Xiaoyao was absolutely confident. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Beside him, his 4 subordinates also made their moves. Although these 4 were only at the peak saint realm, their combat strength was extremely strong. Together with the Netherkill array, they could display combat strength that was not inferior to that of an invincible saint. Most importantly, the principles they comprehended were connected. The power of the methods or secret techniques that relied on the power of principles would also greatly increase. Under such circumstances, even if they met a real expert on the true saint list, even if they were in the middle level, they could still fight him head-on. Previously, when they met Master Ku, it was because he was too strong and ranked too high. They had no choice but to deal with him. However, they felt that it was more than enough to deal with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang fought with the 5 people in the magic formation a few times and immediately realized that the magic formation was difficult to deal with. Is this the magic formation that Master Xiaoyao specially prepared before entering the Blood Wave realm? Shuang should have been among them, but he was killed by me. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. With this magic formation, I will definitely be crushed in a head-on fight. Forget it, I won't waste time with them. I'll kill them directly. A fierce light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, but in the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared in the center of the magic formation. He disappeared? It's an escape art. It's his escape art. Unity! Master Xiaoyao glanced at a white-robed elder beside him. The white-robed elder was Saint Unity. He was also a well-known top saint. What the Unity Saint elixir was best at was the soul. Jian Wushuang was famous in the Blood Wave world. Most people knew about his skills and strength, including his life-saving ability, escape art, and assassination skills. As for this escape art, many experts in the Blood Wave realm also knew that a peak saint of the Soul realm could sense his location. Saint Gi happened to have this ability, which was why young Master Xiaoyao dared to attack Jian Wushuang. Humph, although your escape skill is powerful, it's useless as long as someone can sense your location. Young Master Xiaoyao sneered. Saint Gi had released his soul power to the maximum, and had instantly sensed Jian Wushuang's existence. Iron Dragon, he's behind you! Saint Gi shouted. The barefooted, messy-haired Saint Iron Dragon immediately turned around and saw Jian Wushuang's figure quietly appearing. He did not make any movements. If Saint Gi had not warned him, Saint Iron Dragon would not have noticed him at all. Now that he had noticed him in advance, Saint Iron Dragon was not afraid at all. Sure enough, with Saint Gi, who is good at soul, around, my shadowless escape skill is still very useful for sneak attacks. But so what if I have reacted in advance? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The blood mountain sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. A streak of blood light flashed in the void as if a drop of blood had suddenly appeared. Saint Iron Dragon had been absolutely confident that Jian Wushuang would not be able to do anything to him after he had detected his figure in advance. However, when Jian Wushuang stabbed out with his long sword, when the sword stabbed out, Saint Iron Dragon instantly revealed a terrified expression. Too fast. Saint Iron Dragon did not have time to think. He desperately tried to swing his weapon to block Jian Wushuang's sword. But it was obvious that his speed could not keep up with the blood-red sword light. Chi! The blood-red sword light was not hindered at all. It directly hit the divine body of Saint Iron Dragon, and then an incredible power suddenly burst out. The first move of the bloody sword technique, dripping blood. The sword rose, and the blood fell. The most terrifying thing about this sword was not just its speed, but the terrifying power condensed at the tip of the sword and suddenly exploded, instantly piercing through the opponent's divine body. Under this power, Saint Iron Dragon's divine body collapsed on the spot. Chapter 3240, Kill Buzz. In just a moment, Saint Iron Dragon's divine body had recovered. However, after the divine body was reassembled, Saint Iron Dragon was shocked. I lost 70% of my divine power? Saint Iron Dragon was terrified. He was a peak saint and had abundant divine power. If it was just a normal divine body collapse, he would only need to use 20% to 30% of his divine power to reassemble. But now, he had used 70% of his divine power to regroup. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang's attack was extraordinary. And it was true. The Bloodblade sword art was the strongest assassination sword art created by the Bloodblade Master. Since it was an assassination, it was natural to hit the target with one strike without giving the opponent any time to struggle. However, all the cultivators above the Immortal Saint realm had mastered the immortal body, so it was very difficult to kill the target with one strike. Therefore, the bloody sword skill did not just destroy the opponent's divine body in an instant. At the same time, when the sword blade entered the opponent's divine body, it would release a shocking power. It would also destroy the opponent's divine power to the greatest extent. Just like the sword move that Jian Wushuang had just performed, it had destroyed nearly 40% of the divine power of Saint Iron Dragon's realm while penetrating the divine body of Saint Iron Dragon's realm. In addition, the Blood Mountain sword had been infused with 3 drops of cold blood venom. The 3 drops of cold blood venom had also crazily eroded Saint Iron Dragon's divine power, causing him to lose 70% of his divine power. How is this possible? How can Heavenly Sword Marquis swordsmanship be so terrifying? I had already discovered his position and seen his sword attack, but I still couldn't block it. Saint Iron Dragon still could not come back to his senses. But at this time, Iron Dragon, be careful! A fierce shout suddenly came from the void beside him. It was Saint Guy who had sensed Jian Wushuang's position through his soul perception. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had appeared behind Saint Iron Dragon, who had reconstructed his divine body. All the pores on Saint Iron Dragon's body stood up instantly, and an unprecedented sense of danger emerged in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to roar and flee frantically. However, under Jian Wushuang's terrifying swordsmanship, all of this was wishful thinking. Chi! The same scene appeared. The blood-red sword light once again penetrated Saint Iron Dragon's divine body and madly destroyed the latter's divine power. Saint Iron Dragon still did not have any ability to resist. This time, he only had 30% of his divine power left. If he was hit again, he would not be able to withstand it at all. Buzz! Saint Iron Dragon's divine body collapsed, and his voice completely disappeared. A powerful peak saint had died. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Iron Dragon! Master Xiaoyao, Saint Guy, and the others were shocked to see this scene. How could this be? Master Xiaoweo's face was full of disbelief. He just wanted to ravage Jian Wuxuang once to appease his hatred. At the same time, he also knew that there was a difference in strength between the two sides. In his opinion, with Saint Guy, an expert in the soul, Jian Wuxuang could only be crushed and trampled by them. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. When the two sides fought, the power of the underworld killing magic formation on his side had yet to be fully displayed. As a result, Saint Iron Dragon, who was controlling one of the corners of the formation, was killed by Jian Wuxuang directly in front of them. He was killed right in front of their eyes. They did not even have time to rescue him. "Retreat! Hurry up and retreat!" Master Xiaoyao gave the order. The three saints under him did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately retreated. They knew very well that Jian Wuxuang could easily kill Saint Iron Dragon in front of them, while the underworld killing magic formation was intact. Now that Saint Iron Dragon was dead, the underworld killing magic formation would collapse. Naturally, Jian Wuxuang could kill the others more easily. Naturally, they did not dare to face Jian Wuxuang again. Seeing the four people leave, Jian Wuxuang had no intention to chase after them. There was not much enmity between the two sides. It was only because young Master Xiaoyao took the initiative to attack that Jian Wuxuang fought back. This fight was to test his current strength, and the power of the Shadowless Escape skill combined with the Bloody Sword skill. It turned out that the combination of the Shadowless Escape skill and the Bloody Sword skill was the most powerful and terrifying assassination method. Saint Iron Dragon had discovered his position in advance, but he could not keep up with the speed of the first move of Blood Drop, nor could he withstand the terrifying power of the first move of Blood Drop. Therefore, the Saint Iron Dragon was killed in just 2 attacks. With the combination of Shadowless Escape skill and the first move of Blood Drop of the sword skill of Bloodblade, I can easily kill a peak saint even with an expert who specializes in soul art. I wonder if I can kill the invincible saint with this assassination technique? Jian Wuxuang murmured. An invincible saint was much stronger and more difficult to deal with than a peak saint. In the divine beginning realm, it was very difficult to kill an invincible saint alone unless the principal's master made a move. Even on the true saint list, only a few people could kill an invincible saint directly. However, Jian Wuxuang's Shadowless Escape skill and the Blood Drop Sword skill could indeed pose a great threat to an invincible saint. After today's fight, I'm afraid that Master Xiaoyao won't dare to come and find trouble with me again. Jian Wuxuang smiled and slowly put the Blood Mountain sword back into its sheath. Let's continue to explore. Jian Wuxuang began to explore the central area of the Blood Wave realm alone. The central area had now become a huge battlefield. Only 1 day after the first Blood Wave token was born, the second Blood Wave token was born. Time passed. It was the 34th day since the Blood Wave realm opened. Above the blood-red void, Jian Wuxuang was moving forward slowly, but his expression was solemn. Because he had just received a message from Qian Hongzi. Although the Blood Wave realm was very special, time and space were not hindered. In the Blood Wave realm, people could communicate normally. Although Jian Wuxuang was separated from the people of the Temporal Temple, they had always been in contact with each other. Qian Hongzi would immediately tell him if something big happened in the Blood Wave realm. What Qian Hongzi just told him was where the second Blood Wave token belonged to. Although the second Blood Wave token was born in the central area, it was still a distance away from Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang did not immediately teleport there. After all, he did not know the exact location of the second Blood Wave token. After a fierce battle, the second Blood Wave token fell into the hands of Han Xian, who ranked 8th on the True Saint list. Chapter 3241 was born. Han Xian. Jian Wuxuang murmured the name. He had seen the True Saint list after the ranking change, so he knew the origin of Han Xian. Han Xian came from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. According to the introduction of Han Xian on the True Saint list, she was not famous before. Although she was a genius disciple of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, almost no one in the outside world knew about the existence of this task. It seemed that she had suddenly appeared, but she was very strong. Before the Blood Wave token competition began, she had fought with Thunder God, but in the face-to-face fight, she actually had the upper hand. Therefore, in the new True Saint list, he was ranked 8th, Thunder God is the 9th. From the Supreme Emotion Valley, she is very strong, and she didn't have any fame before. It seems that she suddenly appeared. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He was wondering if Han Xian was his wife, Ling Rushuang. After all, his wife had been brought to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Although it had only been a few hundred years, Ling Rushuang in this life was very talented because of her special physique. Even Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was not impossible for such an incredible talent to grow to the level of a peak saint under the careful cultivation of a top sect like the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and to have the battle strength of the top 10 on the True Saint list. Unfortunately, although I know some information about Han Xian, I don't have a mirror image of her fighting with Thunder God, nor do I know her exact appearance. Jian Wushuang frowned. She only knew that Han Xian was also a woman and was extremely beautiful, but he did not know the other features of her appearance. No rush. Since Han Xian has obtained a Blood Wave token, she will definitely enter the Blood Wave Palace in the end. I only need one Blood Wave token to meet her in the Blood Wave Palace. Then I will know if she is Schwanger. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. At this moment, buzz! A strange wave suddenly spread out from the void not far away. As the wave spread out, the surrounding void instantly became heated. This is... Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this wave. Usually, when a treasure was born, it would be accompanied by this special wave. However, this was the Blood Wave realm, so how could any treasure be born? There was only one that would be born, and that was the Blood Wave token, which represented the final opportunity in the Blood Wave realm. A Blood Wave token has been born, and it's not far away. Jian Wushuang immediately smiled. All the immortal saints who came to the Blood Wave realm were eager to get the final opportunity in the Blood Wave realm. Jian Wushuang was no exception. He could not catch up with the birth of the 2 Blood Wave tokens, but now that the third one was born, he was just in time. Go! Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang rushed toward the source of the fluctuation. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. When Jian Wushuang appeared at the place where the Blood Wave token was born, the crazy competition for the Blood Wave token had already begun. More than 20 immortal saints had been fighting crazily. Most of them were peak saints, but there were also 2 invincible saints. One of them was being surrounded and killed by everyone. This person is Du Jiu? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had read that the person who was being surrounded and killed was a famous invincible saint from the divine beginning realm. He was a solitary expert with no background. As for his strength, Du Jiu was only average among the invincible saints, but his life-saving ability was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the attacks of these 20 peak saints. Everyone is attacking Du Jiu. It seems that the Blood Wave token has fallen into Du Jiu's hands, Jian Wushuang said softly. With Du Jiu's life-saving ability, even if the immortal saints joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, as time passes, more and more people will arrive, especially experts on the True Saint list. Unless Du Jiu hands over the Blood Wave token, he will definitely die. But it seems that Du Jiu won't hand over the Blood Wave token so easily. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He quietly floated toward the battlefield ahead. The battlefield ahead was crazy. More than 20 peak saints and an invincible saint were crazily surrounding and killing Du Jiu. Numerous roars reverberated through the entire world. Du Jiu, hand over the Blood Wave token. Hand over the Blood Wave token, or else we will fight to the death. Du Jiu, with your strength, you won't be able to occupy this Blood Wave token. Numerous voices entered Du Jiu's ears, and his expression was unusually grave. These fellows are really crazy for the Blood Wave token. Du Jiu was blocking the attacks of these people while secretly circling around. These people alone can't do anything to me. However, The blood wave token has created such a huge commotion. The people around it are probably attracted here. More and more people will rush to the battlefield. Among them, there are some powerful invincible saints. There might even be experts on the true saint list nearby. Therefore, I absolutely can't tangle with them. I have to get rid of them immediately. It seems that I can only use that move. Dujio's eyes flickered with coldness. Since he dared to venture into the blood wave realm alone, he had naturally made some preparations. After obtaining the blood wave token, how would he get rid of them? This was something that he had previously planned and made preparations for. Now, he was already about to start his own plan to get rid of them. But suddenly, an unprecedented palpitation rose from the bottom of Dujio's heart. This palpitation was as if he was about to step into death. This is... Dujio turned his head with great difficulty, only to see a blood-like sword light stabbing toward him explosively. When? Dujio had no idea who had run behind him and executed this sword light. But this sword light was so fast that he had no time to block it. Chi! The sword light pierced through his divine body. No! Dujio let out an unwilling roar, and his divine body collapsed on the spot. However, he was besieged by many experts. It would be disastrous if his divine body was destroyed at this critical moment. Then, before his divine body had completely recovered, the immortal saints who besieged him attacked one after another, not giving him any chance. In just an instant, Dujio died. Chapter 3242, obtained. Dujio is dead! Quick, take his interspatial ring. The blood wave token must be in his interspatial ring. The blood wave token is mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me will be killed. The experts who were originally surrounding and killing Dujio immediately went crazy after Dujio died. Numerous burning gazes swept across the void in front of them. In the next moment, they froze on the interspatial ring Dujio had left behind. Over there! Many figures instantly swarmed forward. The one who rushed at the front was the remaining invincible saint. This invincible saint was Saint Purple Dragon. His strength was average among the invincible saints, and he was not famous in the divine beginning realm. However, now that Dujio died, he should be the strongest among the experts present. He was also the one who had the best chance to get the blood wave token. We're close. We can get the blood wave token soon. The Saint Purple Dragon with long blood-red hair and a wicked face had an unprecedented gleam in his eyes as he watched Dujio's interspatial ring getting closer and closer to him. However, just when he appeared in front of the interspatial ring and was about to take it away, a hand suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed the interspatial ring. Then, it was taken back. This scene made Saint Purple Dragon's eyes crack. Put it down! With a roar, Saint Purple Dragon did not care who was in front of him, and he swung the sledgehammer in his hand at lightning speed. The sledgehammer contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It streaked across the space and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Get lost! Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the Blood Mountain sword turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning and swept out with a shocking evil aura. It was the peerless sword manual, Shi Xiang. When Jian Wushuang used the three secret skills at the same time, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud sound, your Saint Purple Dragon's body shot out, and he sent two people flying in the process. After a long while, the Saint Purple Dragon finally managed to stop. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Who is it? The Saint Purple Dragon raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. He was sent flying with just one blow. He did not know his opponent's actual strength, but in terms of strength and power, he was sure that he had reached the level of the true saint list. With Saint Purple Dragon's gaze, he immediately saw Jian Wushuang's appearance. He looks like Heavenly Sword Marquis? Saint Purple Dragon's pupils could not help shrinking. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The Heavenly Sword Marquis who could not even defeat the experts of the three saint realms, the Light King, And the 9 Temple Saintess? It's him. He was the one who defeated Du Jiu's divine body in a sneak attack. The blood wave token has fallen into the hands of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Many experts on the field looked at Jian Wushuang in unison. Although their eyes were burning with greed for the interspatial ring in Jian Wushuang's hand, no one chose to attack immediately. After all, Heavenly Sword Marquis was too famous. Everyone, Du Jiu's blood wave token has fallen into my hands. Do you want to snatch it from me again? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but there was no fear in his voice, there was only indifference and absolute confidence. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, these experts frowned deeply. Of course, they coveted the blood wave token, but no matter how much they coveted it, they had to have the strength to snatch it. Previously, the blood wave token had fallen into Du Jiu's hands. Although Du Jiu's strength was not bad and his life-saving ability was not bad, with so many of them working together, they had the ability and great chance to kill Du Jiu or force him to hand over the blood wave token. But against Heavenly Sword Marquis. After all, Heavenly Sword Marquis was an existence that even the combined efforts of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess could not do anything to. The move of time-space teleportation alone was enough to allow him to run amok in the blood wave realm. Now, all the forces in the divine beginning realm recognized that he had the best life-saving ability among the immortal saints. If they wanted to take the blood wave token from Jian Wushuang, they would have to kill him. It was impossible. Therefore, although Jian Wushuang was alone and in front of them when they saw him take out the blood wave token and put it into his interspatial ring, they remained silent. From the beginning to the end, no one made a move. The Saint Purple Dragon was also silent, and did not make a move. It seems that you don't intend to fight for it. In that case, I'll take my leave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. Not long after Jian Wushuang left, whoosh, 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 one figure after another rushed to the battlefield. But by the time they arrived, the fight for the blood wave token had ended. What's going on? Who obtained the blood wave token? A cold voice came from a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe. There was a flame mark on the middle-aged man's forehead, and he felt extremely violent. Sir, Saint Purple Dragon said with a hint of respect, the blood wave token that was just created was taken by the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Is he Heavenly Sword Marquis of the Temporal Temple? Is he a rank 6 true saint? Flame Emperor asked. Yes, but unlike before, he has reached rank 7 true saint, so his strength is obviously closer. We were trying to kill Du Jiu, but we couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. Heavenly Sword Marquis killed Du Jiu's divine body with one strike. After Du Jiu died, his interspatial ring fell into Heavenly Sword Marquis' hands. Saint Purple Dragon said. That's troublesome. Flame Emperor frowned. He was ranked 15th on the True Saint list and was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was helpless when he heard that the blood wave token had fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong, his life-saving ability is widely recognized as number 1. Even if he appeared in front of me and asked me to kill him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone get the blood wave token. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. I have no choice. I can only wait for the next blood wave token to appear. He quickly left. At the same time, the third blood wave token that appeared fell into the hands of Heavenly Sword Marquis. This news quickly spread throughout the blood wave realm. After receiving this news, all the experts within the blood wave realm felt a trace of helplessness in their hearts. They no longer had any thoughts toward this blood wave token. After all, treasures were meant for the capable. Chapter 3243 Revenge It was a truth that only the capable could obtain treasures. Since the opening of the blood wave realm, there had been a total of 3 blood wave tokens. One of them had been obtained by Master Ku, the other by Han Xian, and the last one had been obtained by Jian Wushuang. The first 2 people who obtained him were all top 10 experts on the True Saint list, and they all had extraordinary backgrounds. Master Ku came from the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Han Xian came from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. She was terrifyingly strong and had an amazing background. Therefore, even though most of the experts in the Blood Wave realm knew that they had a Blood Wave token, they did not want to snatch it from them. Instead, they placed their hopes on the Blood Wave tokens that were about to be born. As for Jian Wushuang, although his strength was not as amazing as the first two, his life-saving ability was enough to make people despair. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to take the Blood Wave token in his hand. Jian Wushuang paused in an empty space in the Blood Wave realm. Brother Heavenly Marquis, congratulations on getting a Blood Wave token so quickly. Qian Hongzi sent a message. At the same time, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Yu Yu sent greetings, but Jian Wushuang did not respond to them. He just chatted with Qian Hongzi. I'm just lucky. I didn't meet a difficult opponent. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was telling the truth. He was lucky to get a Blood Wave token so easily. First of all, he was very close to the place where the Blood Wave token was created. Secondly, there were no strong existences near him. When he rushed to the battlefield, there were only about 20 immortal saints fighting for it, and among them, there were only 2 invincible saints with average strength. Under such circumstances, with his shadowless escape art and the blood sword art, of course, he could easily seize the Blood Wave token. But if his luck was a little bad and there was a strong expert nearby, and he rushed to the battlefield at the first moment, then it would be more difficult for him to obtain the Blood Wave token. After all, his life-saving methods were powerful, but in a head-on confrontation, he was indeed not very strong. He could only use his assassination skills. However, if the person who got the Blood Wave token was not Du Jiao but an expert on the True Saint list, then even if Jian Wushuang used the Shadowless Escape technique and the Bloody Sword skill, it would be difficult for him to break the divine body of this expert on the True Saint list, let alone kill him with the help of others. With my current strength, ordinary invincible saints would not be able to resist my sneak attacks if I didn't have the help of an expert on the True Saint list. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill an expert on the True Saint list so easily. Jian Wushuang secretly smiled, then he asked. Qian Hongzi, how are you guys doing? We're not that lucky. We didn't even catch up with the 3 Blood Wave tokens. We haven't even seen any Blood Wave tokens yet, Qian Hongzi said bitterly. Haha, don't worry. There are 10 Blood Wave tokens in total. Even if 3 of them already have owners, there are still 7 left. There's still a lot of opportunities, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. We're not as optimistic as you. Even if we're lucky, only Dihao might have a chance to get the Blood Wave token, but it's probably impossible for us to get a second one, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang shrugged, but he agreed with him. Indeed, with the formation of the Temporal Temple and Dihao's strength, who was ranked 4th on the True Saint list, the experts in the Blood Wave realm would probably tolerate it if he only got a Blood Wave token. However, if a second person among the 5 people in the Temporal Temple, such as Qian Hongzi or Duan Lang, got a Blood Wave token, the other forces would not tolerate it. In the end, it was very likely that these experts would join hands to force the 5 from the Temporal Temple. Let's not talk about this. Brother Heavenly Marquis, since you've already got a Blood Wave token, do you want to join us? If you join us, we'll have a better chance of snatching the Blood Wave token, Qian Hongzi said. Join us? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. Why? Qian Hongzi was puzzled. Before, he thought that Jian Wushuang was worried that he would implicate them. But now, Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was recognized as number 1, and the 3 Saint realms no longer had any interest in him in the Blood Wave realm. At this time, Jian Wushuang obviously had nothing to worry about. I still have some private matters to do. If I'm with you, it'll be inconvenient, Jian Wushuang said. Personal matters? Qian Hongzi frowned, but then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you going to cause trouble for the 3 Saint realms? What do you think? Jian Wushuang's voice was calm. Damn, it's true. Qian Hongzi could not help exclaiming. There's nothing strange about it. Am I not allowed to take revenge on the three Saint Realms just because they attacked me? Jian Wushuang said coldly. You're right. Besides, your ability to save your life is recognized as number one. At least no one in the Bloodwave realm can kill you, but you can kill the three Saint Realms. If you use Shadowless Escape Art to assassinate the experts of the three Saint Realms in the chaotic battle for the Bloodwave token, you'll have a high chance of succeeding. Even I can't imagine this scene. If you're more skillful, you can become the dream demon of the three Saint Realm experts in the Bloodwave realm. Ah! Qian Hongzi exclaimed. Jian Wushuang also smiled. What Qian Hongzi said was exactly what he wanted to do. However, unlike what Qian Hongzi knew, he had not only broken through to the rank 7 true Saint Realm but also mastered the first move of the Bloody Blade swordsmanship, Blood Drop. His assassination skills were more than 10 times stronger than before. Previously, he could at most assassinate peak saints, but now, he could even assassinate invincible saints. And once an assassin like him wandered around in the chaotic battle, it would be a nightmare for the experts of the three great Saint Realms. "Oh right, Brother Heavenly Marquis, we have already reported to Lord Hun Yuan that the three great Saint Realms had spared no expense to invite the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess to come and kill you. Lord Hun Yuan has also consulted the Bai Xing Hall Master. The Bai Xing Hall Master has said that since the three great Saint Realms are so shameless, our temporal temple doesn't need to show any mercy. In addition, on the 10th day of the battle, when you were in closed-door cultivation, Lord Hun Yuan told me that Temple Master Bai Xing had killed 3 Principles Masters of the Destruction Saint Realm in the universe battlefield." Qian Hongzi said. "Killed 3 Principles Masters?" Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3244 Golden-Eyed Saint. After all, the Temporal Temple was one of the 3 Freedom Alliances in the Divine Beginning world. They had always been united, so how could they allow the 3 Saint Realms to bully their own experts so unscrupulously? Therefore, in the Bloodwave realm, the 3 Saint Realms had only besieged Jian Wushuang for less than 10 days, but the Temporal Temple had already taken revenge on the 3 Saint Realms and killed the 3 Principles Masters of the Destruction Saint Realm. They were Principles Masters, and they had killed 3 Principles Masters at once. Even the Destruction Saint Realm's principles were painful. It's a good thing that the Temporal Temple is so tough. At least I don't have to worry about anything when I attack the 3 Saint Realms. Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile, then he sent a message. Qian Hongzi, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Qian Hongzi asked. Although I want to find trouble with the 3 Saint Realms, I don't know where the experts of the 3 Saint Realms are, so... Although Jian Wushuang did not finish his words, he had already made his intentions clear. I understand. Isn't it just finding the location of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms? That's easy. The Temporal Temple has a good relationship with many experts of the Divine Beginning realm. It'll send a message to Lord Hun Yuan, and he will help you find their location. Qian Hongzi said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and then looked forward to it. The Temporal Temple was indeed very fast. In less than half a day, Lord Hun Yuan personally sent a message to Jian Wushuang and told him the exact location of the experts of the Flame Saint Realm, one of the 3 Saint Realms. The Flame Saint Realm? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. During the previous attack, the only expert from the Flame Saint Realm was Gu Jinzi. However, Gu Jinzi was not only a top-ranked expert on the True Saint list, but he also had a golden magic array that could seal time and space in an instant. If he had not mastered the move of time-space teleportation, he would have died in that attack. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was also full of killing intent toward the experts of the Flame Saint Realm. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang headed directly toward the experts of the Flame Saint Realm. In a corner of the central area of the Bloodwave realm, many experts of the Flame Saint Realm gathered together. Like the Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm, there were 10 people from the Flame Saint Realm who entered the Bloodwave realm. Among them, there were 3 invincible saints besides Gu Jinzi, an expert on the True Saint list, The other 6 were all extremely powerful peak saints. Junior brother Golden-Eyed, how much of your divine power have you recovered? Gu Jinzi stood in front of a black-haired, golden-eyed young man and asked. Close to 50%. The black-haired, golden-eyed man replied. We will wait for another day. You should recover more than 70% of your divine power as soon as possible. Gu Jinzi said seriously. No problem. The black-haired, golden-eyed man nodded slightly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. The golden-eyed saint was quite famous in the divine beginning realm. Although he was only a peak saint, his battle power was enough to fight against the invincible saint. Because he came from a special race, the Golden Crow race, he had some innate advantages. Moreover, his talent was extremely high. In terms of talent, he should be stronger than Gu Jinzi. It was just that he had not cultivated for a long time. Because of this, Gu Jinzi and the others took care of the golden-eyed saint. Not long ago, when the second blood wave token was born, the people of the Flame Saint realm caught up in the battle. In that battle, they were almost able to keep the blood wave token. Unfortunately, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's Han Xian appeared in the end. She snatched the blood wave token first. On the way, Han Xian used an extremely terrifying technique, severely injuring the 3 people of the Flame Saint realm in one go. Among them, the golden-eyed saint lost more than 70% of his divine power. He had almost died. Han Xian from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. I don't know where this woman came from, but her technique is really amazing. Gu Zenzi's eyes were cold. He could not help but recall the scene when Han Xian had used that ultimate technique. One had to know that Han Xin's technique had attacked 6 people at the same time. In the end, apart from Gu Jinzi, the other 5 people's divine bodies had all collapsed, and 2 of them didn't belong to the Flame Realm. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. If such a unique skill only worked on one person, it might even kill the invincible saint directly. What a terrifying woman! If I meet her again in the upcoming battle, I have to be careful. Gu Jinzi muttered to himself. Fortunately, only 3 blood wave tokens have appeared. One was obtained by Master Ku, one fell into Han Xin's words, and the last one was unexpectedly obtained by Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavenly Sword Marquis is really lucky. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang had a blood wave token, he did not have any thoughts about Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability. While the 10 people of the Flame Saint realm were quietly recovering their divine power, no one noticed that a figure had quietly appeared near them. The people of the Flame Saint realm are all here. Jian Wushuang used the shadowless escape art and hid in the surrounding void, looking at the 10 people in front of him. He had read the intelligence of the 10 people in the Flame Saint realm. Although they were all very strong, none of them were good at souls, so no one could find him in advance. It seems that they had a big battle not long ago and suffered some losses. 3 of them are not at the peak of their divine power aura, especially the one in the middle. Jian Wushuang's eyes were like torches. He looked directly at the black-haired golden-eyed man in the middle. This person should be the golden-eyed saint. He is a top genius of the Flame Saint realm and was born in the Golden Crow clan. He is very talented. Although he is not very strong, his position in the Flame Saint realm is not inferior to Gu Jinzi. Looking at the golden-eyed saint, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to take revenge on the 3 saint realms so that they would feel sorry for him. Killing a top genius like the golden-eyed saint was naturally more effective than killing other peak saints. Moreover, the golden-eyed saint was not in his peak condition, so killing him would be easier. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang directly approached the 10 people in front of him. Because they were in the center of the blood wave realm and surrounded by a large number of experts, the people of the Flame Saint realm were not too careless. They kept a close eye on their surroundings. If there was any movement around them, they would be startled awake instantly. However, they could not sense Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape skill at all. Without any obstruction, Jian Wushuang quietly appeared behind the golden-eyed saint. Then, he revealed himself and a blood-red sword light suddenly shot out. Blood blade swordsmanship, blood drop first move. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3245, Frontal Assassination ___. When Jian Wuxuang suddenly attacked, the Golden-Eyed Saint and the other experts of the Flame Saint realm did not notice him at all. However, Gu Jinzi, who was the core member of the 10-man team, narrowed his eyes. "There's killing intent, be careful!" Gu Jinzi immediately shouted. The people of the Flame Saint realm were also startled, and so was the Golden-Eyed Saint. However, by the time the Golden-Eyed Saint reacted, it was already too late. The blood-colored sword light that contained a terrifying power instantly pierced through the Golden-Eyed Saint's divine body. Then, the power suddenly erupted. Together with the 3 drops of cold blood poison, it instantly destroyed 50% of the Golden-Eyed Saint's remaining divine power. It was completely annihilated. The Golden-Eyed Saint's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with terror. He could already feel his life force fading away. "Am I going to die?" This was the Golden-Eyed Saint's last thought. He withdrew his sword, and the Golden-Eyed Saint's voice was completely cut off. The Flame Saint realm's top genius, whose status was comparable to Gu Zenzi's, had died just like that. This scene was also witnessed by the remaining 9 people of the Flame Saint realm. When they saw the Golden-Eyed Saint being killed, they were instantly shocked and furious. "Golden-Eye Junior brother!" Gu Zenzi's eyes turned scarlet. Before entering the Bloodwave realm, the highest level of the Flame Saint realm had warned him to take good care of the Golden-Eyed Saint. After all, the Golden-Eyed Saint's talent was obvious, and he was from the Golden Crow clan. This time, he would enter the Bloodwave realm. It was only for training, and he did not want to obtain the final opportunity. But now, the Golden-Eyed Saint had been killed right under his nose. Gu Zenzi's body trembled, and his scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the figure who had ambushed the Golden-Eyed Saint. "Heavenly Sword Marquis!" Gu Zenzi's teeth were chattering. In fact, even without seeing Jian Wuxuang's face, he had already guessed that he was the one who had attacked. Jian Wuxuang, who had mastered the shadowless escape art, was probably the only person in the entire Bloodwave realm who could silently appear beside them and perform a fatal attack on the Golden-Eyed Saint without them noticing. "Gu Jinzi, long time no see. How have you been?" Jian Wuxuang stood in the void where the Golden-Eyed Saint had died and looked at Gu Jinzi with interest. Although he was surrounded by 9 people from the Flame Saint realm, he did not care at all, but he did not seem to care. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, how dare you kill my Golden-Eyed Junior brother?" Gu Jinzi looked at Jian Wuxuang. His eyes seemed to spit fire. Around the other 8 Flame of the Sanctum of the Strong are also furious. "Haha, don't get me wrong. I don't want to kill just one Golden-Eyed Saint, but all of you." Jian Wuxuang smiled strangely and disappeared again in front of the 9 people. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. "Oh no!" Gu Zenzi's face suddenly changed. "Heavenly Sword Marquis escape art is very strange. Without an expert who specializes in soul, we can't sense his location. If we fight with him, we will only become his living targets. Be careful of the surroundings. Don't separate. 2 or 3 people gather together. Don't give him the chance to sneak attack you from behind or from both sides." Gu Zenzi's low voice resounded across the sky. The people of the Flame Saint realm were not stupid. They immediately gathered as Gu Jinzi said. There were 9 of them in total. At this moment, they gathered in a triangular formation of 3 people so that they did not have to worry about Jian Wuxuang suddenly appearing behind them or on either side. Jian Wuxuang could only attack them from the front. If Jian Wuxuang attacked them from the front, they would be able to react the moment their bodies were revealed. Then, they would naturally be able to block Jian Wuxuang's attack from the front. After all, most assassins attacked from the back without the slightest reaction from their opponents. However, if an assassin attacked from the front, the chances of success would naturally not be so great. "Haha, you are quite smart. Jian Wushuang hid in the surrounding void and looked at the 9 people of the Flame Saint realm gathering in groups of 3. He could not help but smile in his heart. Gu Zhenxi's first response to his sneak attack was indeed good. He was not an expert in the Soul realm. If he had not mastered the bloody sword skill before, he would not have been able to deal with the 9 people of the Flame Saint realm. Unfortunately, he was no longer as strong as before. Do you think I can't succeed in a frontal attack? What a joke! Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. His figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared in front of a saint at the peak of the Flame Saint realm. This saint was a burly middle-aged man with a huge axe in his hand. He was fully focused and on guard. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Buzz. When Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the burly middle-aged man, the burly middle-aged man immediately reacted. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, the Blood Mountain sword turned into a blood-red stream of light and pierced toward his heart. Get lost! The burly middle-aged man shouted and swung the huge axe in his hand. The huge axe was so powerful that if it hit the Blood Mountain sword, it would be enough to force Jian Wushuang back. However, what? The burly middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes, because he found that the blood-red flowing light was too fast. It was faster than he had imagined. The moment he swung the axe, the blood-red flowing light brushed past his axe and directly hit his divine body. The burly middle-aged man's divine body immediately suffered a huge impact. Although his divine body did not completely collapse, it had already collapsed by 80% and consumed nearly 40% of his divine power. After this sword attack, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. His axe attack did not have any effect at all. I can't block it! I can't block his swordsmanship! His swordsmanship is too fast! The burly middle-aged man shouted at the first moment. How could it be? When Gu Zhenxi and the others heard this, their faces were extremely unsightly. Since they could not find Jian Wushuang at all and could only become living targets, the best way to deal with Jian Wushuang was for the 3 of them to form a triangle. Next, they only needed to send a message to an expert who was good at soul to deal with Jian Wushuang. But who would have thought that they would not be able to withstand Jian Wushuang's direct attack? No! A terrified roar sounded again. Another peak saint in the Flame Saint realm was pierced through by Jian Wushuang's attack and his divine body collapsed. Although the peak saint's divine body was quickly restored, more than 60% of his divine power was consumed in an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3246. Published at 2nd of March, 2022, 3 o'clock and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 3246. 3246. Chapter 3246. Fleeing in a sorry state. His sword technique is too terrifying. The peak saint whose divine body had just been reassembled had a terrified expression on his face. His mind was also recalling the scene just now, the sword that had suddenly stabbed out. He had clearly seen his opponent's sword, but he still had not been able to block that sword technique. In an instant, his divine body had been destroyed by his opponent. More than 60% of my divine power has been consumed. If I use another sword attack, the peak saint thought. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him. The same sword light came at him from the same direction. It's over! This thought arose in the heart of the peak saint. In the next moment, his divine body was destroyed again. This time, his remaining divine power was also destroyed, and his life was immediately cut off. In just a moment, another peak saint in the camp of the Flame Saint realm died under Jian Wushuang's sword. Junior brother Qing! Everyone in the Flame Saint realm, including Gu Zhenxi, had a drastic change in expression. Previously, they were completely unprepared when Jian Wushuang killed the gold-eyed saint. But now, they had already made a response, but Jian Wushuang still easily killed a peak saint. This scene, it made the remaining 8 people in the Flame Saint realm panic. We can't let him continue his unscrupulous assassination. Otherwise, at least half of us will die at his hands. We must think of a countermeasure immediately. Gu Jinzi thought quickly and thought of a countermeasure. However, facing Jian Wushuang's terrifying assassination ability, he really could not think of any solution. Even if he wanted to invite an expert who was good at soul, it would be too late. There's no way. Without the help of an expert who is good at soul, we will only be passively beaten and constantly assassinated by Heavenly Sword Marquis. Moreover, there are only a few of us who can block his assassination. If this continues, all the peak saints in the Flame Saint realm, except for a few invincible saints, will probably die here. Thinking of this, Gu Zhenxi's face darkened and he immediately made a decision. Run! Everyone, scatter and run! Gu Jinzi shouted. Hearing this shout, the remaining experts of the Flame Saint realm were stunned. Run? Or scatter and run? Indeed, if they scattered and ran now, Jian Wushuang would not be able to split up, no matter how powerful he was. At most, he could only chase after one person, and Gu Jinzi could also follow him to protect that person. This was indeed enough to deal with Jian Wushuang's crazy assassination. However, the 10-man camp of the Flame Saint realm had always been able to run amok in the Blood Wave realm. When ordinary experts saw them, they would usually avoid them in advance. They did not dare to provoke them at all. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Moreover, with their lineup, even if they encountered the top experts on the True Saint list, such as the Light King or the Heavenly Devil Son, they would still be able to retreat calmly even if they could not defeat them. But now, their 10-man team, just because they met the Heavenly Sword Marquis, a rank 7 True Saint who did not even have the strength of the True Saint list, they could only choose to scatter and flee in a sorry state. How could they be willing to do this? How could they be willing? A mere rank 7 True Saint had forced them to flee in such a sorry state. If this were to spread out, how would they lose face? It was as if they could see through everyone's thoughts. Gu Jinzi shouted again. At this time, there's no need to worry about face. Survival is more important. Everyone, listen to me and scatter. Junior Brother Kong, join hands with me and think of a way to stop Heavenly Sword Marquis. Okay. A tall, simple-looking man more than 2 meters tall replied and immediately rushed toward Gu Jinzi. Although the other 6 people of the Flame Saint realm were somewhat unwilling, they were more fearful of Jian Wushuang's assassination ability. At this moment, they did not hesitate and fled in all directions. They actually chose to flee in different directions? Jian Wushuang could not help being surprised when he saw this scene, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Indeed, in the current situation, if the experts of the Flame Saint realm did not flee in different directions, they would only be killed by him one by one. When the experts who specialized in souls arrived, he could kill at least 2 or 3 more people. But now, if the experts of the Flame Saint realm chose to flee in different directions, he could only kill 1 more person. Moreover, with Gu Jinzi and Kong blocking him, it was different whether he could kill 1 more person. Gu Jinzi and Kong. Gu Jinzi is ranked at the top of the True Saint list. Naturally, he is not afraid of my assassination. Kong is also a famous invincible saint. Not only is he very strong, he is close to the True Saint list. His life-saving ability is also very powerful. I can't do anything to him either. They can stop me at ease. I can only choose one of the 6 fleeing people to kill. Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he went after one of the 6 people. Even if he went after them, he also used the shadowless escape art. Gu Jinzi and Kong still did not know Jian Wushuang's movements. If I'm not mistaken, Heavenly Sword Marquis must have chosen one person to go after him. Gu Jinzi said in a deep voice. I see. But which one of the 6 did he choose? Kong frowned. Among the 6, there are 2 invincible saints. I don't think the Heavenly Sword Marquis would dare to go after them. As for the remaining 4 peak saints, Junior Sister Yes' ability to survive is relatively weak. Junior Brother Ape King was seriously injured by him just now, and his divine power has been greatly depleted. The two of them are relatively easy to kill. The Heavenly Sword Marquis might have chosen one of them to go after them. Gu Zhenxi's eyes were cold. Junior Apprentice Brother Kong, I'll go to Junior Apprentice Sister Yes place. You go to Junior Apprentice Brother Ape King's place. Remember, no matter what, we must not let this Heavenly Sword Marquis kill another one of us. All right. The honest man Kong nodded heavily. Immediately, he and Gu Jinzi respectively headed in the direction where Junior Apprentice Sister Yu and Ape King were fleeing. At the same time that Gu Jinzi and Kong left this piece of void, there were some figures standing in the void not far away. The 10 people of the Flame Saint realm were in the central area of the Blood Wave realm. Many experts of the Blood Wave realm were gathered here. Although this place was relatively remote, there were still some cultivators around. When Jian Wushuang attacked the Flame Saint realm, the surrounding experts naturally noticed it. They also saw the result of this battle. After seeing this battle, most of them were stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3247, The Target Editor. Hey, did you guys see what happened just now? A skinny elder with black hair asked in astonishment. Of course we saw it, a purple-robed woman said in shock. He single-handedly forced the 10 experts of the Flame Saint realm to flee in all directions. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really something. He is indeed powerful, especially with his assassination methods. Without an expert who specializes in the soul present, Heavenly Sword Marquis could kill the experts of the Flame Saint realm one by one without any scruples. The people of the Flame Saint realm reacted quickly and knew that they had to flee in all directions. If they didn't flee, several more people would definitely die. This is the Flame Sanctum. Gu Jinzi, Kong, which one of them isn't a famous expert? With their lineup, they could do whatever they wanted in the Blood Wave realm. But in the end, they were forced to such a state by Heavenly Sword Marquis alone. Thanks. And it seems that the Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't given up yet. He's still chasing after the people of the Flame Saint realm. I wonder if the person he's targeting will be able to survive from his hands. The experts who saw the scene just now were all sighing. In the vast void, a figure was flying forward at high speed. While flying, he kept turning his head to look behind him, but he did not see a single person. Heavenly Sword Marquis must have gone to kill others. The long-haired man with a hooked nose muttered to himself. He thought so not because he did not see Jian Wushuang, but mainly because he was confident in his own strength. Among the 6 people in the Flame Saint realm, Gu Jinzi and Kong could easily face Jian Wushuang. Besides them, there were 2 other invincible saints, including this man with a hooked nose. As an invincible saint, he had a good life-saving ability. He believed that Heavenly Sword Marquis should not be so stupid as to target him. After all, he was not so easy to kill. However, the hawk-nosed man did not know that Jian Wushuang was following him closely not far behind him. That was right. When the 6 people of the Flame Saint realm were fleeing in different directions, the hawk-nosed man was Jian Wushuang's first target. He wanted to kill the invincible saint. La Ning, one of the invincible saints of the Flame Saint realm, is very powerful. During the battle for the second Blood Wave token a few days ago, he fought with an expert who ranked lower on the True Saint list. Although he was suppressed, he could not defeat him in a short time. In terms of strength, although La Ning is not as strong as the expert on the True Saint list, he is still a very powerful existence among the invincible saints. Moreover, he has both offense and defense. His attack power is very strong, and his body protection ability is also very good. However, his weakness is also very obvious. He is not good at speed. Jian Wushuang knew the information about La Ning like the back of his hand. At this moment, he could not help but smile. Gu Jinzi, Kong, and La Ning did not expect that he would target Jian Wushuang, because La Ning was very strong and difficult to deal with. However, Jian Wushuang had to do the opposite. He is strong, but his speed is too slow. If I want to assassinate him, he will be treated as a living target. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately approached Lan Ning. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Lan Ning seemed to be completely sure that Jian Wushuang would not find him, so he stopped and did not move forward. However, at the moment when Lan Ning relaxed, Jian Wushuang had already made his move. He quietly appeared behind Lan Ning. Without the latter noticing, Jian Wushuang had already made his move. I wonder who the Heavenly Sword Marquis is targeting. I hope Gu Jinzi and Senior Brother Kong can stop him. We've already lost 2 people in this encounter with the Heavenly Sword Marquis. If he kills another one, the losses will be too great. Lan Ning sighed softly. However, the blood-red sword light behind him was less than a meter away from him. At this moment, Lan Ning suddenly woke up. This killing intent is from Heavenly Sword Marquis. Lan Ning reacted, but he did not even have time to turn around, let alone block Jian Wushuang's sword. He could only let the blood-red sword light stab at his divine body. However, just as the blood-red sword light was about to touch his divine body, a layer of blue crystal immediately appeared on the surface of his body. The blue crystal instantly covered his entire body. When the blood-red sword light pierced the blue crystal, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. The shocking power contained in the sword immediately penetrated the blue crystal. However, the sword light was immediately blocked by the protective armor that Lan Ning was wearing. Whoosh! The power of the sword light was completely exhausted, but it did not penetrate the protective armor. It only left a clear white mark on the armor. At this moment, Lan Ning suddenly turned around and stared at Jian Wushuang with his eyes that seemed to spew flames. How dare you chase after me? How dare you? Lan Ying's shocked and angry voice resounded in the sky. A blood-red long stick rushed toward Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang frowned and immediately retreated. In the next moment, he disappeared in front of Lan Ning again. Humph, coward! Lan Ning cursed. Jian Wushuang, who had hidden in the surrounding void, looked at the white mark on Lan Ying's protective armor and sensed the divine power aura on Lan Ying's body. His eyes narrowed. Lan Ning is really like the information. He is both offensive and defensive. Not only is his attack powerful, but his protective ability is also very strong. I just used the first move of blood drop to pierce his divine body without any hindrance, but it still failed to pierce through his protective armor, so I can't seriously injure him at the first moment. Jian Wushuang was also a little surprised. Although he did not injure Lan Ning immediately, judging from the latter's divine power aura, it seemed that Lan Ning had used up some of his divine power. Obviously, although the attack did not pierce through the armor, the terrifying power contained in the sword still penetrated through the protective armor and entered Lan Ying's body. It caused some damage to his divine body and also caused Lan Ning to use up some of his divine power. Although it did not consume much divine power, which was estimated to be only 1/40th of his entire divine power, it still gave Jian Wushuang hope of killing Lan Ning. I deliberately followed Lan Ning for a period of time and waited until I was far away from the battlefield. Now, Lan Ning is a certain distance away from Gu Jinzi and the empty place. It will take them some time to get here. During this time, I must kill Lan Ning. Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a shocking killing intent. In the next moment, endless power of ice and fire swept out. Chapter 3248. Chapter 3248. Kill Lan Ning _ a large amount of ice and fire power combined together, and pressed down on Lan Ning in all directions. Even with Lan Ying's strength, he was greatly suppressed at this moment. A domain-type treasure? And it's of a very high level! Lan Ying's eyes were cold. Humph, so what if I have a domain-type treasure? Even if I'm standing here, you're not qualified to kill me. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and directly attacked. Swish! The blood-red sword light flashed again. When Lan Ning was close to him, he could no longer block the sword. However, he was already prepared. He did not want to wave the long stick in his hand to block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Instead, he fully exerted his protective ability. His body was covered with a thick layer of blue crystal. The blue crystal was extremely sturdy and covered his entire body like a piece of armor. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship attacked him. First, he had to face the obstacle of the blue crystal. Inside the blue crystal, Lan Ning was still wearing a body protection armor, which was a top-notch holy treasure. In addition, he had cultivated a body-refining secret skill and had a powerful divine body. Because of this, he was very confident in his protective skills. Clang! The sword light attacked. Although it penetrated the outer layer of the blue crystal, when it hit the protective armor that Lan Ning was wearing, it made a sound like metal colliding. Jian Wushuang's sword still failed to break through the defense of Lan Ying's body, so the damage to Lan Ning was limited. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, your assassination skills are very good, but your strength is too weak. Your swordsmanship is just scratching my divine body. Lan Ning sneered. Scratching? Then it'll scratch you a little longer. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and then attacked again. Even without the suppression of the realm, Lan Ning could hardly resist Jian Wushuang's attacks, let alone being suppressed by the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler. His speed was greatly reduced, and he had no chance to fight back. He could only rely on his body protection to withstand Jian Wushuang's attacks again and again. Although Jian Wushuang's attacks could not penetrate the surface of his body, his divine body was also damaged by the repeated attacks. Naturally, his divine power was also being consumed. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang had already attacked nearly 10 times. Even if Lan Ning immediately swallowed some elixirs to recover his divine power, he had already consumed more than 10% of his divine power. Rat, how dare you fight me face to face? Lan Ning was furious. Face to face? Haha, I'm not as stupid as you. Jian Wushuang sneered, but his hands did not stop moving. Lan Ying's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he had sent a message to Gu Jinzi and Kong, telling them to come over immediately. When Gu Jinzi and Kong found out that Jian Wushuang's target was Lan Ning, they were both shocked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. How dare Heavenly Sword Marquis! Instead of looking for the 4 peak saints, he found Lan Ning, who has excellent body protection ability. Does he want to assassinate an invincible saint with excellent body protection ability? Gu Jinzi and Kong were both shocked and angry. Don't worry about it. Since Heavenly Sword Marquis has his eyes on junior brother Lan Ning, it's better than the others. With junior brother Lan Ying's strength, Heavenly Sword Marquis can't do anything to him in a short time. Let's hurry over, Gu Jinzi said. Immediately, Gu Jinzi and Kong rushed toward Jian Wushuang and Lan Ning as fast as they could. In the vast void, Lan Ning, who was covered in a layer of blue crystals, stood in the center. At this moment, he had become Jian Wushuang's living target. As Jian Wushuang attacked again and again, he had no ability to resist. He could only rely on his powerful body protection to hold on. However, his divine power continued to be consumed. As time passed, Lan Ying's divine power became less and less. 80%, 70%, 50%. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. When Lan Ning only had 30% of his divine power left, he finally panicked. I only have 30% of my divine power left. I can't hold on much longer. Why aren't Gu Jinzi and Kong here yet? Lan Ning was very nervous. He was nervous, but Jian Wushuang was still focused on killing him, constantly causing him harm. Sword after sword, Jian Wushuang kept attacking him. Each sword was a drop of blood move. In fact, he had been using shadowless escape art since the beginning, and now he was using the drop of blood sword art to kill again and again. If it were anyone else, they would have used up most of their divine power before killing Lan Ning, but Jian Wushuang was different. His own divine power was vast, and all the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm could only look up to him. For an assassination like this, the consumption of his divine power was insignificant. He could continue to kill without restraint. But Lan Ning obviously could not hold on for long. 30% of his divine power was gradually reduced to 20%, or even less than 20%. Still not coming? Still not coming? Lan Ning roared crazily in his heart, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. At this time, he did not put all his hopes on Gu Jinzi and Kong. He was also trying to find a way to escape. However, his speed was far inferior to Jian Wushuang's, and the latter would not give him a chance to escape. His divine power was becoming less and less, and he even had only 10% left. At this time, Gu Jinzi and Kong finally appeared in his sight. Finally! Lan Ning was overjoyed. Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, also saw Gu Jinzi and Kong. Along with them was a black-robed elder with messy hair. The black-robed elder's eyes were flickering with strange flames. He also exuded an evil aura. This person doesn't ring a bell. However, he has a very strong soul fluctuation. It seems that he is an expert who specializes in soul, and an invincible saint. Jian Wushuang frowned. He also understood why Gu Jinzi and Kong were slow to arrive. It seemed that they had tried to rope in the black-robed elder. After all, in the face of his assassination, without an expert who specialized in soul, it was indeed too passive. Sorry to trouble you. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had wanted to kill Lan Ning before Gu Jinzi and Kong arrived, but he did not expect that Lan Ying's protective ability was much stronger than he had imagined. Now that Gu Jinzi and Kong had arrived, with an invincible expert who specialized in the soul present, it was obviously very difficult for him to kill Lan Ning again. However, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3249. Chapter 3249. Must die. The three Saint Realms have been fighting with me for a long time. There is absolutely no way to resolve it. However, they are, after all, the three supreme overlords of the divine beginning realm. In the outside world, unless I break through to become a rule master and become strong enough to be feared by the three Saint Realms, it will be difficult for me to find an opportunity like this again. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. This opportunity was indeed a once-in-lifetime opportunity for him. After all, this was the Bloodwave realm, a place where the Principal's masters could not enter. He could walk unhindered here, and was absolutely invincible. Here, he was not afraid of the three great Saint Realm coming to kill him. Instead, the experts of the three great Saint Realms should be worried that he would take the initiative to look for trouble. After all, the people who entered the Bloodwave realm from the three great Saint Realms were all geniuses. Many of them had the opportunity to become Principal's masters in the future. If he could severely injure the geniuses of the three Saint Realms in the Bloodwave realm, even the three Saint Realms would feel distressed. I have been in conflict with the three Saint Realms for a long time. It's not the first time that the three Saint Realms have come to kill me, but I have been passively running for my life. I only want to survive. But this time, the once-in-lifetime opportunity is in front of me. I have the opportunity to kill the experts of the three Saint Realms without any scruples. How could I miss such an opportunity? Jian Wushuang's eyes were slightly red. Lan Ning must die. Even if Gu Jinzi and Kong are here, and there's an invincible saint who specializes in soul, I will kill him. Jian Wushuang had made up his mind. The moment Lan Ning approached Gu Jinzi and Kong, he also made his move. He is there. The evil-looking black-clothed elder let out a hoarse voice and pointed at the void not far behind Lan Ning. Gu Jinzi and Kong instantly locked onto him. You still want to kill me? You're courting death. Gu Zenzi's eyes seemed to spit fire. His speed suddenly increased. Like a golden beam of light, he instantly appeared behind Lan Ning. Then, a large amount of golden light spread out like a huge golden sun. Gu Zenzi's entire body also became glittering with golden light. He was like a golden divine god. With him blocking in front of Lan Ning, he believed that Jian Wushuang would definitely not be able to break through. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang directly revealed himself and attacked. He did not intend to use the shadowless escape art to bypass Gu Jinzi. Instead, he directly waved his sword in front of Gu Jinzi. Moreover, He was very slow, as if he was casually waving his sword. Ridiculous! Gu Jinzi was full of disdain for the sword that Jian Wushuang was about to swing. However, the moment Jian Wushuang swung his sword, buzz! A strong pressure from the life level suddenly came. This pressure ignored the strength of both sides and the realm level. This was the pressure from the origin of life. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. There was no way to resist this pressure. How is this possible? Gu Zhenxi's eyes were wide open and he was completely stunned by this supreme life level pressure. At this moment, he looked at Jian Wushuang as if he saw the supreme and omnipotent Saint Master of the Flamed Saint Realm. Terrified. Trembling. Terrified. He could not help but want to kneel down. He was completely stunned as he watched Jian Wushuang's sword strike directly toward his head. Bang! With a loud sound, the golden light on Gu Zhenxi's body instantly dimmed, and his golden divine body was directly split into two by the ordinary sword light. His divine body collapsed on the spot, and even his divine power was evaporated. More than 80% of it was evaporated at this moment. Yes, that was 80%. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. One sword attack caused him, an expert rank near the top of the True Saint list, to lose 8 layers of divine power. Moreover, the power of this sword attack did not disappear just like that. Instead, it carried a shocking power and continued to slash at Lan Ying behind Gu Jinzi. Even Gu Jinzi was unable to block this sword attack head-on. Lan Ying, who only had 10% of his divine power left, had no room to struggle under this sword attack. He did not even have the time to scream before he was annihilated by the sword light. The remaining divine power was annihilated on the spot, and his life was instantly cut off. It was only at this moment that the sword light completely dissipated. Buzz! Gu Zhenxi's divine body was reassembled, but after it was reassembled, his face was filled with fear. He stared at Jian Wushuang as if he was staring at a demon. Behind him, Kong and the black-clothed elder with an evil aura were also staring at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang's sword was so terrifying that he could kill Lan Ying after destroying Gu Zhenxi's divine body and 80% of his divine power. How is this possible? You! Gu Jinzi pointed at Jian Wushuang, not knowing what to say. As for Jian Wushuang himself, he looked very calm. He did not pay attention to Gu Jinzi, Kong, and the evil elder. Instead, he looked up at the blood-red sky. The blood-red sky was still very calm and there was no movement. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. As I guessed, the blood wave realm is very special. Even the power of the will of heaven cannot touch it. I can use my most powerful trump cards in the blood wave realm. Jian Wushuang calmed down. He had cultivated until now. Although he was not very strong, and any expert on the True Saint list could easily suppress him, he had a lot of trump cards. Like the Shadowless Escape skill and the Assassination of the Bloody Sword skill. Like the 6 Paths of Reincarnation secret skill. And the Mountain and River map, which was a treasure, he had never used it. However, when it came to his trump card, his strongest trump card was not these things. Instead, it was the life-level pressure given by his perfect chaotic creature, and the heaven-cleaving technique created by his master Xian Yi. Ever since he had mastered the heaven-cleaving technique, he had only used it once. That was when he was in the Golden Crow 9 realms. When the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley wanted to take Ling Wushuang away, he was furious. At that time, he was in the Supreme Divinity realm. He directly used the heaven-cleaving skill to kill the group of immortal saints in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. However, once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, the power of the will of heaven descended and forced him to flee. Indeed, the heaven-cleaving skill and the power of the life level were his strongest trump cards. However, once he used this move, it would immediately attract the power of the will of heaven. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had been cautious when he was in the divine beginning realm. Until the last moment, he had never thought of using this trump card. But now, in the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wushuang had already guessed that the power of the will of heaven could not be involved here. After all, if the power of the will of heaven could be involved in the Bloodwave world, the three Saint Realms would certainly be able to involve their forces. They had long treated the Bloodwave realm as their own backyard, so they would not share it with the forces of the Divine Beginning realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3250 Perfect Level? Because he had guessed this, Jian Wushuang dared to use the heaven-cleaving skill in the Bloodwave realm. Not only did he kill Lanning, but he also severely injured Gu Junzi. Now that Lanning was dead, Jian Wushuang could not help looking at Gu Junzi, Kong, and the evil elder. However, when Gu Junzi noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, it was as if he saw the smile of the Grim Reaper. His whole body trembled, and an unprecedented fear appeared in his eyes. "Run!" A roar came out of Gu Zhenzi's mouth. Not only him, but also Kong and the evil elder had lost the courage to stay. They did not even dare to look directly at Jian Wushuang's goal. The three of them turned around and fled without hesitation. They even showed their fastest speed as they fled, afraid of being chased by Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was stunned by this scene, but he realized it after thinking about it. After all, he had just used the heaven-cleaving skill. After using it, he had severely injured Gu Junzi and destroyed 80% of his divine power. Who was Gu Junzi? He was an expert on the True Saint list, and he had always been in the top 10. However, because of the sudden appearance of several experts in the Bloodwave realm, he was only ranked below the top 10. However, his battle strength was still extremely strong. Such an expert, no matter how strong he was, could hardly destroy his divine body in one move, let alone 80% of his divine power in one move. Gu Junzi was indeed frightened by Jian Wushuang's sword attack. He could not care less about Lan Ying's death. He was worried about his own death, so he fled at once. Since Gu Junzi was like this, Kong and the evil elder were even more terrified and had to flee. Gu Junzi must have been scared out of his wits by my sword just now. However, I'm afraid he doesn't know that my sword just now was not easy to perform, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The heaven-cleaving skill was his strongest trump card and also his most powerful skill. It was certainly not easy to perform it. When he was in the outside world, he had to take into account the power of the will of heaven and the experts of the three Saint Realms to perform this move. In the Bloodwave realm, although he did not have to care about the power of the will of heaven, it was still not easy for him to perform this move. After all, it was the most powerful magic power created by his master Xian Yi, who had combined the unique constitution of his perfect chaotic creature. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang could only use this move easily when he reached the level of Principal's Master. However, when he was at the level of the Immortal Saint, when he used this move, the burden on his divine body, divine power, and even his own consciousness was shocking. For example, although he had killed Lan Ying and severely injured Gu Junzi, he had used up 40% of his divine power. With his vast divine power, he had used up 40% of his divine power. It was obvious how much divine power this move had consumed. It was also a huge burden on his consciousness. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. It was already difficult for him to use such a trump card once, so it was impossible for him to use it again. However, Gu Junzi did not know this. Although he had sensed that Jian Wushuang's divine power had been consumed, it was not too much. He thought that Jian Wushuang could use the sword again, so he immediately fled in panic. Unfortunately, my realm is still too low. The sword just now could only consume 80% of Gu Zhenzi's divine power. If I were stronger, I wouldn't need to be much stronger. As long as I reach the peak of the rank 7 True Saint, I would be able to kill Gu Junzi with that sword. Jian Wushuang felt it was a pity. How could he kill Gu Junzi, who was ranked at the top of the True Saint list, with one strike? Even the Light King could not do it. Even an ordinary Principal's Master might not be able to do it. However, Jian Wushuang might be able to do it once he reached the peak of the rank 7 true saint realm. It could not be helped. The heaven-cleaving skill was too terrifying. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was barely able to use the heaven-cleaving skill at the moment. The power he could unleash was probably only 1% of this divine ability. Only when he became a principal's master and truly became a top expert would he be able to unleash this divine ability perfectly. He would have been able to pull it off perfectly. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Although it's a little cold, in any case, this attack killed 3 experts of the Flame Saint realm, including the invincible Saint, Lanning, and severely injured Gu Junzi. He should spend the rest of the time recovering his divine power and won't be able to participate in the fight for the Blood Wave token. This is already very good. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was quite satisfied with his assassination. He let out a sigh of relief and soon left. While Jian Wushuang was using the heaven-splitting skill to severely wound Gu Junzi and kill Lanning, a huge palace stood quietly in the center of the Blood Wave realm. It was not only huge but also extremely ancient. It also exuded an extremely ancient aura. The palace was surrounded by a layer of special magic formation that blocked everyone from entering. This palace was the Blood Wave Palace. Blood Wave Palace was the real opportunity of the Blood Wave realm. Many experts in the Blood Wave realm were desperately fighting for the Blood Wave token because it was the only ticket to enter the Blood Wave Palace. As long as one obtained the Blood Wave token and entered the Blood Wave realm, 99% of them could become the principal's master. However, no one knew what secret the Blood Wave Palace had. In the deepest part of the Blood Wave Palace, in a dark void where there was no light at all, a consciousness that had been sleeping for an unknown number of years suddenly woke up. This ripple, it's a ripple of life force, and it's at the perfect level? An ancient and distant voice rang out from the very end of the dark void. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen a perfect level life form. The last time I saw one was a few chaos cycles ago, but this time, I didn't expect it to be here. And this perfect level life form is only at the saint level? Interesting, this is too interesting. The voice carried a hint of surprise and melancholy as it slowly calmed down within the dark void. Not long after, the dark void once again descended into its usual deathly stillness. It was as though that strand of consciousness had never existed. Within Blood Wave Temple, it was as calm as ever. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3251. Avoid _ in the void. 3 figures fled in a sorry state for a long time before stopping. Deacon Yun, did Heavenly Sword Marquis catch up with us? Gu Zenzi's voice was still filled with a trace of fear. No. The evil-looking black-clothed elder had been using his soul power to sense his back, but he did not discover Jian Wushuang's existence. That's good. Gu Junzi finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he immediately thought of Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword attack. That sword attack had frightened him, suffocated him, and made him completely unable to resist. That sword attack was too terrifying. It felt even more terrifying than the full-strength attack of the Principal's Master. Didn't they say that the power of the Principal's Master was limited in the Blood Wave realm? But how could Heavenly Sword Marquis use such a terrifying technique? Moreover, he clearly has such an incredible trump card. Why didn't he use it when he was besieged by the 3 Saint Realms? Gu Junzi could not understand. He could not understand. What he did not know was that the Blood Wave realm restricted the power of Principal's Masters and above. This was indeed the truth. But the restriction referred to the power interference of Principal's Masters. For example, many people had some specially refined token or other means. For example, Jian Wushuang had the command talismans personally refined by the 2 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which could be used to save his life. However, he could not use the 2 command talismans in the Blood Wave realm. However, if the Immortal Saint could exert the power of the Principal's Master, he would not be restricted by the Blood Wave realm. After all, no matter how powerful the Immortal Saint was, he was only an immortal saint, not a principal's master. Therefore, the power of Jian Wushuang's strongest trump card was not limited. As for why Jian Wushuang did not use this trump card before, it was easy to understand. After all, when he was surrounded and killed by the experts of the three saint realms, he was not as strong as he was now. At that time, he was only a rank 6 true saint. Even if he used the heaven-cleaving skill at all costs, the power he displayed was certainly not as terrifying as it was now. At that time, the Light King was also present, and he was from the three saint realms. If he had used the heaven-cleaving skill at that time, Jian Wushuang had no doubt that the Light King could have used his tyrannical strength to block him head-on. Since using the heaven-cleaving skill at that time would not change anything, there was no need for Jian Wushuang to use it. After all, it was not easy to use the heaven-cleaving skill. It's meaningless to talk about it now. In short, the strength and skills of Heavenly Sword Marquis are far beyond our imagination. If he keeps watching us, we will be in big trouble, Kong said in a low voice. Both Kong and Gu Jinzi felt an unprecedented pressure when facing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave them a terrifying feeling. Not to mention his strongest trump card, his assassination skills alone made them helpless in the Flame Saint realm. The formation of 10 people, they could only flee in all directions after being killed by Jian Wushuang alone. If Jian Wushuang used his strongest trump card, even Gu Jinzi might die. The most terrifying thing was that Jian Wushuang was absolutely invincible in the Blood Wave realm. No one could do anything to him. With such an enemy surrounding them, Gu Jinzi and Kong felt terrified just thinking about it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyNovelFull.com. Thanks. There's nothing we can do. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is too terrifying. With our formation, we can't deal with him at all. We can only hide. We can only think of a way to avoid him. Gu Jinzi clenched his fists. Avoid him? Kong frowned. From now on, the Flame Saint realm will try our best not to expose our tracks in front of others. We can't stay in a certain place either. Instead, we must keep moving around the central area of the Blood Wave realm so that the Heavenly Sword Marquis can't completely capture our position. In short, we can't let him find us. Gu Jinzi's voice was low. In addition, Deacon Yun, from today onward, you will stay with us until everyone in the Flame Saint realm leaves the Blood Wave realm. Is that okay? Gu Jinzi looked at the evil elder. He was too afraid of Jian Wushuang's assassination ability. In the face of Jian Wushuang's assassination, if there was not an expert who specialized in the soul, they would be beaten up. I have received orders from the higher-ups of the Sorcerer God sect. This time in the Blood Wave realm, I will do my best to help everyone in the Flame Saint realm, the evil elder said. Thank you. Gu Jinzi nodded slightly, then he said seriously. As long as we find a way to avoid Heavenly Sword Marquis and prevent him from finding us, he shouldn't be able to do anything to us. Moreover, his enemies in the Blood Wave realm are not only in the Flame Saint realm but also in the Destruction Saint realm and the Life and Death Saint realm. If he can't find our exact location, he will probably go and find trouble with those two families. Although the three holy realms were closely related to the will of the heavenly Tao and had been fighting against the outside world, they were not one but three saint realms, and they were recognized as the overlords of the divine beginning realm. There was also competition among them. When Jian Wushuang took revenge on the Flame Saint realm, they naturally hoped that Jian Wushuang would find trouble with the other two saint realms and stop staring at the Flame Saint realm. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. In that case, let's do it. Kong Yi nodded and agreed with Gu Jinzi. While Gu Jinzi and Kong Yi were discussing, boom! The ground suddenly shook as if something was soaring into the sky. Then, the three of them immediately felt a special wave coming from nearby. This wave was extremely strong. Gu Jinzi, Kong, and Deacon Yun, the evil elder, felt the wave and their pupils shrank. This fluctuation is the birth of the Blood Wave token? Yes, it's the birth of the Blood Wave token, and it's much bigger than the previous one we encountered. If I'm not wrong, it's not just one Blood Wave token, but 2 or even 3. 2 or even 3 blood wave tokens are born at the same time, and they're close to us? Gu Jinzi, Kong, and Deacon Yun's eyes turned red. However, Gu Jinzi was the first to calm down after a short while. No, we can't fight for the blood wave token this time, Gu Jinzi said directly. What? Kong and Deacon Yun glanced at Gu Jinzi, but they also reacted in the next moment. Damn it, why did the blood wave token appear at this time? Gu Jinzi cursed directly. We just escaped from the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The Heavenly Sword Marquis must have rushed to the blood wave token at this time. If we rush there now, wouldn't we be sending ourselves to his door again? Kong could only shake his head helplessly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3252, Madness. The three of them had been scared out of their wits by Jian Wushuang's sword attack. Now, they did not dare to face him again, so they did not dare to participate in the fight for the blood wave token. Moreover, they were not in a good condition. The people of the Flame Saint realm were scattered by Jian Wushuang, and had not gathered yet. Gu Jinzi, who was the strongest, had lost 80% of his divine power by Jian Wushuang's sword attack. With only 20% of his divine power left, it was impossible for him to participate in this competition. They had no choice but to give up. Let's go. When I recover to my peak condition, we still have a chance to fight for the blood wave token. Gu Jinzi said this, and the three of them quickly left. Just as they had expected, the blood wave token had created such a huge commotion that Jian Wushuang had sensed it immediately. Judging from the commotion, there should be at least 2 or even 3 blood wave tokens appearing at the same time. With so many blood wave tokens appearing at the same time, it will definitely attract more experts. Perhaps the Destruction Saint realm, the Life and Death Saint realm, and the Flame Saint realm. This is a good opportunity for me. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, then, he immediately rushed to the place where the blood wave tokens had appeared. The blood wave realm had been open for nearly 40 days. During this time, 3 blood wave tokens had been born. These 3 had fallen into the hands of Master Ku, Han Xian, and Jian Wushuang, which made the experts who had not received the blood wave tokens anxious. After all, there were only 10 blood wave tokens, but there were too many people fighting for them. On the 39th day of the opening of the blood wave realm, a feast erupted near the territory where Jian Wushuang and the Flame Saint realm were fighting. 3 blood wave tokens appeared at the same time, and in the same place. The sudden explosion was so shocking that it attracted a large number of experts. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the place, there were already more than 100 experts fighting crazily for the 3 blood wave tokens. So many people? And they are so crazy! Even Jian Wushuang could not help looking at the scene in astonishment. There were more than 100 experts, the weakest of which was a peak saint. Among them, there were more than 10 invincible saints. They were fighting crazily. All of them just wanted to get the blood wave token, regardless of who had it. They would immediately be surrounded and attacked by almost everyone. The surrounding space and time were also directly sealed. Those who had gotten the blood wave token earlier in the fight did not have the chance to escape immediately. In just a moment, they would be surrounded and killed by others. Jian Wushuang had only been familiar with the battlefield for a few short moments, but he had already seen 6 experts die. Among the 6 experts, 3 were peak saints, and the other 3 were invincible saints. They were both very weak. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. It was indeed difficult to kill an invincible saint in a one-on-one battle. However, if he was surrounded by dozens of experts in a chaotic battle, and he could not escape, he would die. The probability of dying was certainly not small. For example, the 3 invincible saints who had died now had obtained the blood wave token because of their own strength. However, they were killed in the next moment. In such a crazy battle, even if he got the blood wave token, he would not be able to leave with it immediately unless he was really strong enough to face dozens of experts. However, such an expert can only be on the True Saint list, and only those who are ranked high on the True Saint list can do so, Jian Wushuang muttered. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. There were already experts on the True Saint list, but the ranking of this expert was not high. As time passed, more and more experts rushed over. The fight between hundreds of experts had now turned into a frenzied fight. Eh? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the void in front of him and said, "Several people from the Temporal Temple have also arrived." In the void not far away, the 5 members of the Temporal Temple, led by Di Hao, had also arrived at the battlefield. They soon joined in the frenzied battle. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Not long after the Temporal Temple, the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also arrived. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had also sent 10 experts into the Blood Wave realm this time. Among them, the strongest was Saint Devil's Son. That's Saint Devil's Son, ranked second on the True Saint list? Jian Wushuang stood at the edge of the battlefield and looked at a tall young man with purple skin in the middle of the battlefield. The young man's eyes were long and narrow, like gems. He held a black divine mace in his hand. The power contained in the black divine mace was enough to make an invincible saint tremble. The son of Saint Devil not only possessed several powerful secret techniques, but also had a high comprehension of principles. Most importantly, he was a special life form. Compared to ordinary experts, special life forms had a huge innate advantage. Just in terms of divine power, they were completely incomparable to ordinary invincible saints. He did not need to use any powerful techniques at all. Even a casual strike of the mace was not something an ordinary invincible saint could withstand. On the True Saint list, the Light King, who had merged 2 principles, was known as the strongest. However, in many people's hearts, the only person who had a chance of fighting against the Light King was the Saint Devil's Son. Now that Jian Wushuang had seen the Saint Devil's Son with his own eyes, he was indeed amazed by the latter's strength. As Saint Devil's Son entered the battlefield, he soon stood together with an expert on the True Saint list. The expert on the True Saint list was Shijun, who was currently ranked 16th. He was an expert with terrifying body protection ability. In terms of body protection ability alone, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3 on the True Saint list. In addition, he also had relatively strong offensive skills, which was why he was ranked 16th on the True Saint list. However, Shijun's luck was obviously not good. He had already grabbed a Blood Wave token during the chaotic battle and was about to leave. No one could stop him. He thought that he had the Blood Wave token in his hand. He did not expect that when he left, he would run into the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the others who were rushing to the battlefield. He was immediately attacked by the Saint Devil's Son. Under the constant attacks of Saint Devil's Son's terrifying power, even Shijun felt immense pressure. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Temporal Temple have arrived. As for the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, they have already obtained a Blood Wave token, so it's likely that they won't fight for it this time. The people from the 3 Saint realms should be arriving soon. Jian Wushuang muttered. The next moment, his eyes lit up. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3253. Beware of Heavenly Marquis Sword. They're coming! Jian Wushuang looked at the void not far away, where several figures were rushing over, led by Thunder God and Wan Xian. The Destruction Saint Realm is coming. The Life and Death Saint Realm is not slow. Jian Wushuang looked in another direction. The 10-man team of the Life and Death Saint Realm appeared there, led by Silver Wolf. After the 2 teams of the Saint Realm arrived, they immediately joined the battlefield and joined the feast. At this time, there were more than 600 experts participating in the feast. Among them, there were more than 70 invincible saints, and more than 10 experts on the True Saint list. The Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm, which are far away from here, have arrived. However, the Flame Saint Realm, which is nearby, hasn't arrived yet? Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. but he knew very well in his heart. Unsurprisingly, the Flame Saint realm was frightened by him. They knew that he would come to the feast, so they simply did not come. I just met the Flame Saint realm and used up nearly 50% of my divine power. I don't have enough divine power, so it's impossible for me to use it again. There's no rush. Anyway, I'm afraid that the fight won't end soon. You'll just wait here quietly, waiting for an opportunity while I slowly recover my divine power, Jian Wushuang said with a strange smile. The heaven-cleaving skill had consumed a lot of his divine power. Although he was a perfect chaotic creature and his divine power was recovering at an amazing speed, it would take him some time to recover 50% of his divine power. Even with the help of some elixirs, it would take him some time to recover to his peak. As for his Emperor's Destiny clone, his divine power had almost been used up when he was attacked by the three Saint Realms. It would not be easy for him to recover his divine power. His Emperor's life avatar had only recovered 10 to 20% of its divine power. It was not of much use to Jian Wushuang. Time passed slowly. The contest became more and more intense, and more experts died. Jian Wushuang had been hiding in the surrounding void to watch. It has been almost 15 minutes since I came here, but the contest still has no intention of ending. As for the experts who died, I have seen more than 50 of them, including 10 invincible saints. Thanks, this is crazy, Jian Wushuang secretly praised. But now, the 3 blood wave tokens were in the hands of 3 different people. These 3 people were experts on the true saint list, and were extremely strong. Therefore, they could hold on for a long time even if they were besieged by many experts. The body protection ability of that Shijun is really amazing. He is facing the Saint Devil Sun head-on, and the people of the Destruction Saint Realm, led by Thunder God, seem to have their eyes on the Blood Wave token in his hand and joined in the attack. But even now, the Shijun is still able to hold on. Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield in the center. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that there was a peak saint in the Destruction Saint Realm who had accidentally been hit by the divine rapier of the Holy Devil Sun. The power of the divine rapier was extremely terrifying. Even though the power of the rapier was only 1/10 of its original power, it still severely injured the peak saint and instantly consumed more than 70% of his divine power. Damn it! This peak saint's expression also changed drastically. Junior Brother Hein, you withdraw from the battlefield first. Thunder God glanced at this peak saint. This peak saint nodded. He didn't try to force himself, and immediately rushed out of the battlefield. On the way, no one stopped him. Soon, he arrived outside the battlefield. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Only when he arrived here did he heave a sigh of relief. Then, he took out a medicinal elixir and planned to recover his divine power first. However, he did not notice that a phantom-like figure had quietly appeared on his body. This figure had appeared too suddenly, and without a single sound. This peak saint of the Destruction Saint Realm did not notice it at all. Even though this figure had already stabbed out with the blood-colored longsword in his hand, this peak saint did not react at all. The result was, chi. The blood-red sword light easily penetrated the divine body of the peak saint of the Destruction Saint Realm. The terrifying power contained in the sword light also completely destroyed less than 30% of his divine power. The peak saint of the Destruction Saint Realm widened his eyes with a look of confusion and fear. He had no idea what had happened, but before he could even scream, his breath was completely cut off. The first one! Jian Wushuang appeared in the void where the peak saint had fallen. Seeing his divine body completely collapse, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at the battlefield in front of him. The fight for the Blood Wave token was still going on, and the people of the Destruction Saint Realm were still fighting with Saint Devil Sun for the Blood Wave token under the leadership of Thunder God and Wan Xian. As for what was happening outside the battlefield, they did not notice it at all. The people of the Destruction Saint Realm did not know that their junior brother Hun, who had just left the battlefield, had been quietly killed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, this was only the first person that Jian Wushuang had killed. As the battle became more and more crazy and intense, not only did the experts die, but more and more experts were severely injured. During the period of caution, these severely injured experts would choose to leave the battlefield, when they had only 30 to 40% of their divine power left. This gave Jian Wushuang an even more perfect assassination condition. Long Xian, you retreat first. On the side of the life and death saint realm, a peak saint with only 40% of his divine power left also withdrew from the battlefield. However, as soon as he withdrew from the battlefield, he was immediately assassinated by Jian Wushuang and died on the spot. The second one, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. The third one. The fourth one. After 4 consecutive attacks, 4 experts from the Destruction Saint realm and the Life and Death Saint realm who had retreated from the battlefield died at Jian Wushuang's hands. Until Jian Wushuang's 5th attack. This time, Jian Wushuang's target was an invincible saint from the Life and Death Saint realm who had just retreated from the battlefield. Because he was an invincible saint, Jian Wushuang was more cautious. He did his best and did not hold back at all. Even so, an accident still happened. Although his killing move pierced through the invincible saint's divine body, it did not destroy all the remaining divine power of the invincible saint in the first place. The invincible saint woke up in an instant. Assassinate! Someone is assassinating around the battlefield. It's Heavenly Sword Marquis! Everyone, be careful of Heavenly Sword Marquis! Chapter 3254 Assassination in a Chaotic Battle When Jian Wushuang discovered that the invincible saint still had some divine power left, he struck again with lightning speed. The blood-red sword light destroyed his remaining divine power with shocking power. However, the invincible saint's dying roar still spread. Assassination! Someone is trying to assassinate us! It's the Heavenly Sword Marquis! Everyone, be careful of the Heavenly Sword Marquis! The roar was hysterical and filled with endless fear. Even the heated battlefield could not stop the roar. The entire battlefield was in an uproar because of the roar. Assassination? Heavenly Sword Marquis? Many people on the battlefield were astonished, especially the experts of the 2 saint realms. To these experts of the 2 saint realms, the name Heavenly Sword Marquis was too ear-piercing. They also noticed the scene outside the battlefield. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Damn it, this bastard actually tried to assassinate our people outside the battlefield? The people of the 2 saint realms were shocked and furious, and the eyes of Thunder God and Silver Wolf turned red. Sensing the angry gazes, Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile and said, Has he been exposed? But it doesn't matter. Since he has been exposed, I will assassinate him openly. With a flash, Jian Wushuang rushed toward the center of the battlefield. Although he had not recovered his divine power to its peak, he was still able to kill as many people as he wanted, even if he only had 50% to 60% of his divine power left. Watch out! Heavenly Sword Marquis is coming for us! Experts who are good at soul power, quick, lock on to Heavenly Sword Marquis position! There were too many experts fighting for the Blood Wave token. There were no less than 10 experts who were good at soul. They could lock on to Jian Wushuang's position in an instant, but they did not pay much attention to it. They did not pay too much attention to it. Because everyone knew that Jian Wushuang's purpose was not for the Blood Wave token. After all, he had already obtained 1 Blood Wave token. Now, he rushed to the battlefield. Thinking of his assassination outside the battlefield, everyone immediately guessed that he was here for the 2 saint realms. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Be careful, be careful! Silver Wolf and Thunder God had already warned him, but they still underestimated Jian Wushuang's assassination methods. Having reached the rank 7 True Saint realm and mastered the first move of Blood Drop, he could even kill an invincible saint. In this chaotic battle, the experts of the 2 saint realms were almost scattered. It was too easy for Jian Wushuang to assassinate them. Like a ghost, he first appeared beside the experts of the Destruction Saint realm. The Destruction Saint realm had lost 2 people in the first 2 encounters with the Temporal Temple. Among the 5 people killed by Jian Wushuang outside the battlefield, 2 of them were from the Destruction Saint realm. Only 6 people were still alive. Although 5 of them were invincible saints, even invincible saints were in great danger in this chaotic battle. Die! Jian Wushuang first appeared behind the remaining peak saint of the Destruction Saint realm and performed the blood drop move. The peak saint did not have time to react before his divine body was penetrated by Jian Wushuang, and more than 60% of his divine power was lost. After the peak saint's divine body was reconstituted, he killed the peak saint with another sword move. Then, Jian Wushuang attacked the invincible saints one by one. Oh no! I can't block his swordsmanship! Bastard! In just a moment, except for the 2 experts on the True Saint list, Thunder God and Wan Xian, the other 3 invincible saints in the Saint realm were all killed by Jian Wushuang. They could not resist Jian Wushuang's attacks at all. Chi! 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 The sound of their divine bodies being penetrated rang out one after another. These 3 invincible saints had much more divine power than ordinary peak saints, and their protective abilities were stronger. Jian Wushuang's sword could only destroy 10% or 20% of their divine power, but the 3 invincible saints' divine power was being consumed crazily. In just a short while, the 3 invincible saints had consumed less than 40% of their divine power. Seeing this, Thunder God and Wan Xian could no longer care about fighting for the Blood Wave token. They had to rush over to help them resist Jian Wushuang's assassination. In the end, they had no choice but to do so. Retreat! Leave the battlefield first! The 5 people from the Destruction Saint realm retreated. There was no other way. If they did not retreat, the remaining 3 invincible saints would probably die at the hands of Jian Wushuang. Thunder God and Wan Xian had to stay with these 3 people and ask an expert who was good at soul to help sense Jian Wushuang's position in order to ensure the safety of these 3 invincible saints. The retreat of the 5 Saint Realm exterminators surprised the other contenders, especially Saint Devil Son of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Haha, these 2 troublemakers have finally retreated. Thank you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Saint Devil Son's hearty laughter echoed across the battlefield. Jian Wushuang also glanced at Saint Devil Son. Although the purpose of his attack this time was purely to take revenge on the 3 Saint Realms and kill the experts from the Destruction Saint Realm, it did help Saint Devil Son a lot. It must be known that the Saint Devil Son had been eyeing the Blood Wave medallion in the Shijun's hand since the beginning. However, while he was snatching it, the Destruction Saint Realm had arrived. Although Thunder God and Wan Xian were not as strong as him individually, when they joined forces, it had also brought him a lot of trouble, which was why the Blood Wave token was still in the Shijun's hand. But now that Thunder God and Wan Xian had retreated, he could completely let go. With a flip of his left hand, another black divine sword appeared in his hand. His 2 black divine swords were raised at the same time, and the difference between them, 2 different divine powers, one black and one white, appeared. White represented life, and black represented death. Life and death combined perfectly. This was the embodiment of comprehending the principles of life and death to the extreme. The great destruction of life and death! Boom! The 2 divine rapiers smashed out at the same time. The power of the black and white divine power was unleashed to the extreme, coupled with the innate advantage given by Saint Devil Son as a special life form. The power of this move was earth-shaking. On the battlefield, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by this move of Saint Devil Son. Even Jian Wushuang felt the same way. No wonder he is the 2nd-ranked Holy Devil Son on the True Saint list. It is said that he is the only one on the True Saint list who is qualified to fight with the Light King. Now it seems that it is true. At least his current move is no weaker than the staff skill of the Light King, which combines the 2 principles. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Chapter 3255. The battle had ended ___. Sensing the shocking power contained in the Saint Devil Son's move, Shi Jun's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to block this move. But… bang! With a loud bang, Shi Jun rolled and retreated in a sorry state. Even though he had regained his balance, his body was still shaking crazily. Moreover, the divine power aura on his body was weakened. Shi Jun, your divine power is less than 30%. Hand over the blood wave token to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the blood wave realm. The Saint Devil Sun's cold voice echoed in the center of the battlefield. Damn it! Shi Jun's face was extremely unsightly. He stared at the Saint Devil Sun in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many people surrounding me, how could you not be able to do anything to me? Shi Jun was extremely unwilling to accept this. From the start of this battle, he had been surrounded and killed by many experts. Later on, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Destruction Saint Realm joined in. Although he was powerful and had a strong life-saving ability, he could not withstand the encirclement of so many people. As for the Saint Devil Sun, if it was a one-on-one fight, he was not really afraid of the Saint Devil Sun because although the latter was stronger than him, he could not kill him at all. But now, under the siege of everyone and the Saint Devil Sun, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Shi Jun, do you still want to struggle? Do you really think no one can kill you? The Saint Devil Sun voice was cold. As he spoke, the divine power aura on his body, which was far above that of the invincible saint, soared again, almost reaching a whole new realm. This guy actually hid his strength. Shi Jun's pupils constricted, but he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, Saint Devil Sun, you're amazing! As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Jun directly waved his hand and threw a token towards Saint Devil Sun. This token emitted an extremely unique aura. The many experts on the battlefield could tell at a glance that this was indeed the Blood Wave token. At least you're sensible. The Saint Devil Sun took the token and put it into his interspatial ring, but a smile appeared on his face. When the experts around saw that the Blood Wave token had fallen into the Saint Devil Sun's hands, their expressions became extremely ugly. Damn it! The Blood Wave token has fallen into the Saint Devil Sun's hands. If it was in the Lord Eater's hands, we might have a chance to fight for it, but in the Saint Devil Sun's hands, it's impossible to snatch the Blood Wave token from the Saint Devil Sun's hands. Quick, go and snatch the other 2 Blood Wave tokens. 3 Blood Wave tokens, 3 different battlefields. As the first Blood Wave token fell into the hands of the Saint Devil Sun, the experts who had been fighting for it immediately rushed to the other 2 battlefields. No one chose to snatch the Blood Wave token from the Saint Devil Sun. The first Blood Wave token naturally belonged to someone. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. On the second battlefield, there were also nearly 200 experts fighting for the token. The strongest of them were from the Temporal Temple and the Life and Death Saint Realm. The Temporal Temple was led by Di Hao, who was currently ranked 4th on the True Saint rankings. His strength was extremely shocking, especially his axe technique, which could barely stack the power of 2 principles together with his secret techniques. This power was enough to allow him to run rampant on the battlefield. However, Silver Wolf of the Life and Death Saint Realm was also very powerful. Most importantly, an expert ranked in the top 20 on the True Saint list chose to join forces with him, so he could fight Di Hao head-on. As many experts joined the first battlefield, the battlefield became even more intense and crazy. But now, there was a change in the battlefield. The change was, of course, Jian Wushuang. He directly rushed into the battlefield and immediately launched an assassination on the experts of the Life and Death Saint Realm. As soon as he launched his assassination, the Life and Death Saint Realm was faced with unprecedented trouble. After 2 peak saints were killed by Jian Wushuang, and an invincible saint was defeated by Jian Wushuang's divine body, Silver Wolf no longer had the desire to fight for the Blood Wave token. He could only choose to leave the battlefield immediately. Without the powerful battle strength of the Life and Death Saint Realm and the help of Jian Wushuang, no one on the battlefield could stop Di Hao. Soon, the second Blood Wave token fell into Di Hao's hands. Just like the previous Saint Devil Sun, since the Blood Wave token had fallen into the hands of Di Hao, who ranked fourth on the True Saint list, no one dared to fight for it. The second Blood Wave token also belonged to him. Next, it was time to fight for the third Blood Wave token. The fight for the last Blood Wave token was naturally even crazier. Moreover, there were many solitary experts fighting for this Blood Wave token. They fought crazily for nearly 15 minutes. More than dozens of experts had fallen, but they were still in a stalemate. However, at this time, the Light King had arrived. The Light King was a distance away from the battlefield. When 3 Blood Wave tokens appeared, he rushed over as fast as he could. Clearly, he was not too late, at least 1 Blood Wave token was still there. After he arrived on the battlefield, he used shocking methods to crush everything. He easily took the last Blood Wave token from the many experts fighting over it. From then on, the 3 Blood Wave tokens that were born this time all belonged to someone else. The feast of fighting had come to an end. It was still the same void. The fighting had stopped completely. However, the experts still stayed here and did not leave immediately. Crazy! This fight is too crazy! I've been here since the beginning of the fight. Although I didn't participate in the fight, I saw the whole process clearly. From the beginning to the end of the fight, more than 60 experts died in the process. Yeah, more or less. Fortunately, they all have immortal bodies. Even if their divine bodies were destroyed once or twice, they could still survive. Otherwise, at least 200 or 300 experts would have died in this battle. Some experts who did not participate in this battle but saw the process very clearly were discussing in secret. Immortal bodies were indeed the most powerful life-saving means for true saints. If they did not have immortal bodies and died immediately after their divine bodies were destroyed, then many experts would have died in the battle just now. However, even with an immortal body, more than 60 experts had already died in this battle. It could be seen how crazy this battle was. Most of these experts who died are solitary experts. As long as a very small number of them are from some factions or sects, these solitary experts don't have their own teams. If they want to fight for the Blood Wave token, they will have to go all out. However, how can the Blood Wave token be so easy to fight for? A purple-robed old man sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a thin and cold-looking young man next to him gave a strange smile. Who said that those major powers and sects suffered relatively light losses? Look at those 2 sanctums, they're quite miserable. Chapter 3256 First assassination _ in this battle, most of the experts who had died were solitary experts. As for those experts from large factions and sects, very few of them had died. However, the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Destruction Saint Realm were exceptions. In the void, the experts who had just participated in the battle or had witnessed the battle gathered in 2s and 3s. They looked in the direction of the experts from the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Destruction Saint Realm with gloating gazes. When the 2 Saint Realms entered the Blood Wave Realm, each Saint Realm had a total of 10 experts, which was an extremely powerful lineup. But now, there were only 5 experts of the Destruction Saint Realm left, and there were only 5 experts of the Life and Death Saint Realm left. In the Blood Wave world, the 2 Saint Realms had lost half of their bodies. Besides the 2 peak saints of the Life and Death Saint Realm who had died in the beginning, everyone else had been killed in the competition. The one who had killed them was Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis is too terrifying. His assassination methods are impossible to guard against. He killed so many experts from the 2 Saint Realms in one go. He's really ruthless. It would be strange if he wasn't ruthless. Don't forget that all the experts from the 3 Saint Realms went out to kill him. They even invited Light King and 9 Temple Saintess. Now that Heavenly Sword Marquis has a chance, he will definitely take revenge. The Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm have suffered great losses this time. The experts on the scene were discussing in whispers. As for the remaining experts from the 2 Saint Realms, their faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at Jian Wushuang. Their eyes were filled with shock, anger, and resentment. It was obvious that they wanted to tear Jian Wushuang apart and eat him alive. However, when they thought of Jian Wushuang's life-saving methods, they felt helpless. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are so ruthless this time! After saying this, Thunder God turned around and left. Humph! Silver Wolf snorted and left with the rest of the life and death Saint Realm experts. Jian Wushuang just watched quietly and had no intention of pursuing them. These two Saint Realms are smart. They don't want to attack me. Even when they left, they specially invited an expert who specializes in the soul. Jian Wushuang looked at the two Saint Realm experts who had left. When the two Saint Realms left, they each brought a soul expert whom they had just invited at a high price. They also understood that in the face of Jian Wushuang's assassination, without an expert who specialized in soul, they would only be beaten up. The lineup of the two Saint Realms is extremely strong. Now that I've killed half of the experts in each of the two Saint Realms, most of the survivors are invincible saints. With an expert who specializes in soul, even if I continue to chase after them and assassinate them, the chances of success are not high. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. Well, anyway, the losses I've caused to the three Saint Realms are enough to make their hearts ache. Let's wait for another opportunity. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Jian Wushuang smiled and left after bidding farewell to Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and the others. He still did not choose to go with the people of the Temporal Temple. After all, he still had ideas about the experts of the three Saint Realms. As the experts left one after another, the huge contest came to an end. Although the contest ended, the process of the contest caused a great commotion in the Blood Wave realm. At the same time, there were some interesting topics. For example, Jian Wushuang's assassination of the two Saint Realms shocked many people. The outside world had a deeper understanding of Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis is really ruthless. The three Saint Realms besieged him before, but now he is crazily assassinating the experts of the three Saint Realms. During this feast, the experts of the Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm were completely numb from his assassination. He didn't even care about the Blood Wave tokens and could only run far away. If it weren't for him, who would the three Blood Wave tokens belong to would be uncertain. He has guts. Facing the three experts of the Saint Realm, the Light King, and the 9 Temples Saintess, he still dares to stay and play with them. His strength and talent are incredible. He just broke through to the 7th rank True Saint, and his battle strength is comparable to that of an invincible saint. His desire for revenge is also very strong. The three Saint Realms were mercilessly avenged by him this time. And the most important thing is that his methods are too amazing. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Yes, whether it's his life-saving ability or his assassination ability, they are all very terrifying. Previously, the forces of the Divine Beginning Realm had already publicly acknowledged that Heavenly Sword Marquis' life-saving ability was the best among the immortal saints. However, after the assassination in this battle, I'm afraid that Heavenly Sword Marquis' assassination ability can also be said to be the best. After all, he assassinated and killed an invincible saint. His life-saving ability is difficult to deal with, his terrifying assassination methods, and his courage is very ruthless. We should never provoke such a person. All corners of the Blood Wave realm were talking about Jian Wushuang, which made Jian Wushuang's reputation reach a whole new level. Not long after the end of the feast, there was another item in the information about Jian Wushuang. In addition to his previously recognized life-saving ability, Jian Wushuang had also killed an invincible saint. In the Blood Wave realm, the fight for the Blood Wave tokens continued. Although 6 Blood Wave tokens had been created and had been taken away, there were still 4 Blood Wave tokens that had not been created. Everyone was waiting eagerly. Jian Wushuang stopped on an empty hill. He flipped his palm and looked at the information he had just received. It was his own. In addition to my life-saving ability, my assassination ability is also recognized as number 1. Moreover, the evaluation on this information is really high. It also says that although I'm not on the True Saint list, I'm more terrifying than many experts on the True Saint list. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth, but he soon understood. Indeed, ordinary experts on the true saint list were not as terrifying as him. After all, even experts on the true saint list would find it difficult to kill the invincible saint in a one-on-one fight unless they were surrounded by people. Only the top experts on the true saint list had killed the invincible saint. However, he had killed an invincible saint in front of everyone during the feast. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3257. Return the favor to be able to kill the invincible saint on his own. Although the invincible saint was not in his peak state, it was still very impressive. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had killed an invincible saint, Blue Eagle, but it was not seen by outsiders and did not spread out. All in all, he was much more terrifying than an ordinary expert on the true saint list. With my life-saving ability and assassination ability, I'm now really famous in the divine beginning realm. Jian Wushuang smiled. At this moment, Jian Wushuang! A message suddenly came. Huh! Jian Wushuang's expression changed. In this life, except for the first time when he was born in the sorcerer god realm, he used an alias. Especially after reaching the third heaven, almost no one knew his real name. But now, the message was addressed to him by his real name. So it's Miss Shower. Long time no see. I wonder how my family is doing at your place? Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Miss Shower was Jian Wushuang's most mysterious woman in this life. She was also a reincarnated person with a mysterious identity. Jian Wushuang did not know her real origin, however, he learned from Xian Shendaoist that Miss Shower was not his friend or enemy, so they had formed an alliance before. Later, when the people from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley wanted to take his wife, Leng Wushuang, away, Jian Wushuang used his life-level power and heaven-cleaving skill at all costs, which alerted the power of the will of heaven. Even the experts from the three saint realms came in person. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to ask his ally to help. Miss Shower did have the means to move all his family members in this life in the shortest time possible, including his parents in this life. He also had a sister and a brother. Over the years, Jian Wushuang would occasionally ask Miss Shower about the situation of his relatives, but this was the first time Miss Shower took the initiative to look for him. Don't worry. Your relatives are doing very well, and I have used resources to force your parents to reach the level of immortal saint. As for your brothers and sisters, they are more competitive and want to rely on their own strength to grow, but their talent is limited and their growth is not satisfactory, but in general, there is no problem. Shower said. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. May I know why Miss Shower is looking for me? Jian Wushuang, I have just received news that there is a man named Heavenly Sword Marquis in the Bloodwave realm. He is very skilled. His life-saving ability and assassination ability are ranked first among the immortal saints. This person should be you, right? Shower asked. It's me. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. He had fought several times in the Bloodwave realm, and someone had recorded his battle with a mirror image. He did not deliberately disguise his appearance, so Shower could naturally recognize him at a glance. When I met you before, you were not even in the heavenly demon realm. Now, in less than 1,000 years, you have already made a name for yourself in the divine beginning realm. It seems that I did not misjudge you when I chose to form an alliance with you, Shower said. Miss Shower, you didn't come here to tell me this, did you? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Of course not, Shower said. I came to find you because of someone, the 9 Temple Saintess. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. It's really her. It seems that Miss Shower must have had a good relationship with the 9 Temple Saintess. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, not surprised at all. He had met the 9 Temple Saintess before, and she had used the charm on him. Shower had used that special charm on him before. Jian Wushuang felt it was very familiar at that time, and he had guessed that there might be a special relationship between the Nine Temple Saintess and the mysterious Miss Shower. I did have some relationship with her before, and am looking for you this time to ask you to help me kill the Nine Temple Saintess in the Bloodwave realm, Shower said seriously. Kill her? Jian Wushwang was slightly surprised, but then he shook his head. Miss Shower, don't you think too highly of me? Yes, my assassination skills are the best among the immortal saints, but no matter how good my assassination skills are, I can barely kill an ordinary invincible saint. But the Nine Temple Saintess is one of the top 5 experts on the True Saint list, and she was ranked 3rd before. It's impossible for me to kill Nine Temple Saintess with my assassination ability. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Jian Wushwang was telling the truth. His assassination ability could threaten an ordinary invincible saint, but it definitely could not threaten an expert ranked in the top 5 on the True Saint list like Nine Temple Saintess. Even if he used his strongest trump card, the heaven-cleaving skill, he was not confident that he could kill Nine Temple Saintess. Can't do it? Shower was silent for a moment, and then said, Well, since you are not sure that you can kill her, then forget it. But if you can, I want you to try to stop her from getting the opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. Is that okay? Just stop her. If she doesn't get the Bloodwave token, I can give it a try, Jian Wushwang said. Well, if you don't let her get the opportunity in the Bloodwave realm, then you can pay me back for saving your family. How about that? Shower said. No problem. Jian Wushwang nodded. Well, I'll wait for your good news, Shower said, and then cut off the communication. On the hill, Jian Wushwang put the communication token into his interspatial ring and then exhaled heavily. I had guessed that the Nine Temple Saintess was related to Miss Shower, but I didn't expect them to be enemies. I didn't expect Miss Shower to come to me and ask me to kill her for her. Jian Wushwang narrowed his eyes slightly. The Nine Temple Saintess had helped the 3 Saint Realms to kill him, which was already a grudge between them. But now, the mysterious Miss Shower asked him to find a way to kill the Nine Temple Saintess or prevent her from getting the opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. Nine Temple Saintess, it's not that I'm calculative, but right now, I do have a reason to attack you, Jian Wushwang murmured. He owed Miss Shower a favor, and he owed her more than one. Since it was a favor, of course, he had to pay it back. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3258. The Nine Temple Saintess in the void. At the center of the Bloodwave realm, a beautiful woman wearing a silver robe was sitting there quietly. Although she was sitting quietly with her eyes closed, the charm she exuded was enough to make people dream about her. The Nine Temple Saintess was not only the top 5 on the True Saint list, but she was also the goddess in the hearts of many immortal saints in the Bloodwave realm. In terms of beauty, there were few people in the entire divine beginning realm who could compare with her. At this moment, the Nine Temple Saintess suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked to the side. In that direction, a figure was rushing over. Nine Temple Saintess, long time no see. How have you been? Jian Wushwang crossed his arms and said with a faint smile. After locking his eyes on Nine Temple Saintess, he asked the Temporal Temple to find her location and immediately rushed over. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Nine Temple Saintess looked at Jian Wushwang and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Nothing. I just happened to pass by and saw you here, so I came to say hello. Jian Wushwang smiled. By the way, I read about you before. It said that you're from the Nine-Tailed Clan, one of the 4 divine clans. Is that true? Whether I'm from the Nine-Tailed Clan has nothing to do with you, right? The Nine Temple Saintess glanced at Jian Wushwang. She had helped the 3 Saint Realms deal with Jian Wushwang before, so she was naturally wary of him. However, she did not have a deep hatred for Jian Wushwang before. If possible, she would like to ease the relationship between them. After all, it was better to be friends with a genius like Jian Wushwang. It was better than being enemies. You're right. In that case, I won't disturb you. Jian Wushuang said, and then directly flew toward the void. Nine Temple Saintess thought that Jian Wushuang would leave, but she found that Jian Wushuang stopped in the void not far away from her and then sat down cross-legged. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Nine Temple Saintess narrowed her eyes and immediately stood up and flew in the opposite direction of Jian Wushuang, trying to distance herself from him. However, when she moved, Jian Wushuang immediately stood up and followed her. Seeing this scene, the Nine Temple Saintess immediately understood that Jian Wushuang was not just passing by, as she said, but was deliberately coming for her. Heavenly Sword Marquis just took revenge on the 3 Saint Realms and killed half of the experts in the Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm. It is said that several experts in the Flame Saint Realm died at his hands. Now, does she have her eyes on me? Nine Temple Saintess' expression changed slightly, then she directly went up to Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Nine Temple Saintess appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and smiled. Her every move was charming and mesmerizing. Heavenly Sword Marquis, do you have a crush on me? Nine Temple Saintess said with a smile. A crush on you? Nine Temple Saintess, don't you think too highly of yourself? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly with a mocking look in his eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Nine Temple Saintess was not annoyed, but said in a low voice. In that case, why are you following me? What a joke. We are all wandering in the central area of the Bloodwave realm, and we are all fighting for the Bloodwave token. The central area of the Bloodwave realm is only so big. How can you say that I am following you? Jian Wushuang sneered. Nine Temple Saintess' eyes slightly sank, but she could not refute. Well, then you should be careful. The Bloodwave realm ignored Jian Wushuang and continued to fly forward, Jian Wushuang following closely behind her. Half a day passed in a flash, but the Bloodwave realm could not shake Jian Wushuang off. What's wrong with Heavenly Sword Marquis? The Nine Temple Saintess was extremely angry. No matter who it was, it would be uncomfortable to be followed like this, not to mention the Nine Temple Saintess was a little afraid of Jian Wushuang. This fear was because she was not a threat to Jian Wushuang at all. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong, his life-saving ability and assassination ability are recognized as the best. Moreover, his physique is very strange, so he is completely immune to my soul attacks. He is my nemesis. Fortunately, his assassination ability is not a threat to me at the moment. Otherwise, I would really be a threat if he targeted me. Nine Temple Saintess murmured. She could not threaten Jian Wushuang, and it was difficult for Jian Wushuang to threaten her. This was what Nine Temple Saintess knew in her heart. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. However, because either side could threaten the other, she felt irritated because Jian Wushuang was following her. In her opinion, Jian Wushuang was simply wasting time. Moreover, if they really encountered the birth of the Bloodwave token, if they fought, they would hinder each other. This was not beneficial to either of them. No! Nine Temple Saintess' face suddenly changed. If the Bloodwave token was born near us, we would be in each other's way if we fought for it at the same time. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis had already obtained one Bloodwave token a long time ago, so it would be useless even if he got another one. Therefore, his purpose now is not to fight for the Bloodwave token, but to hinder me and prevent me from getting the Bloodwave token? The Nine Temple Saintess finally understood Jian Wushuang's purpose. But after understanding it, she became even more distressed. After all, she could not do anything to a person who was her nemesis. How could she fight for the Bloodwave token if he kept following her and hindering her? Heavenly Sword Marquis, we didn't have a big grudge before. It was the 3 Saint Realms who paid a great price to ask me to help them, so I only gave them face. Moreover, with the 3 Saint Realms' ability, even if I didn't agree, they would invite other experts who are good at soul to deal with you. Why are you still clinging to me? Why don't you and I bury the hatchet? Maybe we can become good friends. What do you think? If you're still not satisfied, I can give you a batch of resources and treasures as an apology. What do you think? Nine Temple Saintess stopped and said, Bury the hatchet? Become good friends? I'm sorry, I don't think so. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. How about I owe you a favor at most? You know, many people want a favor from me, the Nine Temple Saintess. The Nine Temple Saintess continued. Am not interested. Jian Wushuang still shook his head. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't go too far. The Nine Temple Saintess was extremely angry. Go too far? So what if I go too far? If you have the ability, why don't you kill me? Jian Wushuang sneered. Shameless. The Nine Temple Saintess finally could not help but curse. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3259, The Eighth Blood Wave Token. Shameless? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. How dare you call yourself shameless? When you and so many experts from the Three Saint Realms and the Light King surrounded me, a rank 6 true saint, did you ever think of being shameless? The Nine Temple Saintess was at a loss for words. Indeed, they had surrounded Jian Wushuang and killed him alone. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint at that time. Humph, in that case, you should follow me. Nine Temple Saintess clenched her teeth and rushed forward without bothering Jian Wushuang. Of course, Jian Wushuang followed her from a distance. 3 days passed in a row. During these 3 days, Jian Wushuang followed closely behind Nine Temple Saintess. Nine Temple Saintess also tried to get rid of him, but Jian Wushuang was not slower than her, he was even slightly faster than Nine Temple Saintess, so Nine Temple Saintess did not succeed. During these 3 days, the 7th Blood Wave Token was born. However, because the place where it was born was far away, Jian Wushuang and the Nine Temple Saintess did not have time to catch up. In the end, the Blood Wave Token was obtained by an expert named Silver Snow King. Silver Snow King was a new expert in the Blood Wave realm. Although he was not ranked on the True Saint list, many people thought that he had the battle strength of the top 20 on the True Saint list after the previous competition. In the vast void. It's been 3 days. Heavenly Sword Marquis has been following me closely for 3 days, but he hasn't given up. Instead of seeking revenge from the Three Saint Realms, he has been following me. It's obvious that he wants to stare at me until he dies. Nine Temple Saintess kept moving forward, however. Her soul power could sense Jian Wushuang's presence behind her. She was so angry that she could not help but clench her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. But at this moment, buzz! The earth shook, and then a special fluctuation spread from the void not far away. This fluctuation immediately made Nine Temple Saintess ecstatic. The Blood Wave Token has been born, and it's clearly around me. It's very close to me. Nine Temple Saintess immediately became excited. Since the opening of the Blood Wave realm, 7 Blood Wave Tokens had been born and obtained. Only 3 remained. These 3 Blood Wave Tokens were especially important. My luck wasn't good previously. I didn't manage to catch up to the first 7 Blood Wave Tokens. Even the craziest competition for the 3 Blood Wave Tokens wasn't able to catch up. Instead, it was given to people like Cold Heart and Silver Snow King who were weaker than me. And this 8th Blood Wave Token appeared right next to me. This time, I finally caught up. No matter what, I must get this Blood Wave Token. A trace of heat also appeared in Nine Temple Saintess' beautiful eyes, and then she rushed toward the source of the fluctuation as fast as she could. While rushing toward the source of the fluctuation, Nine Temple Saintess also noticed Jian Wushuang's movement. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Sure enough, Heavenly Sword Marquis has caught up with me. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely try his best to hinder me and prevent me from getting the Blood Wave Token. Unfortunately, I already have a way to deal with it. Nine Temple Saintess sneered in her heart. During the 3 days of entanglement with Jian Wushuang, Nine Temple Saintess had already planned how to deal with Jian Wushuang. Now, of course, she had an idea. Soon, 9 Temple Saintess and Jian Wushuang arrived at the void where the blood wave token was born. In the void, the fight had begun, but there were only a dozen people present, most of whom were peak saints. As for the invincible saint, there was only one, and there were no experts on the true saint list. A good opportunity! 9 Temple Saintess was overjoyed, but she did not rush to the battlefield immediately. Instead, she rushed directly toward Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, take this! 9 Temple Saintess appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and a strong green light shone from her beautiful eyes. Jian Wushuang was quite familiar with this green light. When he was besieged by the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, he used the Lonely Hell, which trapped 9 Temple Saintess and Thunder God. However, the 9 Temple Saintess had forced herself out of the solitary hell with a flash of green light in her eyes. She had even helped Thunder God fight for it. Now, the green light appeared again and shone at Jian Wushuang for a moment. Is it a soul attack or a charm? Jian Wushuang stood there indifferently, unmoved by the green light. No matter what the 9 Temple Saintess did, she could never threaten him. However, when the green light shone on him, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Visit Reatal.me for extra chapters. It's not a charm, it's an illusion. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. This illusion was very powerful. Even with Jian Wushuang's state of mind, he fell into it at once. Although he immediately sensed it and began to attack it, he still needed time to break it. Although it did not take much time, 2 or 3 breaths was enough. During these 2 or 3 breaths, the 9 Temple Saintess had already rushed toward the battlefield ahead. She clearly thought that as soon as the fight began, she would immediately use the illusion to trap Jian Wushuang, and then seize the blood wave token while Jian Wushuang was in the illusion. As long as she was fast enough, when Jian Wushuang caught up with her again, she would definitely have taken the blood wave token. As long as she got the blood wave token, Jian Wushuang could only watch helplessly. Her plan was flawless. Just as she expected, Jian Wushuang was trapped in the illusion, and she also entered the battlefield proudly. There were only a dozen people on the battlefield, and there was only one invincible saint. Who could resist the 9th Temple Saintess, who was ranked 5th on the true saint list? Moreover, the 9 Temple Saintess specialized in the soul, and soul attacks were the most terrifying to many people. After all, an undying body was useless to the soul. As soon as the 9 Temple Saintess appeared, her soul attacks swept across and easily killed several peak saints. The invincible saint who had already obtained the blood wave token was so scared that he immediately gave it to her. Since then, the 8th blood wave token had successfully fallen into the hands of the 9 Temple Saintess. At this time, Jian Wushuang had just escaped from the illusion. When he saw that the blood wave token had fallen into the hands of the 9 Temple Saintess, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He was wondering whether he should continue to fight for it. However, his expression suddenly changed. Another expert came, and the aura of the person who came seems to be very strong. Well, it's them? Jian Wushuang looked at the figures coming from the void, but a strange smile appeared on his face. This is interesting. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3260, Underworld Emperor, Iron Tower _ not far away in the void, 2 figures were rushing over side by side. Both of them were extremely fast and appeared around the battlefield in an instant. When they arrived, they happened to see the 9 Temple Saintess putting the blood wave token into her interspatial ring. Seeing this, their expressions sank. It's them. The 9 Temple Saintess also sensed their arrival and could not help but raise her eyebrows. If it was any other expert, even if it was the 2 invincible saints or 2 experts on the true saint list, the 9 Temple Saintess would not care too much. But the 2 people in front of her brought great pressure to the 9 Temple Saintess. These 2 people stood side by side in front of the 9 Temple Saintess. On the right side was a bald man who was over 3 meters tall, and was as strong as a mountain. This bald man carried a mace, he had a gentle smile on his face, and gave off a simple and honest feeling. However, it was this simple and honest man that made the hearts of the experts present tremble. Tai Ta was currently ranked 13th on the True Saint list. This was a solitary expert who had become famous a long time ago. However, no one knew his real name. As for the name Tai Ta, it was given to him by others because he was not only tall and sturdy. He was like a mountain, and most importantly, he had an almost invincible body protection ability. His body protection and defense ability was widely recognized as the number one among the many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm. Just like Jian Wushuang's widely recognized number one life-saving ability and assassination ability, Iron Tower was the number one defense ability. That was why it was called Iron Tower, which meant it was indestructible. In addition to his defense, his offensive skills were also good, especially the mace in his hand. When he swung it, it was powerful enough to easily crush the invincible saint. That was why he was ranked 13th on the True Saint list. If it was just Tai Ta alone, 9 Temple Saintess could accept it. After all, Tai Ta could not do anything to her. But beside Tai Ta, in front of 9 Temple Saintess to her right, there was a man in a black robe. He had a cold and gloomy aura. The aura emitted by this cold man was shocking and completely covered everyone present. Even the aura of Tai Ta and the 9 Temple Saintess was completely covered by him. He stood there with a cold expression. He was like a death god. Underworld Emperor! It's the Underworld Emperor who is ranked 3rd on the True Saint list! The surrounding experts could not help exclaiming when they saw Lin Ju. Underworld Emperor was an expert who had suddenly emerged after the opening of the Blood Wave realm. However, even though he had suddenly emerged, his terrifying strength still shocked everyone. It should be known that before the True Saint list, Light King ranked 1st, Saint Devil's Son ranked 2nd, and 9 Temple Saintess ranked 3rd. During the battle between the 3 Saint Realms and Jian Wushuang, Di Hao and Light King proved that Di Hao was slightly stronger than 9 Temple Saintess because Di Hao should be ranked 3rd. However, since Underworld Emperor fought in the Blood Wave realm, Underworld Emperor was immediately ranked 3rd, while Di Hao and 9 Temple Saintess were both ranked below him, and no one questioned this result. It was because the Underworld Emperor's strength was indeed terrifying. The battle where the Underworld Emperor became famous was when he challenged the Saint Devil's Son. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. In the end, he fought the Saint Devil's Son for close to 15 minutes. In the end, the Saint Devil's Son relied on his innate advantage as a special life form to barely beat the Underworld Emperor. However, after the battle, the Saint Devil's Son admitted that in terms of strength, the Underworld Emperor was not much weaker than him, and it was because of this that the Underworld Emperor became famous. Now, the Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta, one ranked 3rd on the True Saint list and the other ranked 13th on the True Saint list, these two peak existences appeared on this battlefield. Moreover, both of them were obviously interested in the Blood Wave token in the hands of the 9 Temple Saintess. Underworld Emperor, Tai Ta, am afraid that the two of you are late. The 9 Temple Saintess stood in front of the Underworld Emperor, and Tai Ta with an indifferent expression. Late? I don't think so. Aren't you still standing here? The Underworld Emperor let out an evil voice. What? Are the two of you planning to snatch the Blood Wave token from me? The 9 Temple Saintess mocked. Although the 9 Temple Saintess was extremely fearful of the formation of the Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta, she was not afraid. After all, with her strength, she was not afraid even if she met the Light King directly. The Light King could at most crush or heavily injure her, but it was almost impossible to kill her. If the Blood Wave token fell into your hands before, we wouldn't have paid attention to it. But now, it's different. The Underworld Emperor said in a low voice. The Blood Wave realm is nearing its end. Out of the 10 Blood Wave tokens, 7 have already appeared and fallen into someone else's hands. The one in your hands is the 8th one. In other words, if we miss this chance, we can only wait for the last 2 Blood Wave tokens to appear. But there are so many people fighting for those 2 Blood Wave tokens. Who knows who will get them in the end? You're right. The further you go, the lower your chances of getting the Blood Wave token. It's fine that the Underworld Emperor and I didn't manage to get it before, but since we managed to get it this time, we naturally won't let you go so easily. Taita also spoke coldly. His voice was like thunder. 9 Temple Saints, hand over the Blood Wave token. Otherwise, the two of us won't be polite to you. What a joke. Just the two of you want to kill me? The 9 Temple Saints was also filled with anger. How would we know if we don't try? The Underworld Emperor smiled coldly and glanced at Tai Ta at the side. Brother Tai Ta, since this 9 Temple Saintess is so stubborn, why don't we join hands and teach her a lesson? If we have the chance, why don't we kill her? No problem. Tai Ta nodded and stepped forward. Watch me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Ta pulled out the mace behind him. His 3-meter-tall body was holding a 2-meter-long mace. There was a faint earthy yellow energy gathering on the mace, then, he suddenly smashed it out. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the huge mace directly smashed toward the 9 Temple Saintess. Before it got close, a shocking pressure spread out. The 9 Temple Saintess' eyes turned cold. The moment Tai Ta attacked, her soul attack had already swept toward Tai Ta. Her soul attack was extremely powerful. Among the immortal saints, it should be the first. Even if she did not use her strongest move, it was still extremely terrifying. It was enough to heavily injure the soul of an invincible saint. However, when this soul attack hit Tai Ta, soul attack? Tai Ta smiled disdainfully, but his body did not stop at all. The mace in his hand continued to crush him. Chapter 3261, Precious Treasure. Damn the Iron Tower! Its defensive ability is still indestructible. The 9 Temple Saintess could not help but curse in her heart. The Iron Tower was known as the number 1 defensive ability. The number 1 defensive ability did not only target the divine body. In terms of soul defense, the Iron Tower's soul defense ability was also quite terrifying. Ordinary soul attacks won't affect him at all. Even if I use my strongest move, I can only barely hurt his soul. I don't think I can seriously injure his soul. Tai Ta is much more difficult to deal with than Heavenly Sword Marquis. 9 Temple Saintess muttered. Although her soul attacks were ineffective against Jian Wushuang's weak attacks did not pose much of a threat to her. However, while Iron Tower's soul defense was extremely strong, its attack power was also very powerful, which was enough to pose a great threat to her. In comparison, she naturally felt that Iron Tower was more difficult to deal with. Humph! Just as Iron Tower's mace was about to hit 9 Temple Saintess, 9 Temple Saintess snorted coldly and immediately formed a towering Cyclops with majestic soul power in front of her. This Cyclops also held a spiked mace in his hand. In terms of size, it was not any smaller than the Iron Tower. Then, the spiked mace in the Cyclops' hand also smashed out. Bang! With a loud sound, the Cyclops kept retreating. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. Obviously, in a one-on-one situation, the Cyclops formed by the soul power of the 9 Temple Saintess were still a little inferior to the Iron Tower. If one isn't enough, what about the other 3? A dense green light appeared in the 9 Temple Saintess' eyes. In an instant, endless soul power swept out and formed 2 identical one-eyed giants. 3 giant one-eyed giants stood in front of the 9 Temple Saintess, and each of them had a shocking momentum. The 9 Temple Saintess was ranked in the top 3 of the True Saint list, so her strength was not to be underestimated. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Any of the 3 one-eyed giants that she condensed with her soul power had the battle strength close to the True Saint list. If the 3 Cyclopes joined hands, even the top 10 experts of the True Saint list would be able to fight them. As the 3 Cyclopes attacked one after another, Iron Tower was soon completely suppressed. When the Underworld Emperor saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are indeed quite powerful since you are ranked 5th on the True Saint list. However, this doesn't mean that you can take the Blood Wave token away from the 2 of us. After saying this, the Underworld Emperor finally made his move. With a sway of his body, the Underworld Emperor easily bypassed the battle between the Iron Tower and the three Cyclopes and appeared in front of the 9 Temples Saintis. After which, a pitch-black blade light suddenly lit up. This pitch-black blade light was not only dazzling but also extremely demonic. This was a black demonic blade. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the blade light went, all lives would be destroyed. Not good! The 9 Temples Saintis was shocked. Immediately, a large amount of soul power swept toward the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor was indeed very strong, but in terms of soul defense, he could not compare to Tai Ta. Speaking of this soul attack, the Underworld Emperor's body trembled slightly, and his hand movements also paused slightly. The power of the pitch-black demonic blade was greatly reduced. After that, the 9 Temples Saintis flipped her hand, and a long sword appeared in her hand. A faint sword hum sounded. This sword hum was extremely strange, and it continuously affected people's state of mind. After that, the sword light collided with the pitch-black demonic blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The 9 Temples Saintis' body shook, and she staggered backward. It was not easy for her to regain her balance. So powerful! He was clearly affected by my soul attack and his power was greatly weakened. However, his blade still crushed me. My divine power was damaged by nearly 10%. The 9 Temples Saintis' expression was ugly. She finally understood why Underworld Emperor was ranked 3rd on the True Saint list. There were only a few people on the True Saint list who could block the blade just now. After all, the 9 Temples Saintis specialized in the soul. However, her close combat ability was not weak. She could also compete with ordinary experts on the True Saint list. However, Underworld Emperor was already affected by her soul and was still able to suppress her. How terrifying was Underworld Emperor's attack! Are you scared, 9 Temples Saintis? If you are smart, hand over the Blood Wave token and I will not make things difficult for you. However, if you don't hand it over... Underworld Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Humph, what a joke! The 9 Temples Saintis laughed disdainfully. You are courting death. The Underworld Emperor was a little angry. 9 Temples Saintis, I forgot to tell you that the attack just now was not my strongest attack. The next attack is... Hua! Another pitch-black blade light swept out. It was also extremely demonic. Moreover, the moment this blade light swept out, the entire world turned completely dark. The world no longer had any light, as if it had sunk into a dark void. This pitch-black demonic blade became the focal point of this dark void. This blade. The 9 Temples Saintis' pupils constricted. She could feel that this blade was more than twice as strong as the previous one. In her shock, she could only use all of her strength to block, but in the end, the 9 Temples Saintis was once again sent flying. At the same time, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and the divine power aura on her body was immediately weakened. Damn it, I lost nearly 20% of my divine power in this attack. 9 Temples Saintis' face was unsightly, but she was immediately enraged. Emperor Ming, Tai Ta, you forced me to do this. A shrill roar echoed in the void, and 9 Temples Saintis' eyes exploded. At the same time, an object faintly appeared between her eyebrows. It was a cyan divine lamp. The cyan divine lamp emitted an ancient and majestic aura. Sensing this aura, whether it was Emperor Ming, Iron Tower, or Jian Wushuang who was far away from the battlefield, their pupils shrank. This is a supreme treasure! Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. Yes, it was a supreme treasure. And judging from the aura, it was a soul attack type supreme treasure. This 9 Temples Saintis actually has a soul attack type true treasure? Underworld Emperor's expression changed. True treasures were something only Principal's masters were qualified to use. Although it was rumored that some immortal saints with great backgrounds or great opportunities also had true treasures, these immortal saints rarely used them even if they had one. Because true treasures were too precious, even Principal's masters would attach great importance to them. If it was not necessary, who would reveal that they had a true treasure? That would cause countless great beings to be greedy, and they might even be targeted by principal's masters. Ordinary true treasures were like that, and soul attack type true treasures were no less precious than domain type true treasures. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3261, Precious Treasure. Damn the Iron Tower! Its defensive ability is still indestructible. The Nine Temple Saintess could not help but curse in her heart. The Iron Tower was known as the #1 defensive ability. The #1 defensive ability did not only target the divine body. In terms of soul defense, the Iron Tower's soul defense ability was also quite terrifying. Ordinary soul attacks won't affect him at all. Even if I use my strongest move, I can only barely hurt his soul. I don't think I can seriously injure his soul. Tai Ta is much more difficult to deal with than Heavenly Sword Marquis, Nine Temples Saintess muttered. Although her soul attacks were ineffective against Jian Wuxuang's weak attacks did not pose much of a threat to her. However, while Iron Tower's soul defense was extremely strong, its attack power was also very powerful, which was enough to pose a great threat to her. In comparison, she naturally felt that Iron Tower was more difficult to deal with. Humph! Just as Iron Tower's mace was about to hit Nine Temples Saintess snorted coldly and immediately formed a towering cyclops with majestic soul power in front of her. This cyclops also held a spiked mace in his hand. In terms of size, it was not any smaller than the Iron Tower. Then, the spiked mace in the cyclops' hand also smashed out. Bang! With a loud sound, the cyclops kept retreating. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. Obviously, in a one-on-one situation, the cyclops formed by the soul power of the Nine Temple Saintess were still a little inferior to the Iron Tower. If one isn't enough, what about the other three? A dense green light appeared in the Nine Temple Saintess' eyes. In an instant, endless soul power swept out and formed two identical one-eyed giants. 3 giant one-eyed giants stood in front of the Nine Temple Saintess, and each of them had a shocking momentum. The Nine Temple Saintess was ranked in the top 3 of the True Saint list, so her strength was not to be underestimated. Any of the 3 one-eyed giants that she condensed with her soul power had the battle strength close to the True Saint list. If the 3 Cyclopes joined hands, even the top 10 experts of the True Saint list would be able to fight them. As the 3 Cyclopes attacked one after another, Iron Tower was soon completely suppressed. When the Underworld Emperor saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are indeed quite powerful since you are ranked 5th on the True Saint list. However, this doesn't mean that you can take the Blood Wave token away from the 2 of us. After saying this, the Underworld Emperor finally made his move. With a sway of his body, the Underworld Emperor easily bypassed the battle between the Iron Tower and the 3 Cyclopes and appeared in front of the Nine Temples Saintess. After which, a pitch-black blade light suddenly lit up. This pitch-black blade light was not only dazzling but also extremely demonic. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This was a black demonic blade. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the blade light went, all lives would be destroyed. Not good! The Nine Temple Saintess was shocked. Immediately, a large amount of soul power swept toward the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor was indeed very strong, but in terms of soul defense, he could not compare to Tai Ta. Speaking of this soul attack, the Underworld Emperor's body trembled slightly, and his hand movements also paused slightly. The power of the pitch-black demonic blade was greatly reduced. After that, the Nine Temple Saintess flipped her hand, and a long sword appeared in her hand. A faint sword hum sounded. This sword hum was extremely strange, and it continuously affected people's state of mind. After that, the sword light collided with the pitch-black demonic blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The Nine Temple Saintess' body shook, and she staggered backward. It was not easy for her to regain her balance. So powerful! He was clearly affected by my soul attack and his power was greatly weakened. However, his blade still crushed me. My divine power was damaged by nearly 10%. The Nine Temple Saintess' expression was ugly. She finally understood why Underworld Emperor was ranked third on the True Saint list. There were only a few people on the True Saint list who could block the blade just now. After all, the Nine Temple Saintess specialized in the soul, however, her close combat ability was not weak. She could also compete with ordinary experts on the True Saint list. However, Underworld Emperor was already affected by her soul and was still able to suppress her. How terrifying was Underworld Emperor's attack! Are you scared, Nine Temple Saintess? If you are smart, hand over the Blood Wave token and I will not make things difficult for you. However, if you don't hand it over... Underworld Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Humph, what a joke! The Nine Temple Saintess laughed disdainfully. You are courting death. The Underworld Emperor was a little angry. Nine Temple Saintess, I forgot to tell you that the attack just now was not my strongest attack. The next attack is... Hua! Another pitch-black blade light swept out. It was also extremely demonic. Moreover, the moment this blade light swept out, the entire world turned completely dark. The world no longer had any light, as if it had sunk into a dark void. This pitch-black demonic blade became the focal point of this dark void. This blade. The Nine Temple Saintess' pupils constricted. She could feel that this blade was more than twice as strong as the previous one. In her shock, she could only use all of her strength to block, but in the end, the Nine Temple Saintess was once again sent flying. At the same time, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and the divine power aura on her body was immediately weakened. Damn it, I lost nearly 20% of my divine power in this attack. Nine Temple Saintess' face was unsightly, but she was immediately enraged. Emperor Ming, Tai Ta, you forced me to do this. A shrill roar echoed in the void, and Nine Temple Saintess' eyes exploded. At the same time, an object faintly appeared between her eyebrows. It was a Scion Divine Lamp. The Scion Divine Lamp emitted an ancient and majestic aura. Sensing this aura, whether it was Emperor Ming, Iron Tower, or Jian Wushuang who was far away from the battlefield, their pupils shrank. This is a supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. Yes, it was a supreme treasure. And judging from the aura, it was a soul attack type supreme treasure. This Nine Temple Saintess actually has a soul attack type true treasure? Underworld Emperor's expression changed. True treasures were something only Principal's masters were qualified to use. Although it was rumored that some immortal saints with great backgrounds or great opportunities also had true treasures, these immortal saints rarely used them even if they had one. Because true treasures were too precious, even Principal's masters would attach great importance to them. If it was not necessary, who would reveal that they had a true treasure? That would cause countless great beings to be greedy, and they might even be targeted by Principal's masters. Ordinary true treasures were like that, and soul attack type true treasures were no less precious than domain type true treasures. Chapter 3262 The People Who Stood in the Way. The soul attack of the Nine Temple Saintess is widely recognized as the number one among the immortal saints. Now that she has a soul attack treasure, I'm afraid that Emperor Ming and Tai Ta are in trouble, Jian Wushuang murmured. Indeed, after the Nine Temple Saintess took out her soul attack treasure, the expressions of Emperor Ming and Tai Ta had changed. Especially the Underworld Emperor. Although he was strong, his soul defense was not that great. The soul attack of the Nine Temple Saintess was enough to affect him, but now... Underworld Emperor, you asked for it! The Nine Temple Saintess' face was as cold as ice. Green light burst out from the green lamp between her eyebrows. This green light was extremely dense, as if the energy in the sky was gathering crazily. Buzz! The dense green light finally gathered in the eyes of the Nine Temple Saintess, making her look like two giant green suns. Looking at these two green suns, everyone around the battlefield could feel the trembling of their souls. almost everyone could feel the trembling of their souls. It's this move again! Jian Wushuang, who was in the distance, also narrowed his eyes. He knew this move. Nine Temple Saintess had once used it on him. It was her most powerful move. Once, Nine Temple Saintess used this move to kill an invincible saint. At that time, she had not used her Soul Attack Supreme Treasure. Now, with the addition of the Soul Attack Supreme Treasure, the two green suns became even more dazzling and terrifying. And these two green suns were targeted at the soul. Destroy! The Nine Temple Saintess gritted her teeth and spat out these two words. The two green suns in her eyes instantly turned into two green arcs of light and shot toward the Underworld Emperor. These two green arcs of light were too fast. Even the Underworld Emperor could not dodge them. Not good! The expression of the Underworld Emperor changed greatly. He immediately used his soul defense technique to the limit and tried his best to block these two green arcs of light. In the end, with a bang, the Underworld Emperor's body twitched slightly. His face turned pale and the aura on his body became weak. However, although his aura was weak, it did not completely disappear. Clearly, under this attack, the Underworld Emperor's soul was severely injured, but it was not completely destroyed. The Underworld Emperor raised his head again. His eyes were filled with anger when he looked at the Nine Temple Saintess, but at the same time, there was a trace of fear. A serious injury to the soul was not a serious injury to the divine body. It only needed some God power to recover. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It was extremely difficult to recover from a serious injury to the soul. Moreover, the soul was the foundation of a cultivator. If the soul was damaged, it would have a huge impact on strength. At least for the current Underworld Emperor, with a serious injury to the soul, he could only display 60% of his current strength. It could be said that he was quite miserable. As for Tai Ta, the Nine Temple Saintess did not use her strongest move to deal with him. After all, Tai Ta's soul defense was indestructible and much stronger than the Underworld Emperor. She could severely injure the Underworld Emperor's soul, however, it was very difficult to severely injure Tai Ta's soul. However, because of the Soul Attack Treasure, the power of the three Cyclopes who had been fighting Tai Ta all this time instantly rose to a whole new level. Almost any one of the Cyclops could fight with Tai Ta head-on. The three of them joined hands and suppressed Tai Ta to an extremely miserable state. Underworld Emperor, do you still dare to take the Blood Wave token in my hand? The Nine Temple Saintess stared at Underworld Emperor with a cold expression. The expression on Underworld Emperor's face was uncertain. He had an incomparable desire for the Blood Wave token, especially now that he only had 3 Blood Wave tokens including the one in the Nine Temple Saintess' hand. However, the Nine Temple Saintess' methods could not help but make him afraid. His soul was already heavily injured. If the Nine Temple Saintess used the same soul attack as before, his soul would be extremely weak. If the Nine Temple Saintess could use it a third time, his soul would be destroyed here. Nine Temple Saintess, you are ruthless. I underestimated you. The Underworld Emperor's voice was low. He then glanced at Tai Ta. Brother Tai Ta, stop. Tai Ta immediately stopped and came to the side of the Underworld Emperor. Humph, at least the two of you are tactful. The Nine Temple Saintess snorted. With a thought, the 3 Cyclopes dissipated. At the same time, the green lamp between her brows slowly disappeared. The two of you, farewell. The Nine Temple Saintess said and directly flew to the side. Emperor Ming and Tai Ta still stood there and had no intention of chasing after her. However, just as Nine Temple Saintess was about to leave, she immediately stopped. A figure had already blocked in front of Nine Temple Saintess. This figure was Jian Wushuang, who had been watching the battle. Nine Temple Saintess, where are you going in such a hurry? Jian Wushuang smiled. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Nine Temple Saintess glanced at Jian Wushuang and smiled coldly. If you could break my illusion from the beginning, you might be able to stop me from taking the Blood Wave token. But now that the Blood Wave token has fallen into my hands, even Emperor Ming and Tai Ta can't do anything to me. What can you do? You're right. You have a soul attack treasure, which even Emperor Ming is afraid of. But unfortunately, your soul attack is useless to me. Emperor Ming and Tai Ta can't take the blood wave token from you, but I might be able to. Jian Wuxuang smiled strangely. Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you trying to waste time? Nine Temple Saintess did not take Jian Wuxuang seriously at all. Waste time? I don't think so. Nine Temple Saintess, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have much divine power left, right? Jian Wuxuang stared at Nine Temple Saintess. When you fought with Emperor Ming, you lost nearly 30% of your divine power after taking 2 blows from him. At the same time, you have to use your soul power to form 3 Cyclopes to fight Tai Ta. These 3 Cyclopes must have consumed a lot of your divine power. Most importantly, you use your soul attack supreme treasure to perform your most powerful move. After a pause, Jian Wuxuang continued, I don't know how much divine power your most powerful move requires, but I do know that it takes a lot of divine power to use a supreme treasure. Supreme treasures were usually controlled by principal's masters. Although the immortal saint could use some of the power of a supreme treasure, it required a lot of divine power to activate it. Jian Wuxuang knew this very well. After all, he had the supreme treasure, Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, which consumed a lot of divine power to activate the Ice Fire domain. However, Jian Wuxuang was a perfect chaos god, so his divine power was boundless. Naturally, he did not care. But the Nine Temple Saintess was different. Chapter 3263 Killing the Nine Temple Saintess. It's not so easy for an immortal saint to activate the power of a supreme treasure. If I'm not wrong, you'll need to use at least 20% of your divine power to activate your soul attack supreme treasure. In addition to the divine power you used before, you only have 50%, or even 40%, of your divine power now, Jian Wuxuang said. You're right. My divine power is less than half of what it was when I was at my peak, but so what? Do you think you can kill me just because I'm not at my peak? The Nine Temple Saintess sneered. She was confident in her strength. In her opinion, even if she only had 10% or 20% of her divine power left, it was still not enough for a mere Heavenly Sword Marquis to kill her. However, after hearing her words, Jian Wuxuang revealed an extremely strange smile. If you were in your prime and had abundant divine power, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But now you have less than 50% of your divine power left. It's easy for me to kill you. Jian Wuxuang's voice was cold. At the same time, he made his move. Buzz. Strong pressure from the life level began to press down without any warning. This pressure ignored the strength of both sides and the realm level. This was the pressure from the most fundamental life level. This pressure was impossible to resist. Standing in front of Jian Wuxuang, Nine Temple Saintess immediately felt the pressure from the life level. What? Nine Temple Saintess' eyes were wide open, and her beautiful face was almost disfigured at this moment. She looked at Jian Wuxuang as if she saw the most powerful existence in her race. No, even more terrifying than that existence. Fear. Trembling. Fear. All kinds of emotions emerged in Nine Temple Saintess' mind. At this moment, Nine Temple Saintess was completely dumbfounded. When Jian Wuxuang pulled out the Blood Mountain sword and slowly slashed at her, she even forgot to defend herself. She just stood there in a daze and let Jian Wuxuang's Blood Mountain sword hit her. It should be known that Nine Temple Saintess was best at the soul, but she was not strong in the defense of the divine body. As Jian Wuxuang said, if she was at her peak, with her vast divine power, maybe she could survive this sword attack. However, she only had less than 50% of her divine power left. With Jian Wuxuang's sword attack, less than 50% of her divine power was instantly destroyed. The Nine Temple Saintess did not even have time to scream before her divine body collapsed, and her voice was completely cut off. Dead? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta, who had not left yet and had seen everything, were stunned. The experts who were fighting for the Bloodwave token, as well as the people who had rushed here during this period, were also stunned. They were all stunned. Some of them even opened their mouths wide. The Nine Temple Saintess, who was ranked in the top 5 on the True Saint list, had just revealed her soul attack treasure and fought with the Underworld Emperor. Judging from the scene, her true ranking on the True Saint list could actually rise to the 3rd place. However, such a peak expert, who even Underworld Emperor feared so much that he could only let her leave, was killed by Jian Wushuang in a short instant. Moreover, he had killed him head-on without any other means. How is this possible? Impossible! This is impossible! Are we all under an illusion? Almost no one wanted to believe that what was happening was real. Emperor Ming was the first to react. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Emperor Ming looked at Jian Wushuang with unprecedented seriousness. What did he just do? He was nearby. When Jian Wushuang performed that sword move, he also vaguely felt the pressure from the life level. The pressure made him want to kneel down in fear. Jian Wushuang relied on this method to kill Nine Temple Saintess without any struggle. Although Nine Temple Saintess has less than 50% of her divine power, she is still not someone who can be killed easily. Even Light King, who is ranked first on the True Saint list, could not kill Nine Temple Saintess in one move even if he used his strongest move without any defense. But Heavenly Sword Marquis did it? Underworld Emperor muttered with his eyes wide open, then he looked at Tai Ta, who was also stunned. Brother Tai Ta, your defensive ability is recognized as the best among the immortal saints. Are you sure you can block the sword of Heavenly Sword Marquis? Emperor Ming asked. Tai Ta frowned and shook his head. I can't. Although I haven't experienced the power of that sword, I can see that it has completely surpassed the realm of the immortal saint. If that sword came at me directly, even if I tried my best to defend, my divine body would be destroyed by it. Of course, his sword can only make me lose 20 to 30% of my divine power, but it can't kill me in one strike. Tai Ta had absolute confidence in his defensive ability, but he did not have the confidence to face Jian Wushuang's attack. Even you can't block it? Emperor Ming could not help sighing. Without a doubt, in terms of attack power, the power of Heavenly Sword Marquis attack is above that of all the immortal saints. Even the most powerful move of Light King is far from being comparable to his. Such a move, without any accident, already has the ability to kill experts on the True Saint list in an instant. Insta-kill an expert on the True Saint list? Tai Ta's heart trembled. While Emperor Ming and Tai Ta were shocked by Jian Wushuang's skills, Jian Wushuang had already taken away the interspatial ring left behind by the Nine Temple Saintess, as well as the green lamp that had appeared between her eyebrows. With the death of the Nine Temple Saintess, it also appeared in the void and was naturally taken by Jian Wushuang. After collecting all the things, Jian Wushuang planned to leave. But at this time, the Underworld Emperor immediately called out to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis! The Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta had already walked up. What's the matter? Do you want to take the Bloodwave token from me? Jian Wushuang asked playfully. The Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta looked at each other, then the Underworld Emperor smiled bitterly and said, We really want the Bloodwave token, but we know we can't take it from you, so we came here to discuss it with you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Discuss? How? Jian Wushuang seemed to be interested and asked casually. Chapter 3264 Favors from the Underworld Emperor _ Heavenly Sword Marquis! The Underworld Emperor looked over. I know that you've already obtained a Bloodwave token before, so even if you get another one now, it won't be of any use. Why don't you give me this Bloodwave token? As for the conditions, feel free to mention them. From the Underworld Emperor's expression, it could be seen that he really desired this Bloodwave token. He really wanted it very much. This was also very normal. After all, 8 Bloodwave tokens had already appeared, and all of them had fallen into the hands of others. There were only 2 chances for them to appear in the future. It was unknown if he would be able to encounter these 2 Bloodwave tokens. Moreover, during his fight with the Nine Temple Saintess, his soul had already been heavily injured by the 9 temples saintess. His own strength was greatly affected, and he was greatly weakened. The damage to his soul could not be repaired easily. Even if the battle for the Bloodwave realm was over, Underworld Emperor estimated that his soul could not be completely repaired, and his battle strength could not be restored to its peak. This made him less confident in the fight for the Bloodwave token. Therefore, he was very eager to have the Bloodwave token in Jian Wushuang's hand. Hearing the words of the Underworld Emperor, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly and then smiled. There are too many people here. Let's find a place to talk. Okay. The eyes of the Underworld Emperor lit up. Jian Wushuang did not reject him on the spot, which meant that this matter was promising. Immediately, Jian Wushuang, the Underworld Emperor, and Tai Tao went to the void to decide. After they left, the experts who remained in the void were completely in an uproar. After all, a peak expert who ranked 5th on the True Saint list had just died here. Without a doubt, the death of the 9 Temple Saintess was enough to cause an unprecedented sensation in the Bloodwave realm. In a quiet void, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Ming, and Tai Ta stopped. Emperor Ming, you can say whatever you want now, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I've said what I want to say. The Bloodwave token in your hand is very important to me. I want to get it no matter what price I have to pay, Underworld Emperor said solemnly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you can help me with the conditions. As long as I can meet them, I won't refuse. Conditions? Jian Wushuang shook his head. To be honest, I don't have anything special that I need right now, so I can't offer any conditions. So you should see for yourself what methods you can use to move me. Jian Wushuang did not lack treasures. He had a lot of treasures. He even had a domain-type supreme treasure, and now that he had killed the 9 Temple Saintess, the green lamp of the 9 Temple Saintess had also fallen into his hands. This was also a soul attack-type supreme treasure. As for other things, such as cultivation resources and natural treasures, they were also not attractive to him, not to mention Saint Elixirs. At his level, he did not care about the number of Saint Elixirs. Therefore, if Underworld Emperor wanted to impress him, he had to use some special items. Underworld Emperor also fell silent. Obviously, he knew that it was not so easy to impress Jian Wushuang. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I once obtained a token by chance. This token was left by an extremely powerful Principles Master. With this token, I can enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth and have a chance to receive the legacy of this Principles Master. The True Eye Master? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the True Eye Master because he had interacted with a fallen Principles Master in the Temporal Temple. The secret skill left behind by the Principles Master in the true martial mystic realm had mentioned the True Eye Master. Just as Underworld Emperor had said, the True Eye Master was indeed an extremely powerful Principles Master. Although he could not be compared with Temple Master Bai Xing and the 3 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, among Principles Masters, he could be considered at the top level. The mystic realm left behind by such a Principles Master was indeed valuable. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is this token enough to exchange for your Bloodwave token? Emperor Ming asked. Not enough. Jian Wushuang shook his head. First of all, I don't know if the token in your hand was really left behind by the True Eye Master, and am not sure if this token can really allow me to enter the mystic realm created by the True Eye Master. Secondly, even if I use this token to enter the mystic realm created by the True Eye Master, I don't know what the True Eye Master left behind in the mystic realm. Most importantly, since the True Eye Master left the heaven and earth mystic realm to find a successor for himself, the successor he found is definitely the most suitable to become his disciple. I'm not sure if he'll be taken in by True Eye Master. After all, the True Eye Master cultivates the soul. To sum it up, this token is not very useful to me. At most, I can use this token to exchange for some other resources. How can it be worth a Bloodwave token that can enter the Bloodwave Palace and almost 99% can break through to become a Principles Master? Underworld Emperor frowned and did not refute Jian Wushuang's words. Indeed, the token left by the True Eye Master was very precious, but it was not as important as the Blood Wave token. Other than the token left by the True Eye Master, I don't have any other treasures. However, I can add one more favor to it. I can also spread this favor on my own initiative and let everyone in the Blood Wave realm witness it. With this favor, you can ask me to do something for you in the future, even if it's life-threatening. As long as it's not certain death, they'll agree. How about it? Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. If the keepsake left by the True Eye Master was just a momentary hesitation, then Jian Wushuang was really tempted by the favor of the Underworld Emperor. Although the favor of the Underworld Emperor was useless to him now, once the Underworld Emperor got the Blood Wave token and entered the Blood Wave Palace, he would probably become a Principal's Master. Underworld Emperor was ranked 3rd on the True Saint list, and his battle strength could barely be compared with special life experts like Saint Devil's Son. Such an expert was extremely talented. Once he became a Principal's Master, he would definitely be an expert among Principal's Masters. He had a lot of room to grow. He might become a top Principal's Master in the future, and he might even have a chance to reach the level of Temple Master by Xing and the 3 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. When that time came, the value of this favor would be amazing. Jian Wushuang began to think. Chapter 3265 Agreed. Seeing Jian Wushuang's silent expression, Underworld Emperor immediately became anxious. What? The token left by the True Eye Master and my favor are not worth a Blood Wave token? That's not true. Jian Wushuang smiled. Your 2 conditions have indeed moved me, but you also know that I come from the Temporal Temple, and there are 5 other people who came at the same time as me. 4 of them don't have a Blood Wave token. Now that there's an extra one, I naturally have to consider them. Well, wait for me. I'll send a message first. Okay. Underworld Emperor could only suppress his anxiety for now. Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token belonged to Temple Master Bai Xing. Among the immortal saints in the Temporal Temple, there were only a few who were qualified to have the message token and could directly communicate with Temple Master Bai Xing. However, Jian Wushuang was one of them. Temple Master Bai Xing! Jian Wushuang directly sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you should still be wandering in the Blood Wave realm, right? Why do you have the time to look for me? Temple Master Bai Xing quickly replied. Temple Master Bai Xing, it's like this. Jian Wushuang briefly recounted what had happened. You got 2 Blood Wave tokens at the same time? Even Temple Master Bai Xing was shocked to hear the news. Jian Wushuang had just killed the 9 Temple Saintess and obtained the 2nd Blood Wave token. Therefore, although Temple Master Bai Xing had been paying attention to what was happening in the Blood Wave realm, he had not received any news. I do have 2 Blood Wave tokens, but the problem is that Emperor Ming came to me and offered me a very good condition. He wants me to give him the extra Blood Wave token. I'm worried that Qian Hongzi and the others don't have the Blood Wave token yet, so I'm a little hesitant, so I came to ask you, Temple Master Bai Xing. Jian Wushuang said. Underworld Emperor? I've heard about him. He's ranked 3rd on the True Saint list and is quite talented. What did he offer to tempt you? Temple Master Bai Xing asked. One is a token left by the True Eye Master and a favor from Underworld Emperor. Jian Wushuang answered truthfully. Oh? Temple Master Bai Xing raised his eyebrows. The keepsake left by the True Eye Master is nothing. After all, the True Eye Master specializes in the soul. His keepsake is very useful to experts who specialize in the soul, but it's not very useful to you. However, the favor from the Underworld Emperor is worth fighting for. You want me to agree to the Underworld Emperor? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Temple Master Bai Xing said. When the Underworld Emperor showed his super strength in the Blood Wave realm, the Intelligence Department of the Temporal Temple had already investigated his background. The result was that not only was the Underworld Emperor extremely talented and has great potential, but he also has an amazing master behind him. Master? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, the Master of Underworld Emperor is very powerful. He is a terrifying existence that is not to be trifled with. Even our temporal temple would not want to provoke him unless it was absolutely necessary. If you can get a favor from the Underworld Emperor, you will naturally form a relationship with his master. He might be of great help to you in the future. So, of course, you have to fight for him, Temple Master Baixing said. If I agree with him, then Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others. Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't worry about them, Temple Master Baixing said directly. The opportunities in the Blood Wave realm belong to those who are capable. These 2 Blood Wave tokens were obtained by you alone and with your own strength. They belong to you. You can deal with them however you want. Besides, it might not be a good thing for them if you give them the extra Blood Wave tokens for free. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. The path of cultivation is based on endless trials and tribulations. If they don't fight for the Blood Wave token and get it from you, no matter who gets it, it will have a great impact on their state of mind. In this situation, let's not talk about whether they can break through to become a Principal's Master through the opportunities in Blood Wave Temple, but even if they do, their achievements will be limited to this. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He also agreed that it was not a chance that he had to risk his life for. Even if he got it, it might not be a good thing. He'll ask Hun Yuan to tell Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others. Now use this Blood Wave token to get the favor from Emperor Ming first. Temple Master Baixing said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and then cut off the communication with Temple Master Baixing. In the void, Emperor Ming was waiting anxiously, and Tai Ta was standing beside him. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. With a flip of his hand, the Blood Wave token he got from the 9 Temple Saintess appeared in his hand. Emperor Ming, give me the token left by the True Eye Master. With your help, the Blood Wave token is yours. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Upon hearing this, Underworld Emperor was overjoyed. He immediately took out the token left by the True Eye Master and handed it to Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he said, If it's a favor, Iron Tower will bear witness for now. Later, I'll immediately spread the word and let everyone in the Blood Wave realm know that I owe you a favor. There's no rush. The mighty Underworld Emperor, the 3rd-rank genius on the True Saint list, shouldn't go back on his words. Jian Wushuang smiled and handed the Blood Wave token to Underworld Emperor directly. After receiving it, the Underworld Emperor was so excited that his body was trembling. After a long while, he exhaled heavily and looked at Jian Wushuang again. Brother Heavenly Marquis, thank you so much. If you're not busy, how about we have a drink now? Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. He could tell that the Underworld Emperor wanted to make friends with him because of his gratitude. Jian Wushuang was also very willing to make friends with a genius expert like Underworld Emperor and his powerful master. Soon, the 3 of them found a place and began to talk about making friends. While Jian Wushuang was talking with Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta, the death of 9 Temple Saintess caused a huge wave in the Blood Wave realm. After all, the 9 Temple Saintess was one of the top 5 super experts on the True Saint list. Such an expert should be able to do whatever he wanted in the Blood Wave realm. Since the opening of the Blood Wave realm, many experts had died in the fight for the Blood Wave token. Even the Invincible Saint had died. However, there was not a single expert on the True Saint list who had died. This was because it was almost impossible to kill an expert on the True Saint list in the Blood Wave realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3266, Sensational. Even if the Light King personally took action, he would not be able to kill the experts on the True Saint list. Moreover, these experts on the True Saint list were not stupid. Once their lives were threatened, they would choose to hand over the Blood Wave token. After all, those who could be ranked on the true saint list were not weak in talent. Even if they did not get the Blood Wave token this time or the opportunities in the Blood Wave realm, they might have a chance to become a Principal's Master in the future. Therefore, a Blood Wave token was not worth their lives to fight for. On the contrary, many experts who were not qualified to be ranked on the true saint list regarded the Blood Wave token as their only hope to become a Principal's Master. That was why they were desperate to fight for it. Even if they only had 20 to 30% of their godly power left, they were not willing to give up this opportunity. That was why they were killed. But this time, there was finally an expert on the true saint list who died in the Blood Wave realm, and the one who died was the 9th-ranked 9-Temple Saintess. Thus, the entire Blood Wave realm was in an uproar. The 9th-ranked 9-Temple Saintess is dead? In a cave abode that was temporarily opened, the Light King, who was wearing a loose robe and carrying a cyan-colored long rod on his back, opened his eyes. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Light King, ranked first on the true saint list, was widely recognized as the strongest among the immortal saints. He also believed that no one among the immortal saints could match him, especially in terms of offensive power. His stick skill combined two principles at the same time. It was enough to crush any immortal saint. But now, when he received the news, especially when he learned that the 9-Temple Saintess had nearly 50% of her divine power left, he was completely shocked when she was killed by Jian Wushuang with one sword strike. I know 9-Temple Saintess' strength very well. Although she specializes in the soul, her life-saving skills are not weak. Even I, when 9-Temple Saintess was unprepared, could only kill 20% to 30% of her divine power with my strongest strike. But Heavenly Sword Marquis destroyed 50% of her divine power with one strike? Is the sword strike performed by Heavenly Sword Marquis stronger than my strongest attack? At the thought of this, a huge wave rose in the bottom of Light King's heart, and at the same time, a shocking battle intent rose. Light King was an extremely arrogant person, and his arrogance was the result of him being in the strongest position. But now, Jian Wushuang's appearance made Light King feel a little threatened. He vaguely felt that Jian Wushuang was qualified to threaten his position. That was why he wanted to fight with Jian Wushuang. No rush. Heavenly Sword Marquis has already obtained the Blood Wave token. When the competition is over and the door of Blood Wave Temple is opened, I will meet him. Then I will have a good time with him. Light King murmured. He closed his eyes again. On an empty space, several figures gathered there. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. These people were from the Flame Saint realm. The leaders were Gu Jinzi and Kong. At this moment, "Oh my God! The 9-Temple Saintess is dead! She was killed by Heavenly Sword Marquis!" A cry of surprise suddenly came out of a person's mouth. Instantly, the people of the Flame Saint realm were shocked. All of them revealed expressions of disbelief. The Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9-Temple Saintess? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyNovelful.com. Thanks. How is this possible? He is ranked 5th on the True Saint list. Even the Light King doesn't have such an ability, right? The people of the Flame Saint realm could not believe it was true. However, Gu Jinzi and Kong were relatively calm after they heard the news. While the others were shocked, Gu Jinzi and Kong looked at each other. Kong said directly, "He must have used that move again." "Yes." Gu Jinzi nodded slightly. "That terrifying sword, when I was on guard against it, directly slashed at me. It destroyed more than 80% of my divine power and could still kill Junior Brother Blue Eagle. The power of his is simply unbelievable. Not to mention that the 9-Temple Saintess has already lost more than 50% of her divine power in the battle with the Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta. Even if her divine power is at its peak, it is still very dangerous when she meets this Heavenly Sword Marquis. In terms of the strongest attack power, no one in the Blood Wave realm can compare to Heavenly Sword Marquis' sword. He can definitely kill an expert on the True Saint list in an instant. The problem is, I don't know how many times Heavenly Sword Marquis can use that ultimate sword. If he can only use it once in a big battle and needs a long time to recover before he can use it a second time, that would be fine. However, if he can use it 2 or 3 times in a big battle, that would be truly terrifying. Visit Riedel.me for extra chapters. If he can perform such a powerful sword attack 2 or 3 times at the same time, almost no one in the Bloodwave realm can survive it. At the very least, you and I can't do it, Kong exclaimed. I hope it belongs to the former. However, no matter what, Heavenly Sword Marquis is not someone we can deal with. Even if we add in the other 2 Saint realms, we can't compete with him. We must be careful in the coming time. We must not let Heavenly Sword Marquis target us again, Gu Jinzi said in a deep voice. Kong also nodded solemnly. He knew very well that they had already suffered heavy losses when Jian Wushuang targeted them. If they did it again, few of them in the Flame Saint realm could survive. In a corner of the central area, the 5 people of the Temporal Temple gathered together. Oh my God! The Heavenly Marquis brother actually killed the 9 Temple Saintess! Qian Hongzi widened his eyes in shock. Yes, he did. Although the 9 Temple Saintess wasn't in her peak state, she had nearly 50% of her divine power. However, she was killed by the Heavenly Marquis brother with 1 sword strike. Isn't the Heavenly Marquis brother too terrifying? Duan Lang exclaimed. They had also received the news. After receiving the news, they were all stunned. Di Hao, the Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9 Temple Saintess. This method is even more impressive than yours. What are your thoughts at this moment? Qian Hongzi teased. I don't have any thoughts. It can only mean that he is powerful. Di Hao's expression was still cold. However, from his eyes it could be seen that he was extremely shocked. Qian Hongzi curled his lips, then he said, according to the information, after the Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9 Temple Saintess, the 9 Temple Saintess soul attacked Supreme Treasure, and the Bloodwave token fell into his hands. The Heavenly Sword Marquis had 1 Bloodwave token, and now he has 2. One of them is useless against him. Duan Lang Yiyu and Fei Shue's eyes were red, but they soon smiled bitterly. They had all received a message from the Chaos Origin Master telling them that Jian Wushuang had exchanged the Bloodwave token for the favor of the Underworld Emperor. They had no choice but to accept it. After all, Jian Wushuang had obtained the Bloodwave token alone, so it was up to him to decide how to use it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3267 New Rankings outside the Bloodwave Realm, in another base of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the Grey Void, a barefoot, childlike person stood in front of a huge crystal. On the crystal, there were densely packed words. These words were a list of experts, and this childlike person was writing this list. However, during this process, his brows suddenly furrowed, his hands stopped moving. Lord Tong! A loud voice rang out, and a 2-meter-tall bald old man appeared in the Grey Void. Chihua! The child raised his head and glanced at the bald old man. How come you have time to come here? I just happened to pass by here, and I saw you looking rather distressed. Why? Did you run into trouble? The bald old man looked at the child. Isn't it because of the True Saint list? The child curled his lips, he said. The Bloodwave realm has opened, and countless top saints have gone to fight for the opportunities within. Many experts on the True Saint list have also participated in it. After fighting for it again and again, new experts have appeared one after another. Naturally, the rankings on the True Saint list have to be updated frequently. Since the Bloodwave realm opened, I've updated the True Saint list several times. It's not a big deal, but this time, there's a person's ranking. I don't know how to arrange it. The True Saint list had been issued by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the #1 Freedom Alliance of the Divine Beginning Realm, for a long time. Moreover, it had always been very authoritative. As long as a new True Saint list was released, almost no one would question the rankings on it. And as Tong Jun, who was in charge of gathering intelligence and updating the True Saint list, of course, he would be extremely cautious about changing the ranking on the True Saint list. Who is it that you don't know how to arrange? The bald old man asked. Other than Heavenly Sword Marquis, who else? Tong Jun's voice was low and deep. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is very strange. Although he has relied on his invincible life-saving ability and the #1 assassination ability to make many immortal saints in the Bloodwave realm fearful, his true combat strength is only at the level of an invincible saint. Such a person shouldn't be ranked on the True Saint list. However, not long ago, Heavenly Sword Marquis suddenly went crazy and killed the 9 Temple Saintess, who was ranked 5th on the True Saint list. 9 Temple Saintess couldn't even be killed by the Light King, but Heavenly Sword Marquis did. So I don't know how to identify him. He killed 9 Temple Saintess, so it doesn't make sense for him not to be ranked on the True Saint list. But if he is ranked on the True Saint list, based on the terrifying sword attack he used to kill 9 Temple Saintess, he is even more terrifying than Light King. He can definitely be ranked first, but his strength is obviously not at that level. Tong Jun was indeed troubled. It was because Jian Wushuang was not very strong himself, but only had a strong trump card. But a trump card was also a kind of strength. Just like the old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, the old Valley Master was not very strong herself, but because she had mastered the supreme divine skill of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, if she really went crazy, even the 3 Supreme Saint Masters of the 3 Saint Realms would have scruples. Jian Wushuang was obviously in this delicate state. He was not very strong, but his trump card was even weaker than that of the Light King. Because of this, it was even more difficult to rank him. Haha, it's actually not difficult. The bald old man laughed. With the Heavenly Sword Marquis methods, he should be on the True Saint list. However, you don't have to rank him first. Instead, based on his battle record, didn't he kill the 9 Temple Saintess, who was ranked 5th on the True Saint list? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Then why don't we just let him replace the 9 Temple Saintess and rank him 5th? Rank 5th? Tong Jun's expression changed, and then a smile appeared on his face. Good idea. The ranking on the True Saint list is largely determined by one's battle achievements. Take an ordinary person's challenge as an example. If a person who is not on the True Saint list were to defeat an expert on the True Saint list, he would naturally be able to occupy the position of an expert on the True Saint list. Now that Heavenly Sword Marquis has killed the 9 Temple Saintess, he would occupy the 5th position of the 9 Temple Saintess. There's no problem. Tong Jun smiled and soon began to write on the crystal. After he finished writing, a new ranking on the True Saint list was immediately spread throughout the Bloodwave realm. In a temporary cave mansion in the Bloodwave realm, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Ming, and Tai Ta were sitting at a stone table. There was wine on the table, and the 3 of them were drinking and laughing. Suddenly, Emperor Ming's expression changed. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Congratulations, Brother Heavenly Marquis." "Congratulations on what?" Jian Wushuang was confused. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The new True Saint list has been released. Not only are you on the new list, but you're also ranked 5th, Emperor Ming said. 5th on the True Saint list? Isn't that the ranking of the 9 Temple Saintess? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, it's her ranking. In fact, I think it's too low for you to be ranked 5th, Underworld Emperor said. Don't praise me. I know very well how strong I am. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although you're only ranked 5th, the evaluation of you on the list is quite high. You can take a look first, Tai Ta said at this time. Really? Jian Wushuang asked. The changes in the rankings of the True Saint list were especially important to the experts in the Bloodwave realm. Therefore, every time the new True Saint list was released, the Chaos Master would immediately pass it on to the people of the Temporal Temple. Jian Wushuang also received a complete True Saint list. The first 4 rankings on the new True Saint list remained unchanged. However, the 5th position, which used to be the name of the 9 Temple Saintess, had now become Heavenly Sword Marquis. The following introduction about Heavenly Sword Marquis was plentiful. Heavenly Sword Marquis, a special life form, a super genius rarely seen in the divine beginning realm for hundreds of millions of years. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by the first sentence. A special life form? A super genius rarely seen in hundreds of millions of years? Jian Wushuang could not help touching his nose. He was not surprised by this special life form. After all, whether it was his attack in the outside world or his amazing performance in the Blood Wave realm when he was surrounded and killed by the experts of the three Saint realms, it was enough to explain the uniqueness of his physique. Through that battle, the experts of the various forces in the divine beginning realm could guess that his life level was not ordinary. It was almost certain that he was a special life form. It was normal for the information of his ranking to announce that he was a special life form. As for the super genius who was rarely seen in billions of years, it was even more normal. After all, his ability to cross realms was there. At least, no one in the divine beginning realm could have this talent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3268, 3 First Places _next. The ranking information detailed Jian Wushuang's numerous battle achievements. From the famous battle where he killed the rank 7 true saint in the first heaven, to the battle in the Blood Wave realm where he played with the three saint realms, to the crazy slaughter during the feast, the process of severely injuring the destruction saint realm, life and death saint realm, and finally killing the 9 temple saintess was clearly described and concluded. Among the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, Heavenly Sword Marquis has the best survival ability, assassination ability, and frontal attack power. In addition to his incredible talent and potential, although he is not strong enough, his trump card is enough to sweep the true saint list. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance ranked him at the 5th place on the true saint list for the time being. Jian Wushuang was stunned by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's final evaluation of him. First in life preservation, first in assassination, and first in offensive power. That's 3 firsts. Underworld Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. I've been famous for so long and finally got the first in defense. But compared to you, brother Heavenly Marquis, I'm far behind. Tai Ta also smiled. Jian Wushuang spread his hands and said, I admit that I'm the first in life preservation and assassination, but the first in attack power, isn't that a bit too much? No, it's not. Emperor Ming shook his head. Tai Ta and I can clearly feel the sword attack you used to kill the 9 temple saintess. I dare say that the power of your sword attack is definitely beyond the scope of the immortal saint. Even the first-ranked Light King and the second-ranked Holy Devil Sun can't perform such a terrifying attack. Therefore, in terms of the strongest attack power, your sword attack is indeed superior to everyone else. But my sword is my strongest trump card. In a big battle, I can only use one sword move at most, while the Light King and the Holy Devil Sun can use their ultimate moves many times, Jian Wushuang said. Who cares about them? In short, it's enough for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which released the True Saint list, to admit that you are the strongest in attack power. And I dare say that regardless of the experts in the Blood Wave realm, there will be no doubt about this ranking and your 3 first positions, Emperor Ming said with a smile. Yes, after all, you killed 9 temple saintess with one sword strike. It's a fact. Light King and Holy Devil Sun can't do it, Tai Ta added. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could only shake his head and smile. At this moment, a communication token in Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring vibrated. Jian Wushuang, didn't you say that you can't kill 9 temple saintess? The one who sent the message was Miss Shower. She had just received the news that 9 temple saintess had been killed by Jian Wushuang. I was just lucky. Or rather, 9 temple saintess was too weak. I found an opportunity to kill her, Jian Wushuang replied immediately. He was telling the truth. Even if he had the heaven-cleaving skill, he could not kill 9 Temple Saintess in her peak state. After all, with his current strength, he could only use the heaven-cleaving skill once in a big battle. He could only use the heaven-cleaving skill once. He could only use the heaven-cleaving skill once to destroy 60 to 70% of 9 Temple Saintess' divine power, but he could not kill her as long as 10% of her divine power remained. In any case, you did me a favor by killing 9 Temple Saintess. You have repaid the favor I owed you for saving your parents, but you still owe me one, Shower said. Jian Wushuang could not help smiling bitterly. He knew that he owed Shower 2 favors in total. The first one was when he met Shower. In order to exchange for the lives of several fellow disciples of his sect, he had to owe Miss Shower a favor. The second one it was Shower who helped him transfer his parents and family. Now that he had killed 9 Temple Saintess, he had returned one favor, but he did still owe her one. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyNovelful.com. Thanks. I'll return the other favor when I have the chance, Jian Wushuang said. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. There's no rush. You should think about your situation first. I forgot to tell you that the 9 Temple Saintess you killed came from the Nine-Tailed clan, one of the 4 great divine clans. She has an extraordinary status in the Nine-Tailed clan. In this era, the 9 clan leaders have 6 daughters, and this 9 Temple Saintess is the youngest one, Shower said with a strange smile. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had guessed that the 9 Temple Saintess should have a certain status in the Nine-Tailed clan, but he did not expect her to be the daughter of the 9 clan grandmasters. The grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed clan, one of the 4 great divine clans, stood at the top of the divine beginning realm. He killed his daughter, so the Nine-Tailed clan grandmaster would seek revenge on him? Miss Shower, you didn't tell me this before? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. If I told you the identity of the Nine-Tailed Saintess, would you dare to kill her? Shower chuckled, then she said, Don't worry too much. As far as I know, the Grandmaster of the Nine-Tailed clan has been in closed-door cultivation all these years. She has never asked about many important matters of the Nine-Tailed clan. I'm afraid that the death of the 9 Temple Saintess will not allow her to come out of her closed-door cultivation. However, I don't know about her sisters and other experts of the Nine-Tailed clan. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Even if the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan did not come out personally, as one of the 4 great divine clans, the Nine-Tailed clan had many experts. They could easily send some powerful principal's masters to kill him. There were also the sisters of the 9 Temple Saintess. After all, the youngest daughter of the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan, the 9 Temple Saintess, was ranked 5th on the true saint list. Her older sisters had probably broken through to become principal's masters. They would definitely kill him like crazy. Miss Shower, you know so much about the Nine-Tailed clan, and your charm is exactly the same as that of the Nine-Tailed clan. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been a member of the Nine-Tailed clan before you reincarnated. But what is your identity in the Nine-Tailed clan? Why do you want me to kill the clan leader's daughter for you? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. You don't need to worry about my identity. Shower refused to answer this question. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said, Miss Shower, I have killed the 9 Temple Saintess for you and returned your favor. But where are my parents, my elder sister, and my second brother? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3269 was over. Jian Wushuang knew from Shower that his parents had been living well, but he did not know the exact location. Shower had never told him. Your parents are in the 3rd heaven, and they are in the territory controlled by the Nine-Tailed clan. If you have the guts, you can come and reunite with them at any time, Shower replied. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned. The 3rd heaven was the trump card of the 3 saint realms. The 3 saint realms controlled everything, and he and the 3 saint realms would fight to the death. If he went to the 3rd heaven, it would be fine if he was not discovered. But once he was discovered by the three Saint Realms, even if he mastered the space-time teleportation, he would not be able to escape. He was not absolutely sure that he could escape. Father, mother, eldest sister, and second brother are doing well. I don't need to go to them for the time being. In the future, when I break through to become a Principal's Master and become stronger, I will be able to face the three Saint Realm Masters from the three Saint Realms. I can go then. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Suddenly, his heart tightened because he thought of his parents in his previous life. After all, he had lived 2 lives. In this life, his parents, his elder sister and second brother, at least he knew where they were and how they were doing. But in his previous life, in the eternal chaotic world, which was in the damaged 7-star divine realm, he had his own parents and many relatives, brothers, and comrades. Their situation was always in dire straits. The 7-star divine realm was in danger under the threat of the 3 Saint Realms. He did not know how long his master's magic array could last. Once the magic array collapsed, the remaining 7-star divine realm would be exposed to the experts of the divine beginning realm. It would be a disaster. There are too many things that I need to protect. I also need to become stronger. I can't change anything now. Only when I become a Principal's Master and become strong enough to face a Saint Realm Master will I be qualified to protect what I need to protect. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Miss Shower, thank you for informing me. After saying this, Jian Wushuang cut off the communication with Shower. Next to the stone able in the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you look a little pale. Did something happen? Underworld Emperor looked over. Nothing, I just remembered some things in the past. Jian Wushuang smiled, then picked up the wine bowl and said, Come, let's drink. Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta looked at each other and smiled. Jian Wushuang, Underworld Emperor, and Tai Ta stayed in the cave mansion for the rest of the time, drinking and chatting. Jian Wushuang and Underworld Emperor had each received a blood wave token, so there was no need for them to fight for anything else. They just needed to wait for the fight to end and for the door of the Blood Wave Temple to open. As for Tai Ta, although he desired the Blood Wave token, he was not very demanding. Jian Wushuang did not continue to look for trouble with the 3 Saint Realms. He knew very well that after the battle where he killed the 9 Temple Saintess, as long as the 3 Saint Realms were not stupid, they would never let him find them again. Fortunately, he was too lazy to look for trouble. Time passed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. On the 3rd day after Jian Wushuang killed the 9 Temple Saintess, the 9th Blood Wave token appeared. The appearance of the Blood Wave token immediately attracted the attention of many experts. However, it happened to be in a remote place. There were not many experts in the vicinity, and one of them was unknown. However, he was very good at escaping. This expert was very lucky. He obtained the Blood Wave token at the first moment, and then directly escaped from everyone's sight, thus occupying the 9th Blood Wave token. What was even more laughable was that no one recognized this expert from the beginning to the end. No one knew who the 9th Blood Wave token had fallen into. After that, there was no way to chase or fight for it. Haha, luck! Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. This person's luck is really good. The Underworld Emperor's hearty laughter reverberated throughout the entire cave abode. The 9th Blood Wave token and one of the last 2 Blood Wave tokens should be enough to drive many people crazy. However, this man quietly took the Blood Wave token and ran away, leaving those who longed for it helpless. This man's good luck is one thing, but the most important thing is that he is too low-key. He is clearly an invincible saint, but no one knows him. The mirror image of him taking the Blood Wave token has been spread out, but no one recognized him. Such a completely unfamiliar expert is hiding in the Blood Wave realm. As long as he changes his appearance slightly, it's almost impossible to find him. Naturally, the Blood Wave token will be taken by him, Tai Ta said with a smile. It seems that to get the Blood Wave token in the Blood Wave realm, you need not only strong strength, but also luck. No wonder so many peak saints and some weaker invincible saints came here to try their luck, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes, luck is very important. Tai Ta and I were so unlucky that we didn't get the blood wave token. Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked the 9 temple saintess, Underworld Emperor said with a smile. The 3 of them sat in this cave abode and paid attention to the movements and changes in the blood wave realm. Not long after the 9th blood wave token was created, the 10th blood wave token was also created. The last blood wave token caused a lot of killing. There were also hundreds of experts participating in this battle. In the end, amidst a bloody storm, this last blood wave token had fallen into the hands of the Snow Saint, who was ranked 10th on the True Saint list. Since then, all 10 blood wave tokens had been obtained by others. This crazy blood wave token battle within the blood wave realm had almost come to an end. Those who had obtained the blood wave token were naturally satisfied. As for the majority of experts who had not obtained the blood wave token, they could only do nothing about it. After all, there were only 10 blood wave tokens. With so many people fighting over it, not being able to obtain it could only mean that they were weak or had bad luck. In the cave abode. It's over. The fight is finally over. The Underworld Emperor smiled. Of the 10 blood wave tokens, except for one which fell into the hands of an unknown expert, the other 9 all fell into the hands of an expert on the True Saint list. Most of the top 10 people on the True Saint list have gotten the blood wave tokens. But what's more interesting is that the 3 great saint realms who are so high and mighty didn't even get a single blood wave token this time. Tai Ta let out a playful laugh. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3270. They met the Light King again. Thanks to the blessings of the Heavenly Sword Marquis, the 3 great saint realms are really miserable this time. Tai Ta laughed. Humph, they brought it upon themselves. The Underworld Emperor snorted coldly. The 3 great saint realms were the overlords of the 3rd heaven. The 3 great saint realm masters were able to intimidate everyone. Over the long period of time, the experts of the 3 great saint realms had always been one level higher than the others. In the past, when the blood wave realm was opened, the experts of the 3 saint realms could more or less get a few blood wave tokens. If they were lucky, they could get 4 or 5. Even if they were unlucky, they could at least get 1 or 2. However, because of Jian Wushuang, when the blood wave realm was opened, the 3 saint realms were severely injured and lost a lot of experts. Most importantly, they were too afraid of Jian Wushuang. They did not dare to appear in front of Jian Wushuang, so they were timid when fighting for the blood wave token. As a result, the 3 saint realms did not even get a single blood wave token this time, and they lost so many experts for nothing. The 3 saint realms have always been overbearing, but this time, it's finally over. Underworld Emperor gloated. Many experts in the Divine Beginning realm did not like the 3 saint realms. However, because the other side was too powerful, they could only complain in their hearts. It was rare to see the 3 saint realms suffer, so many people felt relieved. Emperor Ming was very happy. The enmity between me and the 3 saint realms is very deep. This is just the beginning. I will fight them again in the future. We'll see what each of us can do. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with coldness, then he raised his eyebrows and said, Well, all 10 blood wave tokens have been created. If I'm not mistaken, the door of Blood Wave Palace should be opened soon. Let's go there now. Okay. Underworld Nether and Tai Ta nodded. Soon, the 3 of them flew toward the center area. In the center area, a huge, boundless palace that exuded an ancient aura stood quietly. There was a special magic array around the palace. This palace was Blood Wave Palace. When Jian Wushuang and the others arrived at the Blood Wave Palace, there were already many experts waiting nearby. The 5 people from the Temporal Temple had also arrived. Everyone, how have you been? Jian Wushuang walked over. Haha, brother Heavenly Marquis. Seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, the people from the temporal temple immediately smiled. Underworld Emperor? Di Hao glanced at Underworld Emperor with a strange look in his eyes. Di Hao? Underworld Emperor also noticed Di Hao's gaze and could not help but be moved. Between the two of them, one was ranked 3rd on the True Saint list, and the other was ranked 4th. Originally, Di Hao should have been ranked 3rd, but because of Underworld Emperor's sudden appearance, he became 4th. In addition, the two of them had not really met, let alone wanted to fight. I am very curious. Why are you ranked 3rd on the True Saint list? Di Hao asked in a deep voice. Why? Do you want to fight? The Underworld Emperor smiled sinisterly. Forget it. Di Hao shook his head. Looking at your condition, it seems that you are not at the peak. Under such circumstances, even if I defeat you, it would be meaningless. Moreover, both of us have obtained the Blood Wave token. We can enter the Blood Wave Hall immediately. If nothing unexpected happens, both of us should be Principal's Masters after walking out of the Blood Wave Hall. There is no need to care about the ranking on the True Saint list. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Emperor Ming smiled and did not say anything. He was indeed not in his peak condition. After all, he had been severely injured by the soul of the 9 Temple Saintess, so it was not easy to repair the damage to his soul. The door of the Blood Wave Temple is about to open. There are quite a lot of people here. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power and could sense a large amount of aura around him. At this moment, there were a lot of experts around the Blood Wave Temple. There were already more than 2,000 people. As expected, more than half of the experts who were still in the Blood Wave realm appeared here. It seems that these people still have a glimmer of hope for the Blood Wave token. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. According to the rules of the Blood Wave realm, whoever has a Blood Wave token can enter Blood Wave Temple. Before the door of Blood Wave Temple is really opened, it is still in the competition stage. At this time, they can still crazily fight for the Blood Wave token. Because of this, these people came here in advance and wanted to find an opportunity to attack the experts who have the Blood Wave token. Underworld Emperor said. Yes, but those experts with Blood Wave tokens are not stupid. Look, they have already arrived around the Blood Wave Temple. Including the 3 of you, there are only 5 of them, Tai Ta said. Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew which 5 Tai Ta was referring to. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. On his side, he, Emperor Ming, and Di Hao each had 1 Blood Wave token, so there were 3 of them. His soul power also sensed 2 auras around him, which belonged to the Light King and the Saint Devil Sun. The Light King and the Saint Devil Sun were ranked 1st and 2nd on the True Saint list respectively. Emperor Ming was ranked 3rd, Di Hao was ranked 4th, and Jian Wushuang was ranked 5th. They were the 5 strongest people on the True Saint list. Because of their strength and absolute confidence, they did not hesitate to appear in front of everyone. Although there were many experts gathered around the Blood Wave Hall, no one would think of fighting them. However, other than the 5 of them, the 5 remaining experts who had obtained the Blood Wave token, including the 6th-ranked Master Ku, the 8th-ranked Han Xian, and the 10th-ranked Snow Saint, did not show themselves. It was because they had some concerns, therefore, they wanted to wait until the Blood Wave Temple was officially opened before rushing over. At this moment, "Huh!" Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. "We're coming from the Light Dynasty," Underworld Emperor said. Everyone looked in a direction. There, a handsome man wearing a loose robe and carrying a cyan-colored long stick slowly walked toward them. He did not stop until he was less than 100 meters away from them. "Light King, what's the matter?" Underworld Emperor looked at Light King from the corner of his eyes. If it were anyone else, they would be very nervous and stressed when facing Light King, who was ranked 1st on the True Saint list. But now, they had 4 experts on the True Saint list, and they were ranked 3rd, 4th, 5th, and the last one, Tai Ta, who was ranked 1st in defense. With such a lineup, they were not afraid of Light King at all. "I'm looking for Heavenly Sword Marquis." Light King looked directly at Jian Wushuang. "Looking for me? Why? Do you want to attack me?" Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. Light King, I advise you not to humiliate yourself, Di Hao said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3271 Jackpot Among the people that Light King was facing, Di Hao and the people from the Temporal Temple were undoubtedly on Jian Wushuang's side. As for the Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta, the Underworld Emperor owed Jian Wushuang a favor. In addition, the three of them had been chatting for the past few days and had developed a certain friendship. If Light King came to find trouble with Jian Wushuang, of course, the two of them would also choose to help Jian Wushuang. In such a situation, if the Light King still wanted to attack Jian Wushuang, he would indeed be asking for trouble. Don't misunderstand. The Light King looked around at the people in front of him, but he smiled and said, I didn't come to find Heavenly Sword Marquis to kill him like last time. After all, I only accepted the invitation from the three Saint Realms, and the three Saint Realms offered me a condition that I couldn't refuse. But since the siege, I have done what I should do. What happens between you and the three major businesses has nothing to do with me. I'm not here for anything else. I'm here for the evaluation of your killing power. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have no objection to your being called number one in terms of your life-saving ability and assassination ability. However, I don't agree with you that your killing power is number one. After all, I have always thought that my killing power is the strongest among the immortal saints. Therefore, I really want to compete with you. Light King's eyes sparkled. You and I will use our strongest move and see who is more powerful. What do you think? I see. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He finally understood the purpose of the Light King's visit. To put it bluntly, he was not satisfied with the evaluation of his killing power on the True Saint list. The Light King has always been arrogant and confident in his own strength. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you were only ranked first in your life-saving ability and assassination ability, so it doesn't matter. After all, these two rankings are just some means and cannot be considered as strength. However, it's different if you are ranked first in your killing power. It means that in terms of the strongest attack power, you are stronger than him. That's why the Light King wants to challenge you, Tai Ta said softly. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood. Brother Heavenly Marquis, how about it? Do you want to compete? Underworld Emperor whispered. With the power of your strongest sword, you can crush Light King. Yes, I think so too. Tai Ta also nodded heavily. Di Hao and the people of the Temporal Temple also looked at Jian Wushuang. At this time, Jian Wushuang revealed a strange smile. Light King, it's not a problem for you to compete with me in the strongest power. However, it's meaningless to compete in this kind of competition. Why don't we add some stakes? Add stakes? Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta were both stunned. They had witnessed Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword move and thought that Jian Wushuang could win against Light King. Therefore, they supported Jian Wushuang's competition. However, they did not expect that Jian Wushuang was smarter than them. At the same time, he actually wanted to increase the stakes. This increase in stakes was a gamble. Light King, what do you think? Jian Wushuang looked at Light King with a smile. Interesting. Light King also smiled. Okay, let's increase the stakes. However, since our strength has reached our level, and we will soon enter the Blood Wave Temple and become Principal's Masters, ordinary things are useless. How about this? Many years ago, I obtained a reincarnation pearl from an invincible saint. I will now use this reincarnation pearl as the stakes for our competition. How about it? Samsara bead? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. He did not know what the Samsara bead was, but judging from its name, it must have something to do with the reincarnation principles. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I know that you have not only comprehended the space-time principles, but you have also studied the reincarnation principles. It's just that your comprehension of the reincarnation principles is far inferior to the space-time principles. This time, when you enter the Bloodwave Palace, you will become a principles master with the space-time principles, but after becoming a principles master, you will definitely find a way to master the second principles, which is naturally the reincarnation principles. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. The Samsara bead is the proof to enter the Samsara heaven domain. It is said that the Samsara heaven domain is a cultivation holy land for comprehending the Samsara principles. If you can enter it, it will be of great help to you in comprehending the Samsara principles, said the Light King. Samsara heaven domain? Jian Wuxuang's eyes lit up. I have heard of the Samsara heaven domain. It is indeed very useful for cultivators who are comprehending the Samsara principles, Tai Ta said. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jian Wuxuang's face. Visit Rietal.me for extra chapters. As the Light King had said, it was difficult for ordinary things to attract people with their strength. However, the certificate to enter the Samsara heaven realm was very helpful to him. I've taken out my wager, but what do you use as your wager? The Light King looked at him. Light King, the Samsara bead you took out is indeed useful to me, but I don't have any treasure that can help you a lot. Although it's not useful to you, I believe it's much more valuable than your Samsara bead, Jian Wuxuang said. Then he flipped his hand, and an azure lamp appeared in his hand. As soon as this azure lamp appeared, an ancient and majestic soul aura immediately spread out. Sensing this aura, many experts present were stunned. This is a supreme treasure. It's a soul attack supreme treasure, the one belonging to the 9 Temple Saintess. The Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta recognized this azure lamp immediately. After all, they had fought with the 9 Temple Saintess and forced her to use this supreme treasure. Soul attack treasure? When he saw the green lamp, Light King's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are really generous. In terms of value, not to mention 1 reincarnation pearl, even 2 or 3 can't compare to the soul attack treasure in your hand. Using this soul attack treasure as a wager is obviously giving me an advantage. But I, Light King, am not a person who likes to take advantage of others. In this case, in addition to the reincarnation pearl, I will add 3 top-grade holy treasure protective armor and 1 top-grade soul defense holy treasure as a reward. Although the value is still not as valuable as your soul attack treasure, this is all I can offer. Okay. Jian Wuxuang smiled and directly agreed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3272, Crushing the Betting was settled, and soon Jian Wuxuang and Light King were ready to fight. Underworld Emperor, Di Hao, and the others immediately stepped aside to make way for an empty battlefield. The experts who were looking for opportunities around Bloodwave Temple noticed what was happening. What's going on? It seems like the Light King is going to fight with the Heavenly Sword Marquis? Yes, they are going to fight, and it was the Light King who took the initiative to go up. However, they shouldn't be fighting to see who is stronger. After all, the Light King is definitely the strongest. The reason they are fighting now should be because of the number 1 offensive power. The first place in attack power? Although the Light King was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest, the Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9 Temple Saintess with 1 sword attack. Then, he was recognized as the first place in attack power by the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. Now, if the 2 of them were just fighting for the strongest power, the outcome would not be certain. In my opinion, the Light King will definitely win. After all, he has merged the 2 principles, and his strength is unfathomable. In terms of attack power, the power of the combination of the 2 principles is too strong. That's not necessarily true. You didn't see the scene where Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9 Temple Saintess. Although the 9 Temple Saintess has less than 50% of her divine power left, I dare say that the Light King is absolutely incapable of doing that. Many experts expressed their views on the fight between Jian Wushuang and the Light King. Some thought that the Light King's attack power was the strongest, but many also thought that Jian Wushuang's unique skill was the best. After all, even the ranking on the True Saint list said so. But who had the strongest attack power was about to be revealed. In the vast void, Jian Wushuang and the Light King were facing each other from a distance. Light King, you attack first? Jian Wushuang appeared very casual. Then I won't be polite. The Light King smiled faintly, and the cyan long stick on his back appeared in front of him. As he held the long stick in his right hand, in an instant, a dense wave of light and wind principles surged out. The power of these two great principles was incomparably dense. Clearly, the Light King's comprehension of these two principles had already reached the limit of a true saint. And the most terrifying thing was that after these two great principles surged out, they directly fused together at the fastest speed. When the new power emerged after the two principles merged, everyone present was filled with fear and gratitude. Among the many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, only the Light King could merge the two principles. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what I'm going to use next is my most powerful move. I created it many years ago after merging the two principles. So far, I've only used this move 4 times. 3 times, I killed an invincible saint, and the last time, I killed 8 peak saints in one breath. Extermination! I named this move, Extermination! Light King stared at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes, and his leisurely voice spread throughout the surrounding area of Bloodwave Temple. Hearing his words, there was a commotion among the surrounding spectators. Extermination. Just from the name alone, it could be seen how terrifying this move would be. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. I'll wait and see. Jian Wushuang still smiled faintly, showing no signs of wanting to make a move. Heavenly Sword Marquis, be careful! Light King finally made his move. He held the cyan-colored long stick in both hands at the same time. The cyan-colored long stick, which was less than 2 meters long, suddenly expanded to 3 meters long, like a small mountain. On this small mountain, the principles of light and the principles of wind were perfectly combined, and a destructive power slowly condensed. One strike, extermination! The cyan staff in the hand of Light King finally smashed down. Boom! The world suddenly trembled, and the void seemed to be completely collapsed. The mighty cyan staff shadow, with a terrifying aura that shocked everyone present, directly smashed toward Jian Wushuang. At this moment, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the cyan staff shadow with wide eyes. This Light King really hid his strength! Di Hao shouted in his heart. He had fought with Light King directly, but Light King had easily defeated him with the combined power of 2 principles. At that time, Light King did not use the combined power of 2 principles to perform his ultimate move. This strike is too powerful! A trace of shock appeared in the eyes of Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta. Visit Reatal.me for extra chapters. While everyone was in a state of shock, under the cyan staff shadow, Jian Wushuang's face turned cold as he watched the cyan staff shadow smashing toward him. Heaven-cleaving skill! Buzz! Strong pressure from the life level directly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. This pressure ignored the strength of both sides and the realm level. It was the pressure from the most fundamental life level. The most important thing was that this pressure could not be resisted. Light King's aura was overwhelming, and his eyes were shining. He was very confident in his most powerful strike. None of the immortal saints could resist this strike. That was why he wanted to compete with Jian Wushuang in terms of offensive power, and even took the gamble. However, at this moment, the supreme life-level pressure from Jian Wushuang suddenly came into effect. Under this supreme pressure, the expression on Light King's face instantly froze. What is this? There was a trace of fear in Light King's eyes. Under this pressure, his consciousness seemed to have come to a halt. And what he had used was an earth-shaking strike. At this moment, the power of the strike was reduced by nearly half. Then, Jian Wushuang struck. He simply raised a blood mountain sword in his hand and struck out with it. In the eyes of everyone around him, his strike was very ordinary. However, when they were fighting for the 8th Blood Wave token, Underworld Emperor and Tai Ta had seen with their own eyes that Jian Wuxuang had used such an ordinary strike to kill the 9 Temple Saintess, who had nearly 50% of her divine power. Now, the same sword move collided with Light King's Scion long staff in an instant. Then, bang! With a deafening sound, the overwhelming power spread out crazily. In the middle of the battlefield, a Scion long staff was thrown out, and Light King's body was shot out like a cannonball. Finally, it smashed into the formation light membrane surrounding Blood Wave Temple. The array light film, under the impact of the Light King, slightly trembled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3273 Blood Wave Temple opens _silence. The whole world was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. A huge wave rose in everyone's hearts. Before Jian Wuxuang and the Light King fought, many experts had already guessed that the collision of the strongest power would be very intense. They also knew that their strongest moves would be extremely terrifying. At the same time, many people also guessed that since Jian Wuxuang was recognized by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance as having the strongest attack power, he should be stronger than the Light King in the collision of the strongest power. However, no matter how they used their imagination to guess, they did not expect this scene. In a head-on confrontation, the power of both sides did not appear to be in a stalemate. Just a clash, the Light King's weapon was thrown out, and then the Light King was pushed back. Easily crushed. This was definitely a crushing level. The difference in power between the two sides was too big. Not to mention the surrounding spectators, even the Light King himself was a little stunned. How did this happen? What was that suppressive force? The Light King frowned. He still remembered very clearly what he had felt in that moment just now. When that pressure came, it made him feel an unprecedented pressure and shock. The power of the most powerful move that he had displayed, in that instant, it reduced its power by at least 40%. If it had not been for the pressure, his most powerful move might not have been as powerful as Jian Wuxuang's sword, but it would not have been so easily defeated. There was no room for him to fight back. The pressure just now was a bit like bloodline pressure, but there was a clear difference between it and bloodline pressure. It should be at the level of life. Light King narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wuxuang. What kind of monster is Heavenly Sword Marquis? How could he have such a terrifying pressure? While Light King was puzzled, Jian Wuxuang had already put away his Blood Mountain sword. A smile slowly appeared on his face as he said, "Light King, you lost!" "Haha, Light King, are you convinced now?" Underworld Emperor and the others had already rushed over, and there was a strange smile on his face. Light King's face darkened, but then he smiled. "No wonder the true Saint List thinks that your attack power is number 1. The power of your sword just now has completely exceeded the level of the Immortal Saint. Heavenly Sword Marquis, in terms of attack power alone, you can indeed be ranked number 1. I, Light King, am willing to accept my defeat. Samsara bead, as well as 3 top-grade Holy Treasure level protective armor, and 1 soul defense top-grade Holy Treasure, they are all yours." Light King threw an interspatial ring at Jian Wuxuang. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyNovelFull.com. Thanks. Jian Wuxuang took it and glanced at it with his consciousness. The smile on his face grew wider. "Light King, thank you." Light King nodded slightly and walked to the side. After Light King left, the surrounding void exploded. Countless experts were talking about the battle just now. Most of them were amazed by the power of Jian Wuxuang's sword. Everyone was shocked by the power of the sword. Especially a few experts on the True Saint list. These experts on the True Saint list were strong, so they felt it even more. The moment Jian Wushuang used the sword, although they were outside the battlefield, they still felt a faint sense of death, which made them shudder. There was a rumor that if Jian Wushuang used his strongest trump card, he could kill experts on the true saint list instantly. At first, I didn't believe the rumor, but now I believe it. Indeed, that sword move could kill an invincible saint easily. As for experts on the true saint list, if their protective abilities were weaker, they could kill them instantly. This sword attack is too terrifying. I don't know how the Heavenly Sword Marquis mastered such a terrifying trump card. He is a monster. Many eyes could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. However, most of them were filled with fear and fear. At this moment, boom! The world suddenly shook. A faint ripple appeared on the light membrane of the formation that the Light King had crashed into. The light membrane of the formation began to gradually fade. Seeing this scene, many of the experts present were stunned. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The Blood Wave Palace is about to open. It's finally about to open. Many burning gazes turned toward the towering palace in the center. At this moment, the light membrane of the array that had been surrounding the palace had completely turned into nothingness. Naturally, the array had also dissipated. At the main entrance of the palace, the huge golden palace door had always been closed. However, a crack had suddenly appeared in the middle of the palace door. This crack was getting bigger and bigger. The ancient golden door slowly opened. Finally, the golden door completely opened, and the world once again calmed down. However, although the world returned to calm, the hearts of the many experts present could no longer calm down. The door of the Blood Wave Hall, which all the experts present yearned to enter, had opened. The Blood Wave Hall was the location of opportunities in the Blood Wave realm. After a long period of time, 99 out of 100 immortal saints who entered the Blood Wave Hall could directly become Principal's Masters. In other words, as long as the immortal saints present could enter the Blood Wave Temple, they would definitely become Principal's Masters. The only pity was that there were only 10 Blood Wave tokens to enter the Blood Wave Temple. The door of the Blood Wave Temple is wide open. Those of us who have obtained the Blood Wave tokens must enter through the door. For those experts who have not obtained the Blood Wave tokens, this is their last chance. Underworld Emperor looked around at the densely packed figures. He said in a low voice, "We're fine. There shouldn't be any blind people who will come to find trouble with us. However, the other 5 who didn't arrive in the beginning will not be able to enter Blood Wave Temple easily," Jian Wushuang said. Indeed. Now everyone's eyes are probably on those 5 people. As soon as they appear, the surrounding people will definitely swarm over. Tai Ta said. It doesn't matter whether they can enter the Blood Wave Palace successfully or not. Let's go in first, Di Hao said. You guys go in first. I'm not in a hurry. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Oh? Emperor Ming and Di Hao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. I have some other things to do, Jian Wushuang explained. Emperor Ming and Di Hao looked at each other in dismay. Okay, be careful. After saying that, Emperor Ming and Di Hao flew directly into the Blood Wave Temple. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3274. Cunning _ the doors of the Blood Wave Palace opened wide, and the countless experts present stared at the entrance of the palace with bloodshot eyes, eyeing it like a tiger eyeing its prey. Right at this moment, a human figure directly passed through the void and rushed toward the palace door. In an instant, countless gazes turned toward this human figure, but after seeing who it was, these people immediately chose to suppress the fanaticism in their hearts. After all, it was the Light King who intended to enter the Blood Wave Palace. Without any hindrance, the Light King directly entered the Blood Wave Palace. Then, the Holy Devil's Son entered the Blood Wave Palace under everyone's gaze, followed by Emperor Ming and Di Hao. Since then, 4 out of the 5 experts who had the Blood Wave token had entered, except for Jian Wushuang. Brother Heavenly Marquis, Why are you staying here instead of entering Blood Wave Temple with Underworld Emperor and the others? Tai Ta looked over. Of course, I have my reasons. Jian Wushuang did not explain too much. Outside Blood Wave Temple, after Underworld Emperor and Di Hao entered, no fifth expert with Blood Wave token entered for a short period of time. Although everyone present did not make any moves, everyone knew that the atmosphere was already tense. Suddenly, from the void beside them, a group of people erupted with astonishing speed and rushed toward the door of the Blood Wave Palace. The appearance of this group of people instantly caused the many experts present to become restless. They are from the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. Master Ku is in the crowd, he wants to enter the Blood Wave Palace. Stop him! A series of explosive shouts suddenly resounded through the void. Countless powerful warriors moved. The Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect was one of the three great freedom alliances of the Divine Beginning Realm. Normally, the many powerful warriors present did not have the courage to provoke the core powerful warriors of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, much less snatch the treasures in their hands. However, in the Blood Wave realm, no one cared about the temptation of the opportunity to become the principal's master in the Blood Wave Palace. Right now, they only wanted to stop Master Ku before he entered the Blood Wave Palace, then, they would snatch the Blood Wave token from his hand. Hong! 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 Streams of tyrannical aura rose up in this void space. The many experts surrounding the Blood Wave Palace swarmed toward the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect from all directions at this moment. All sorts of techniques were directly displayed at this moment. It's really crazy! Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang Yiyu, and Fei Shui stood there and looked at the scene in front of them with fear. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. There were 2,000 experts on the field. At this moment, at least half of them were attacking the people of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. Facing so many experts, even the Light King would have to retreat. The people of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect naturally encountered unprecedented trouble. Fortunately, although there are many experts attacking them, most of them are not united and their attacks are scattered. Otherwise, the few people from the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect would have been killed in just a few moves. Jian Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. He did not have the slightest intention to attack. At this moment, Master Ku suddenly erupted. He swallowed a drop of divine power and instantly unleashed his terrifying strength, repelling the people around him. Then, he easily passed through the crowd and arrived at the door of Blood Wave Temple. Then, he entered the temple. Since Master Ku had already entered Blood Wave Temple, the people surrounding them had nothing to attract them, so they naturally stopped. Not bad. Master Ku is ranked 6th on the True Saint list, so he has some strength. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Not long after Master Ku entered the Blood Wave Temple, Snow Saint, who was ranked 10th on the True Saint list, also appeared. Snow Saint came from the Burning Heart Celestial Sect, one of the 8 great celestial sections. However, there were no other experts from the Burning Heart Celestial Sect around her. When the experts surrounded her, her figure became ghostly. Swish! 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 Many white shadows moved through the crowd at such a fast speed that many people could not keep up with them, let alone her speed. What a terrifying movement technique! Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. At the same time, he recalled the introduction of Saint Snow on the True Saint list. Saint Snow was extremely powerful. At the same time, her movement technique was widely recognized by many experts as the #1 immortal saint. Now, Jian Wushuang had finally witnessed it. Unlike his shadowless escape skill, his shadowless escape skill was an escape skill. It was mainly used to hide his tracks so that no one could detect him. As for his movement skill, it could be detected, but it was as useless as being unable to detect him. Using her #1 movement skill, Snow Saint easily passed through the crowd in front of her, and soon arrived at the gate of Blood Wave Temple. What was interesting was that when the Snow Saint arrived at the gates of the Blood Wave Temple, there were still some people behind her with bloodshot eyes. Those who had gone mad still wanted to chase after her. Kill her! Among them, the black-robed skinny youth who was charging at the very front was the craziest. He roared and roared crazily like a wild beast because the Snow Saint had already entered the Bloodwave Temple. The others had already given up when they saw this, but he was still charging forward crazily. However, just as everyone was mocking the black-robed skinny youth, the black-robed skinny youth who was about to reach the entrance of the Bloodwave Hall suddenly sped up and entered the Bloodwave Hall. This scene shocked everyone. What? What's going on? Without the Bloodwave token, it's impossible to enter the Bloodwave Temple. But that person just now... Most of them had not reacted and were still somewhat baffled. However, when Jian Wushuang saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. So it's him. He's really cunning. Haha, this kid is really smart. Tai Ta, who was beside him, also laughed. The two of them already knew the identity of the black-robed skinny youth. As expected, that black-robed skinny youth was the mysterious invincible saint who had luckily obtained the 9th Bloodwave token. Although he had obtained the Bloodwave token, no one in the Bloodwave realm recognized him and did not know who he was. Therefore, he had just blended into the crowd and pretended to be like everyone else to crazily block and kill the Snow Saint. He even pretended to be incomparably crazy and charged forward like his consciousness had been completely occupied by greed. The people around him did not pay much attention to him. Then, he followed the Snow Saint to the entrance of the Bloodwave Hall, and easily entered the Bloodwave Hall. It had to be said that this person was indeed cunning. Chapter 3275. It wasn't her after the black-robed skinny youth entered the Bloodwave Hall. The experts who had regained their senses immediately guessed his identity and began to curse loudly. Bastard! Damn it, that person just now was the invincible saint who received the 9th Bloodwave token. He actually played us? Fooled us? No, only an average invincible saint like him can successfully enter the Bloodwave Temple. Otherwise, he will die unless he hands over the Bloodwave token. We can only say that he is very smart. Now 7 people have entered the Bloodwave Temple. Although the Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't enter, we can't get the Bloodwave token in his hand. In other words, there are only 2 chances left. One of these 2 Bloodwave tokens is on Han Xin of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and the other one is on the Silver Snow King. These 2 people must not let them enter the Bloodwave Temple. All the experts present made up their minds. They had no choice. Their chances were running out. The people from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley are here. A low roar suddenly reverberated between the heaven and earth. In an instant, the eyes of the experts who were still eager for the Bloodwave token turned scarlet again. Jian Wushuang also looked over from the void not far away. His hands could not help clenching into fists. There, 5 figures were rushing over. All 5 of them wore white robes and were women. 4 of the 5 women revealed their faces, but the one in the middle was covered by a veil. Although the face could not be seen clearly with the veil, the beautiful eyes and figure alone were enough to make everyone's heart flutter. Without a doubt, this woman's beauty was extraordinary. She might not be as beautiful as the dead 9 Temple Saintess, but she was definitely not far off. Looking at the veiled woman in the center, Jian Wushuang's fanatical heart was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. It cooled down, and his tightly clenched fist slowly loosened. It's not her. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. From the very beginning, when he learned of Han Xin's name on the True Saint list and that she came from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, he had been looking forward to it because he felt that this Han Xin was most likely his wife, Lin Wushuang. After all, Han Xin was not famous before. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere, but she was very strong and had an extremely cold temperament. These characteristics were very similar to his wife. Han Xin had obtained a Bloodwave token, so she would definitely enter the Bloodwave Temple. Because of this, he did not choose to enter the Bloodwave Temple with Emperor Ming and Di Hao immediately. Instead, he stayed here and waited, he had waited for Han Xian to appear and then wanted to see if she was really his wife. But in the end, he was disappointed. Although the veiled woman in front of him was still veiled and his face could not be seen clearly, and her temperament was also extremely cold, Jian Wushuang could tell at a glance that she was not his wife. The difference between the two was too great. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Jian Wushuang sighed heavily in his heart. After a long while, he raised his head again, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Although Han Xian is not Shuang'er, she is after all a genius disciple of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. If I want to reunite with Shuang'er in the future, I will have to deal with the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. If I can help Han Xian now, it can be considered as a favor to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with her. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate any longer. He immediately used the shadowless escape technique and rushed toward Han Xian. Han Xian and the other 4 people from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had long known that they would be blocked by many experts when they entered the Blood Wave Temple. Therefore, they were prepared. They immediately formed the defensive formation. This defensive formation was of a very high level. In addition to the 5 people who were driving the formation, including Han Xian, who had swallowed a drop of divine power, their strength had soared. Even if they were surrounded by many experts, this array could barely hold on. Meanwhile, the 5 of them were relying on the array to fend off the attacks from all directions while continuously approaching the Blood Wave Hall's door. Soon, we're almost at the door of the hall. As the 5 of them got closer and closer to the door of the Blood Wave Hall, a trace of joy rose in the hearts of the 5 people. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. You want to rely on this defensive array to forcefully walk to the door of the Bloodwave Palace? How can it be so easy? A fierce shout suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Everyone, they are using the indestructible true martial array. This array's defensive power is extremely strong. Regardless of whether we attack separately or concentrate our power to attack a single point, it will be very difficult for us to break this array. However, every array has a weakness. The weakness of this indestructible true martial array is in Zigan's position. Everyone, listen to my instructions and attack this point together. The one who shouted was a purple-robed old man. When the surrounding people saw this purple-robed old man, their hearts calmed down. Oh no, it's Elder Ghost Heaven Sorcerer! The expressions of the 5 people from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley changed. Elder Ghost Heaven Sorcerer was just a carefree invincible saint. In terms of strength, he was not much, but he was very famous in the Divine Beginning realm. That was because he had a very high level of research on formations, especially, he had a very high level of research on some strange formations. For example, the eternal true martial formation that the 5 people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had used was an extremely strange and rare defensive formation in the Divine Beginning realm. This formation was very hard to recognize, and there were so many powerful people here, there were also many people who had studied formations. However, since the appearance of the 5 people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, no one had seen through this formation. However, this Elder Ghost Heaven Sorcerer was able to see through this formation now. If someone were to see through this formation and find its weakness, then the power of this formation would be greatly reduced. As expected, under the guidance of the Elder Ghost Heaven Sorcerer, many experts attacked consecutively. In just 2 or 3 attacks, they had directly destroyed the indestructible True Force formation. When the formation collapsed, the 5 people from Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley immediately appeared in front of the many experts present. With the Blood Wave token, Han Xian did not have the tyrannical strength of Master Ku, nor did she have the terrifying movement technique of the Snow Saint. Under the encirclement of so many experts, they instantly fell into a crisis. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the middle of the battlefield. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many strong people present. Chapter 3276 Summon. Heavenly Sword Marquis, it's Heavenly Sword Marquis! Why is he here at this time? Heavenly Sword Marquis, we are not interested in the blood wave token in your hand. I hope you won't hinder us. Many experts looked at Jian Wushuang, and some even warned him. Ha, I'm just trying to get in your way, so what can you do? Jian Wushuang sneered. He swayed in the crowd and did not attack the surrounding experts. However, those experts who were crazily surrounding and killing Han Xian did not dare to provoke him. Jian Wushuang easily came to the center of the battlefield and came to Han Xin's side. Grab me! Jian Wushuang stretched out his arm. Ha! Han Xian looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. However, since she was in a critical situation, she did not have time to think about it. She immediately grabbed Jian Wushuang's arm and whooshed. Jian Wushuang and Han Xian disappeared into the crowd. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the entrance of Blood Wave Temple. Time-space teleportation. This move could not only teleport from a long distance but also move at a close distance. Now Jian Wushuang used time-space teleportation and brought Han Xian to the entrance of Blood Wave Temple. Then, they immediately rushed into Blood Wave Temple. Seeing Jian Wushuang and Han Xian enter Blood Wave Temple, many experts present were extremely angry. Bastards, they escaped! We had a chance to kill Han Xian and get the Blood Wave token from her because of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Damn Heavenly Sword Marquis, he entered the Blood Wave Temple by himself, but he helped others to enter the Blood Wave Temple? Those experts who did not get the Blood Wave token were cursing Jian Wushuang, but now that it was a foregone conclusion, there was nothing they could do. Around them, Tai Ta, Qian Hongzi, and the others had strange expressions when they saw this scene. Did the Heavenly Sword Marquis stay here to help Han Xian enter the Blood Wave Temple? Tai Ta stroked his chin. It seems so, but when did the Heavenly Sword Marquis become friends with the people of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? I've never heard of them. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others were also puzzled, but they did not think too much about it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. After Jian Wushuang and Han Xian entered the hall, they came directly to a magnificent hall. After entering the hall, there were no pursuers behind them. Han Xian immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, why are you helping me? Han Xian asked in puzzlement. She asked herself if it was the first time she met Jian Wushuang, so they did not have any friendship. And she had never heard of the relationship between the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and Jian Wushuang. I helped you because of someone in the valley, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Han Xian asked. Her surname is Ling. She should have entered the valley hundreds of years ago, and her position in the valley should be very special, Jian Wushuang said. His wife, Ling Wushuang, was suitable to cultivate the supreme divine skill of the valley. Even the old valley master of the valley valued her very much. After she entered the valley, her position was certainly extraordinary. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Han Xin's expression under the veil changed. Obviously, she knew who the person Jian Wushuang was talking about was. Han Xian, you should know who I'm talking about, right? Jian Wushuang stared at Han Xian. I don't know. Han Xian shook her head directly. In the past 1,000 years, many disciples have entered Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. I don't know all of them. As for the person whose surname is Ling, I have never paid attention to him. You don't know? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could tell that Han Xian was lying at a glance. However, Han Xian clearly did not intend to continue this topic with him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have indeed helped me a lot this time. I will remember this favor. I will repay you when I have the chance in the future, Han Xian said. Jian Wushuang looked around and hesitated for a moment. He did not continue asking but looked at the front of the hall. The grand hall was quite simple and crude. There were no exquisite and brilliant decorations. In front of the hall, there were 2 passages leading to the inner layer. 2 passages? Jian Wushuang frowned. Someone from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley came to the Blood Wave Palace with the Blood Wave token, but they left a message that there was only one passage in the Blood Wave Temple. But now, why are there two passages? Is it because we entered the Blood Wave Temple at the same time? Han Xian was puzzled. It's possible. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Han Xian, since there are two passages, you and I can choose one to enter. You choose first. I'll take this one. Han Xian did not stand on ceremony and directly chose the passage on the right. Then I'll take this one. Good luck, Jian Wushuang said. His body flashed, and he directly rushed toward the left passage. The dark and long passage was bottomless. Jian Wushuang carefully moved forward, but his mind was still full of thoughts. Han Xian clearly knows who I'm talking about, but she insists that she doesn't know. Why? Is it because she doesn't want the outside world to know about Shuang-er, or is it because Shuang-er has started to cultivate that divine skill and the supreme emotion-forgetting valley wants her to cut off all ties with the outside world? Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he did not get anything out of Han Xin's conversation, Jian Wushuang felt a little uneasy. He felt that he could not delay the matter of Shuang-er any longer. Once the matter of the Blood Wave realm was settled and he had successfully broken through to the Principal's Master realm, he would immediately set off for the second heaven. If I can really become the Principal's Master, I can at least be treated seriously by the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, Jian Wushuang muttered. But at this moment, a long voice slowly came from the end of the passage. Little guy, come here. Come to me. The voice seemed to contain special magic power. It came from the tunnel in front of him, but it sounded in Jian Wushuang's heart and echoed in his mind again and again. Come here. Come here. The voice sounded again and again, and at the same time, an unprecedented summoning power came. Although Jian Wushuang had been vigilant, as the voice sounded again and again, his consciousness gradually sank down. His eyes gradually became listless. At this moment, his consciousness had been completely sealed, like a walking corpse. With the guidance of the voice, he moved forward numbly. Chapter 3277 Divine Palace of Life __. After an unknown period of time, Jian Wushuang finally regained consciousness. Once he regained consciousness, he immediately understood his situation. His face suddenly changed, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He was very clear that his previous state was completely at the mercy of others. What's going on? Jian Wushuang immediately looked around and found that he had come to a dark void where there was no light at all, even his vision was blocked. Even so, Jian Wushuang still saw a dark figure not far in front of him. Who are you? Jian Wushuang stared at the dark figure. His intuition told him that his muddle-headed state was likely caused by this dark figure. You are now in Blood Wave Temple, but I can easily bring you here. Who do you think I am? The dark figure said slowly in the dark void. You are the master of the Blood Wave Temple? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Yes, but it's just a consciousness, the dark figure said. Jian Wushuang was not surprised. He could feel that the figure in front of him did not have any life aura. It was indeed a consciousness. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bloodwave, and I come from the Life Palace, the dark figure said. Life Palace? Is it a sect or force that specializes in comprehending the principles of life? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had never heard of a force or sect called the Life Palace in the Divine Beginning Realm. However, the Blood Wave Realm could not even be touched by the 3 Saint Realms and the 3 Freedom Alliances. It could even block the will of the Heavenly Tao. It was evident that the strength of the Master of the Blood Wave Temple was extraordinary to be able to produce such an expert in the Life Palace. He must be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang, greetings, Elder Blood Wave. Jian Wushuang immediately bowed to show his respect. Jian Wushuang? Aren't you called Heavenly Sword Marquis? Bloodwave asked playfully. Senior, you know my name? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Of course, I created the Bloodwave realm. I know what happened here. Of course, my consciousness is in a deep sleep all year round. Under normal circumstances, it would not be awakened, let alone pay attention to the things in the blood wave realm. But this time, I was alarmed because of you. Blood wave gave Jian Wushuang a deep look. Little guy, it's your perfect life level that has alarmed me. Perfect life level? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He was a perfect chaotic creature, which was his biggest secret. Although he had used the heaven-cleaving skill in the blood wave realm and revealed the life pressure of a perfect chaotic creature, he had never expected that his display would alarm Blood Wave, who had been sleeping all this time. Moreover, Blood Wave had directly seen that he had a perfect life level. One must know that there was no specific concept of a life level in the divine beginning realm. An ordinary life was an ordinary life, and a special life was a special life. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. As for the word perfect, it was named by his master Xian Yi. Senior Blood Wave, how do you know the level of a perfect life form and recognize it at a glance? Jian Wushuang asked. It's simple. I've seen a cultivator at the level of a perfect life form, Blood Wave said. You've seen my master? Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his master was the only one who had a perfect chaotic life form in the divine beginning realm. Now that Blood Wave had said that he had met a cultivator with a perfect life level, he subconsciously thought that it was his master, so he blurted it out. Your master? What's his name? Blood Wave asked. His name is Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang answered immediately. Xian Yi? I've never heard of him. Blood Wave shook his head. How is that possible? Have you met other perfect chaotic creatures, Elder Blood Wave? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Ha ha, little guy, it seems that your horizons are still a little low, but it's normal. After all, you're only a saint. You're not qualified to touch the secrets of this world, let alone the secrets of the entire universe, Blood Wave said with a smile. The universe? Is it the universe battlefield? Jian Wushuang asked. Visit Riedel.me for extra chapters. The universe battlefield? Sort of. Blood Wave continued to smile. Let me put it this way. A cultivator at the level of perfect life, which is a perfect chaotic creature, is very rare. In your current world, it is absolutely unique. However, if it is in the vast universe, it may not be the case. At least, I have seen other perfect chaotic creatures, and there is more than one. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Universe? Universe battlefield? It was said that the universe battlefield was extremely mysterious, and had unlimited possibilities. He had always thought that the universe battlefield was just an opportunity, but now it seemed that it was not so. In the vast universe battlefield, there seemed to be other cultivators besides the divine beginning realm, and there were even other perfect chaotic creatures. Senior Blood Wave, is the life palace that you mentioned also a force in the universe battlefield? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Blood Wave nodded. The life palace is the most mysterious and terrifying force in the universe. It has a special feature, which is that it is only open to special life forms. In other words, only special life forms born in the universe are qualified to join the life palace. Only special life forms are qualified to join? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He knew very well how rare and powerful special life forms were. In the divine beginning realm, there were indeed too few special life forms. So far, Jian Wushuang had only met two special life forms. One was the Saint Devil Son, and the other was someone he had met before, Xiong Tao from the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. These two special life forms had a huge innate advantage. Saint Devil Son, for example, was only ranked in the top 10 on the True Saint list due to his simple comprehension of the principles. He did not have many unique skills and secret skills, but because of the huge innate advantage of the special life forms, he could even compete with Light King, and that was why he was ranked second on the True Saint list. Jian Wushuang thought it was terrifying to see a force that only special life forms were qualified to join, and all the experts under its command were special life forms. Senior Blood Wave, I'm very curious. How many people are in the Life Palace? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Many. I don't know exactly how many, but it's definitely beyond your imagination. In addition, I just said that only special life forms are qualified to enter the Life Palace, and am not talking about ordinary initial level special life forms, Bloodwave said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3278, added. It's not an ordinary initial level special life form? What do you mean? Are there different levels among the special life forms? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, there are differences among the special life forms. Just like bloodline groups, there are weaker and lower level bloodline groups, and there are also extremely powerful bloodline groups standing at the top. Bloodwave smiled faintly. There are several levels of special life forms. First of all, the most common and easier to see in the universe are the initial level special life forms. Compared to ordinary cultivators, these special life forms have obvious innate advantages, but their potential is actually similar to that of ordinary human cultivators. If you want to reach the peak, you still have to work hard and take risks to have a chance. Most initial level special life forms are born within the Tao world and are born within the Tao world. However, above the initial level, there are universe level special life forms. Special life forms at this level may not be stronger than initial level special life forms, but they have greater potential. This is because universe level special life forms are born within the vast universe. There is still a huge difference between the two. Above the universe level, there are special life forms in the creation level. Special life forms at this level have huge innate advantages and extremely high talent. Of course, their potential is much higher than the first two special life forms. In the universe, ordinary special life forms in the creation level can reach the level of universe overlords as long as they don't die halfway. Bloodwave was talking slowly. However, Jian Wushuang, who was listening in front of him, was a little stunned. Initial level? Universe level? Creation level? Tao realm? Universe overlord? These words completely exceeded Jian Wushuang's understanding of heaven and earth, making him feel as if he had entered a completely new level. Above the creation level is the final perfect level. Bloodwave spoke again. His expression became solemn. A perfect level life form is an almost extinct existence in the vast universe. It is possible to have one life form after countless chaos cycles. Such a life form not only controls the supreme life level pressure and makes countless life forms submit to it, but most importantly, it has unlimited possibilities. Infinite possibilities? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He did not know what infinite possibilities Bloodwave was referring to, but for Bloodwave to have such a high evaluation of him, it was clear that the level of a perfect life form was extraordinary. And he was the owner of a perfect life form. A perfect chaotic life form is indeed a special existence that countless experts admire. However, because its life form is too high, it makes it difficult for the heavenly Tao, so there are a lot of restrictions and suppression. I think you must have experienced such suppression. Bloodwave looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Of course, he had experienced the suppression from the heavenly Tao. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, it was not just suppression. The power of the heavenly Tao was clearly trying to kill him at all costs. He had long known that the perfect chaotic creature was repelled by the heavenly Tao's will. In fact, not only perfect level creatures, but also special creatures in the creation, universe, or even the initial level. They are more or less restricted and suppressed. This is a trade-off between the heavenly Tao's will and the special creatures and ordinary cultivators. And since there is suppression, there will naturally be resistance. Therefore, the Life Palace, which is made up of special life forms, was born. The Life Palace exists to fight against the heavenly will, Bloodwave said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyNovelFull.com. Thanks. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. Now he finally understood why so many special life forms joined the Life Palace. It turned out that the purpose of the Life Palace was to fight against the heavenly will, to resist the suppression of the heavenly will on the special life forms. The special life forms were not willing to be suppressed by the will of the heavenly Tao, so they would naturally resist. However, they would choose to join the Life Palace because of the influence of one person's strength. Little guy, now you know why I was awakened by you, right? Bloodwave looked at Jian Wuxuang again. There are very few perfect life forms in the Life Palace where special life forms gather. Since I can meet one, I won't miss it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Jian Wuxuang, as the Chief Supreme of the Divine Life Palace, am asking you, would you like to join my Divine Palace of Life? The sudden invitation startled Jian Wuxuang. His eyes flickered, but then a smile appeared on his face. I'd like to. Of course, Jian Wuxuang could not find any reason to refuse. After all, he had been hunted by the will of heaven all year round. Now that he finally found out that there was a divine palace of life, which was formed by many special life forms to resist the pressure of the will of heaven, he naturally wanted to join it. Haha, very good. From today on, you are a member of my Life Palace. Bloodwave smiled, then waved his hand and handed an interspatial ring to Jian Wuxuang. There are 3 tokens in this interspatial ring. One is a token for a member of the Life Palace. After you refine it, it will leave a special mark in your body. In the future, if you meet another member of the Life Palace, you can sense it through this mark. Of course, the other party can also sense your identity. The second token is my communication token. You are still in this Tao realm, so you don't need to contact me for the time being. But when you leave the Tao realm and go to the depths of the vast universe, you can use this token to contact me. I will tell you how to go to the Life Palace. As for the last token, it records a unique magic power of the Life Palace. This magic power is named after life. All members of the Life Palace can cultivate this magic power. At this point, Bloodwave paused for a moment. Life Divine Power? Jian Wuxuang frowned slightly. Elder Bloodwave, what is the use of this divine power? The Life Divine Power was created by the founder of the Life Palace after studying the essence blood of countless special lives for a long time. This secret skill can maximize the potential and innate advantage of special lives. To put it simply, the innate advantages and potential of a special life form, especially universe-level and creation-level special life forms, are much greater than that of ordinary cultivators. However, most of these innate advantages are only simple and crude. To a large extent, they are reflected in the power of divine power. However, in reality, the innate advantages they use are only 10%. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3279, Divine Power of Life _ 10%? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. In the divine beginning realm, the innate advantage of the special life forms was very shocking. It was almost difficult to make up for the innate advantage, but Bloodwave told him that the special life forms had only used 10% of their innate advantage. Don't be surprised. To be called special life forms, each of them is extraordinary, not something ordinary cultivators or some bloodlines can compare with. Without any guidance, it's already good enough to be able to use 10% of their innate advantage. And the life divine ability created by the founder of the Life Palace can let these special life forms use their innate advantage as much as possible. For ordinary special life forms, as long as they cultivate this life divine power, they can at least exert 20 to 30% of their innate advantage. If they cultivate the life divine power to the extreme, they may even exert 60 to 70% of their innate advantage. Bloodwave said. Even if they cultivate it to the extreme, they can only exert 60 to 70% of their innate advantage? Can't they fully exert their innate advantage? Jian Wuxuang asked in puzzlement. No. Bloodwave shook his head. Perhaps someone will be able to perfectly utilize the innate advantage of a special life form in the future, but so far, no one has been able to do so. The founder of the Divine Life Palace is extremely talented and has spent so much time, yet he has only been able to do so much. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. By the way, the move you performed when you displayed your perfect life level in the Blood Wave realm seems to be extraordinary. Blood Wave looked at Jian Wushuang. If I'm not wrong, did you integrate your supreme life level pressure into your swordsmanship? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. But I didn't create that move. If it was my master. Your master? He's also a perfect chaos creature? Blood Wave looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Yes, but unfortunately my master has died, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? That's really a pity. Blood Wave sighed. It's incredible that a perfect chaotic creature who hasn't joined the Life Palace can combine the supreme power of his perfect life with his moves and exploit his innate advantage as much as he can. Judging from your previous sword move, you have already exerted a little more than 10% of your innate advantage. If I'm not wrong, this shouldn't be the limit of that move. Yes, the most powerful divine power that Master created is called Heaven-Cleaving Skill. Although I've been studying it, I'm still too weak. I can only use part of the power of that move. It's still far from the ultimate power of that move. Yes, Jian Wushuang said. That's it. If I'm not wrong, the ultimate power of this move created by your master should allow you to exert 30% of your innate advantage. The key point is that he used an offensive divine power, while the life divine power is a special application method. The two might not conflict, Blood Wave muttered. No conflict? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. In other words, it was possible for him to use the heaven-cleaving skill as well as the life divine power. If he cultivated both the life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill to the limit, and used the life divine power to exert 60% or even 70% of his innate advantage, and then used the heaven-cleaving skill to exert about 30% of his innate advantage, did that not mean, would it be possible for him to fully exert the innate advantage of his perfect life? Theoretically, it is possible. As for the result, you can only try it after you have mastered the life divine power, Blood Wave said. I will try it now. Jian Wushuang was obviously impatient. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website mynovelful.com. Thanks. Don't worry. Blood Wave waved his hand. You'll have plenty of time to cultivate the life divine power in the future, but you'd better not waste your time now. Don't forget that you're in the Blood Wave Temple now. You came here for the opportunity in the Blood Wave Temple. I used some means to lure you here, but no one else knows about it. But if you waste your time here for a few days, others will surely guess that you have some special encounters in the Blood Wave Temple, and you'll have a lot of trouble later. So you'd better stay with them now. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then he smiled. Indeed, he had enough trouble, and the three Saint Realms had their eyes on him. If people knew that he had a special encounter in the Blood Wave Temple at this time, there would be more people targeting him. It was better to save these unnecessary troubles. I've told you what I should tell you. As a member of the Life Palace, I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. After all, a special life form of the perfect level can grow to a certain level, which is very terrifying. It's also a great battle strength for the Life Palace. Go! Go! Blood Wave waved his hand, and a space passage immediately appeared in the dark void. Visit Riedel.me for extra chapters. Goodbye, Senior. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully to Blood Wave, then he plunged into the space passage and disappeared. The dark void calmed down again. Blood Wave, who was shrouded in darkness, looked at the space passage that Jian Wushuang slowly closed, and his eyes flashed with a strange luster. Someone actually developed the innate advantage of a special life form through an ultimate attack. Even the founder of the Life Palace couldn't do this. What kind of person is Jian Wushuang's master? Xian Yi, this name seems familiar. Who is he? With doubt, the dark figure gradually quieted down. In the deepest part of the Blood Wave Temple, a huge golden palace door was tightly closed. In the open space in front of the golden palace door, there were a few 8 figures. These 8 people were the first to enter the Blood Wave Temple, including Han Xian, who had just entered the Blood Wave Temple with Jian Wushuang. At this time, they came from a passage behind. Jian Wushuang's figure also came over. Haha, brother Heavenly Marquis, you finally came in. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang, Emperor Ming immediately greeted him with a smile. Dihao also nodded to Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you seem to be a little slow. Han Xian glanced at Jian Wushuang. Am not as anxious as you. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Han Xin's eyes flickered, but she did not suspect anything. Everyone thought that Jian Wushuang had just entered the Blood Wave Temple normally, but they did not know that he had just gone to the Dark Void and met the master of the Blood Wave Temple. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3280. Gray star _ time passed, and soon, the last person to enter the Blood Wave Temple arrived. Jian Wushuang and the others thought that the last person to enter the Blood Wave Temple would be Silver Snow King, who had obtained the Blood Wave token. However, when this person came to the open space, everyone was shocked. Silver Wolf? It's you? The Blood Wave token in Silver Snow King's hand fell into your hands? Everyone looked at the last person to arrive. This person was Silver Wolf, one of the 3 Saint Realms, the strongest expert in the Life and Death Saint Realm, and ranked 7th on the True Saint list. Silver Wolf, what about Silver Snow King? Underworld Emperor glanced at Silver Wolf. He's dead. Silver Wolf's face was a bit gloomy. He was a solitary expert. He tried to break into the Blood Wave Hall by himself but was surrounded by many experts. In the end, he was killed. As for him, he was still alive. Many experts in the outside world began to fight over the Blood Wave token he left behind. My luck was clearly better. That Blood Wave token fell into my hands. Oh? Underworld Emperor and the others were relieved. Indeed, many experts in the outside world were eyeing the Blood Wave token. Except for Light King and the others, who were unrestrained in the beginning, they were also stopped by many experts in the process of entering the Blood Wave Temple. They almost could not enter the Blood Wave Temple. For example, Han Xian, if Jian Wushuang did not help her, her result would not be much better than that of Silver Snow King. Silver Wolf, when the Snow Saint and Han Xian entered the Blood Wave Temple, none of the 3 Saint Realms showed up. But when Han Xian and I entered the Blood Wave Temple, you showed up. Jian Wushuang looked at Silver Wolf coldly. His words were full of mockery. Humph, to fight for the Blood Wave token in front of you is courting death. The 3 Saint Realms are not that stupid. Silver Wolf snorted. The 3 Saint Realms did wait for Jian Wushuang to enter the Blood Wave Temple before fighting for it. If Jian Wushuang was there, they would not dare to fight. After all, Jian Wushuang's previous slaughter had scared them, especially after he killed the 9 Temple Saintess, which made experts like Silver Wolf, Thunder God, and Gu Jinzi, who ranked high on the True Saint list, afraid to appear in front of Jian Wushuang. They did not dare to appear in front of Jian Wushuang. Haha, Silver Wolf, you are indeed smart, but you are in front of me now. Aren't you worried that I will kill you directly here? Jian Wushuang stared at Silver Wolf with a wicked smile. Silver Wolf's heart trembled, but he said seriously, "This is the Blood Wave Temple. How dare you attack me? Do you think the rules of the Blood Wave Temple are just for show?" Blood Wave Temple was a lucky place in the Blood Wave realm, where fighting was forbidden. In the history of the Divine Beginning realm, it was not that no one had attacked in the Blood Wave Temple, but the first person to do so was directly killed by a mysterious force, and no one dared to attack in the Blood Wave Temple anymore. Silver Wolf knew this, so he was fearless at this moment. Hearing Silver Wolf's words, the smile on Jian Wushuang's face grew wider. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Others might be afraid of the rules in Blood Wave Temple, but to him, the rules were not binding. After all, the master of Blood Wave Temple was definitely on his side. Even if he killed Silverwolf now, he was sure that Blood Wave would not attack him. But if he really did that, it would expose the extraordinary relationship between him and the master of Blood Wave Temple. Forget it, I'll let him live for a while. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and looked away. Seeing this, Silverwolf thought that Jian Wuxuang did not have the courage to attack him in Blood Wave Temple. He could not help but look proud. At this moment, the huge temple shook slightly. Then, in front of everyone, the tightly shut golden gates slowly rose up. A deep and mysterious passage appeared in front of everyone. It's here! The opportunity to become Principal's master is inside. Haha, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter! No one hesitated. Immediately, the 10 figures on the empty ground rushed into the mysterious tunnel. When they walked out of the mysterious tunnel, they discovered that they had arrived in a gorgeous galaxy. This galaxy was gorgeous and beautiful. There were countless stars in it. At a glance, it was intoxicating. In the center of this galaxy, there was a huge, boundless gray star floating quietly. This gray star was the absolute core of this galaxy. It was surrounded by endless gray air currents. It was flowing endlessly. From this gray star, a total of 10 gray light beams extended out. At the end of these 10 gray light beams, there was each a floating high platform. The high platform was not big, but it was enough for one person to use it to their heart's content. That gray star is the opportunity we are looking for. The Underworld Emperor raised his head and looked at the gray star in front of him with a face full of yearning. The ancestors of our supreme emotion-forgetting valley said that this gray star is very magical. The 10 light beams from its body are the connection point between us and the gray star. There are 10 high platforms under the 10 light beams, so we can each have one. Han Xian said. Let's go! Jian Wuxuang and the others rushed toward the gray star. None of them chose a high platform and immediately sat down on the high platform. Jian Wuxuang was also sitting cross-legged on one of the high platforms. The gray light beam connected to the high platform instantly shone on his body. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang finally saw the huge gray star in front of him. At first, he thought it was a star, but now, through the guidance of the gray light beam, he realized that it was not a star, but a light ball formed by the fusion of various powers. The power in the light ball had formed a complete cycle, forming an eternity, which made the power extremely calm. That was why the light ball looked like a star. The power that formed the light ball was the power of principles. Yes, it was the principles master, but it was not just 1 or 2 principles, but a dense amount of the power of principles. Space-time principles, reincarnation principles, destruction principles, life and death principles, darkness principles, light principles, thunder principles. Everything Jian Wuxuang knew about the principles, the light ball had everything. These principles were obviously different, but they were perfectly integrated in the light ball. Chapter 3281, Complete Heavenly Tao. Incredible, simply incredible! Jian Wuxuang carefully felt the composition of the light ball, but his heart was already in turmoil. Different rules contained unique characteristics, and it was almost difficult to coexist. For example, in the divine beginning realm, it was very difficult for many cultivators to combine the 2 principles. This could be seen from the countless immortal saints, including the Light King, who had combined the 2 principles. However, this light ball did not only fuse the 2 principles, but it also perfectly fused all the principles in the world and formed an eternal state. What was this eternal light ball? Heavenly Tao. If I'm not wrong, this light ball is a complete heavenly Tao. Jian Wuxuang's heart trembled. He had long known that the heavenly Tao was formed by the fusion of countless principles and mysteries. It was clearly the same as the light ball in front of him. This is the great opportunity in Blood Wave Temple. Each and every one of the complete eternal heavenly Tao is in front of us. Jian Wuxuang was a little confused. He did not expect to see a complete heavenly Tao here. Moreover, he could clearly see the composition of the heavenly Tao. Most importantly, each and every branch of the complete eternal heavenly Tao was formed, every single principle was placed before him in an incomparably complete and clear manner. Take the space-time principles that he had comprehended, for example. Right now, he could directly see the essence of the space-time principles through the complete heavenly Tao in front of him. The vast and majestic space-time principles. It was as if the outermost layer of his mysterious clothes had been stripped off, completely exposing himself in front of him. With the thought, he had many doubts about the space-time principles in the past, but almost instantly, he had an epiphany. I understand now. No wonder any immortal saint who enters the Blood Wave Temple can become a principles master after leaving the Blood Wave Temple. Jian Wuxuang secretly praised. He could feel that it was too easy for him to comprehend the space-time principles through the complete heavenly Tao on this high platform. It was like eating and drinking water. His comprehension of the space-time principles was already extremely high. In such a state, he believed that it would only take him 10 days at most to completely master the remaining space-time principles. Once he completely comprehended and mastered the principles, he would have reached the threshold of becoming a principles master. Every time the Blood Wave Temple opens, the cultivators who enter with the Blood Wave token can stay there for a whole month. 1 month! Jian Wuxuang could not help smiling. After all, everyone who entered the Blood Wave realm was an expert. The weakest one was almost a peak saint. They had abundant divine power and high comprehension of the principles, regardless of who had obtained the Blood Wave token and entered the Blood Wave Temple. Through the comprehension of the complete heavenly Tao, anyone who was not stupid enough should be able to master the principles in 1 month. Once they had mastered the principles, they could easily attack the principles master as long as they had sufficient divine power. Divine power! Jian Wuxuang moved his body and suddenly found a large amount of gray fog surging toward him. The gray fog was quite familiar to him. Heaven-cleaving mystic realm! Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. He clearly remembered that when he had entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he had obtained the powerful divine power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had also gained something else. His realm had increased by 2 levels, from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The reason was that there was the same gray airflow in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The gray airflow entered his body and made his divine power increase rapidly. The gray fog that was moving toward him along the light beam was obviously of the same nature as the gray airflow in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, but it was purer and denser than the gray airflow in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of gray fog swept toward Jian Wuxuang, whether he wanted to or not. It rushed directly into his body. Jian Wuxuang immediately felt that his divine power was increasing at an astonishing speed. The speed of improvement was much faster than when he ate the divine power fruit. In just a moment, he felt that his divine power had reached the high level of the rank 7 true saint from the initial stage of the rank 7 true saint. It's too fast. This speed of improvement is too fast. At this rate, it won't be long before I reach the peak of a rank 7 true saint. Then, it'll continue to improve and reach the limit of a true saint. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were shining. Through the complete eternal heavenly Tao, they could master the principles in a short period of time. Then, through the gray fog, they could accumulate their divine power to the limit, master the principles, and have abundant divine power. The 2 requirements for breaking through the principles master were met at the same time, which led to 99 out of 100 experts who entered the Blood Wave Temple breaking through to become principles masters. Senior Blood Wave is really incredible. He actually created a complete eternal heavenly Tao. With this complete eternal heavenly Tao, doesn't he create as many principles masters as he wants? Jian Wuxuang could not help thinking, but soon he shook his head slightly. He had guessed that the formation of the complete eternal heavenly Tao would not be so easy, and it would probably be limited. Otherwise, the Blood Wave realm would not only open once every 100,000 years. But in any case, the opportunities in the Blood Wave Temple were indeed incredible. The 9 people on the other 9 high platforms around Jian Wuxuang were also overjoyed when they saw the magic contained in the complete heavenly Tao. Haha, With the help of this light ball, you'll definitely be able to master a complete set of principles within a month and become a principles master with ease. So this is the opportunity in the blood wave realm. It's amazing! With the help of the complete heavenly Tao, it'll be useless if I can't become a principles master. Excited voices sounded in their hearts. The people on the high platform did not waste any time and immediately began to comprehend their own principles. Jian Wushuang naturally closed his eyes and began to comprehend the space-time principles with the help of the complete heavenly Tao in front of him. With the help of the complete heavenly Tao, Jian Wushuang's path of comprehending the space-time principles no longer had any obstacles. He had clearly understood what he had been puzzled about before. As time passed, his comprehension of the space-time principles became higher and higher. On the 16th day, he had completely comprehended the space-time principles. Chapter 3282. He could not make a breakthrough. Space-time, this is the real space-time. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with a trace of joy. Now, he was clear about the space-time principles and no longer had any doubts. At this moment, he could grasp all the power of the space-time principles that existed between heaven and earth. This kind of complete mastery was completely different from before when he had only comprehended part of it. For example, no matter how high his comprehension of the space-time principles was, the power of the space-time principles that he could use could only be a part of heaven and earth, at most between 40% to 50%. But after completely grasping the space-time principles, the space-time principles that he could use suddenly reached 100%, which was undoubtedly a huge change. However, although I have completely mastered the space-time principles, it doesn't mean that I have reached a limit in the space-time field. After all, I have also mastered the space-time principles, but if different people use it, the strength they will display will be different, Jian Wushuang thought. After completely mastering the space-time principles, the next step of the space-time Tao was to improve the method of using the space-time principles. Do not underestimate this method of use. To many principles masters, the use of the power of principles was an important factor that represented their combat strength. For example, in the Temporal Temple, many principles masters had already comprehended the principles of time and space, but their strength was still strong and weak. For someone as strong as the Temporal Temple master, his use of the principles of time and space had already reached the peak. His strength looked down on the entire divine beginning realm. Even the three high and mighty Saint Realm masters were better than the enemy when facing the space-time hall master. As for the weaker ones, like the ordinary principles masters, their use of the space-time principles was very shallow, so their combat strength was not much stronger. Of course, for principles masters, the true decisive difference in strength was still the power of will. Every principles master in the divine beginning realm had at least one part of the power of will. This power of will could come from several aspects, but the most important part was the comprehension of the principles. As long as he had fully comprehended the principles master could have one more part of the power of will. Now that Jian Wushuang had fully comprehended the power of the space-time principles, he had mastered the space-time principles. Naturally, he had an additional will power of the space-time principles. This will power was a space-time mark that directly entered Jian Wushuang's glabella and merged into his mind. Jian Wushuang could also clearly sense the additional strange power in his mind. He guided this strange power as he pleased. Will power, is this the complete will power? Jian Wushuang exerted strength with both hands, and the strange power in his mind was instantly activated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He felt that the void in which he was standing was trembling crazily. It's too strong! This will power is really too strong! Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. He had swallowed divine power before, so he had temporarily obtained some of the power of the will. The power of the will contained in the divine power was only a small part of it. Even so, it still made his strength soar. But now, he had comprehended the complete principles and mastered a portion of the power of the will. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The power of his will was much stronger than before. No wonder the immortal saint can't compete with the principles master in the divine beginning realm. No immortal saint can make up for the power of his will alone. Even for me, although I have a perfect life level and an incredible innate advantage, am at the top of the immortal saint realm. At most, I can match the principles master in the power of my divine power, but I can't make up for the difference in the power of my will. Jian Wushuang murmured. The power of will was granted by the principles of heaven and earth, so it was extraordinary. I have comprehended the space-time principles and gained a portion of the power of will with the help of the complete heavenly Tao for more than 10 days. During this time, my divine power has reached the peak of the immortal saint. I should be able to directly attack the principles master and make a breakthrough easily. But why do I feel like I can't make a breakthrough at all? Jian Wushuang suddenly frowned. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have already met all the conditions for a breakthrough. If he chose to make a breakthrough, he would be able to become a principles master. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang was not an ordinary cultivator. I can't make a breakthrough. Even if I have met all the conditions for a breakthrough, I still can't make a breakthrough. I don't even need to try. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly, but he was not surprised. He had already guessed it when he was talking to Shuebo. There were all kinds of special life forms in the world. Although they had a huge innate advantage, they were greatly suppressed by the restrictions of the world. The reason why he could not make a breakthrough was because of the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. For other cultivators, they could make a breakthrough, but he could not. He needed to be stronger and satisfy more difficult conditions than ordinary cultivators. It seems that it's impossible for me to become a principles master in Blood Wave Temple with the help of the opportunities here. Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly, but then he raised his head again. Although I can't break through to become a principles master, the opportunity in front of me is really hard to come by. It's still very helpful to me. I've only used 16 days to completely comprehend the space-time principles. In the next 14 days, I can completely focus on the reincarnation principles. If I can completely comprehend the reincarnation principles in the remaining time, then I can have an additional power of will. In that case, I won't be any weaker than a real principles master. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and soon closed his eyes again. He began to study the samsara principles wholeheartedly. Of course, his comprehension of the samsara principles was much lower than that of the space-time principles. Under such circumstances, it took him 16 days to completely understand the space-time principles. The remaining 14 days, it was obviously impossible for him to completely understand the samsara principles, but it was enough to greatly improve the samsara principles. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 14 days had passed. In the Blood Wave Temple, the 1-month deadline had also arrived. Chapter 3283, Breakthrough After Breakthrough. Phew, is it over? On the high platform, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the light that had been shining on his body had disappeared, and his connection with the light ball in front of him was also slowly disappearing. Indeed, it did not take long, this connection had completely disappeared, and Jian Wushuang could no longer sense any mysterious existence from the light ball. He understood that the 1-month deadline had come to an end, and their opportunity in the Blood Wave Temple had ended. Sure enough, in just 14 days, it's impossible for me to comprehend the samsara principles again. However, in these 14 days, my gains are still not small. A smile appeared on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. During these 14 days, he had been studying the samsara principles. With the help of the complete heavenly Tao cycle, his comprehension of the samsara principles had reached the limit of a saint in just 14 days. He was only one step away from completely grasping it, but that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Jian Wushuang had stepped into a new threshold in these 14 days. The threshold was the fusion of principles. The perfect fusion of two different principles. The complete cycle of heavenly Tao in front of Jian Wushuang was formed by the perfect fusion of many principles. Through the complete cycle of heavenly Tao, he could not only clearly see each principle, but also feel how these principles merge together. Therefore, in these 14 days, he also carefully studied the process of merging these principles. Although he did not merge his space-time and samsara principles, he had already seen some of the paths. Although it was just a path, he knew that everything in process started from stepping into the path. Previously, Jian Wushuang did not even know the path. Even if he wanted to merge the two principles, he could not find any place to start. But now, it was different. He had already seen the path, and he had barely comprehended some of the next steps. This was definitely a big step for him. In the future, it would be much easier for him to merge the two principles. Even now, if he was willing, he could still combine the power of the two principles of space-time and reincarnation at the same time when he attacked. It was similar to Di Hao's ability to superimpose the two principles, but Di Hao was able to do it. Not only did he have a certain understanding of the fusion of the two principles, but it was also related to the giant axe that he had specially refined. However, Jian Wushuang did not need it. Now, he could superimpose the two principles with great ease. Although the power of the explosion could not be compared to the fusion of the two principles, it was definitely much easier than Di Hao's. Naturally, his power was also much stronger. In general, although I did not become a principles master in this month, my gains are definitely not lower than that of becoming a principles master. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was already very satisfied with his gains in this month. At this time, he looked at the high platforms on the side. The people on the high platforms had also cut off their connection with the complete heavenly Tao cycle. However, they did not feel regretful. On the contrary, their faces were filled with smiles. Jian Wushuang had gained a lot in the past month, and their gains were certainly not small. Moreover, when they were able to form a connection with the complete heavenly Tao cycle, they were trying their best to comprehend and improve their strength. Even though they had met the various requirements to become principles masters, they did not immediately break through and continue to comprehend. However, now that they had severed their connection with the complete heavenly Tao cycle, they immediately began to attack the principles master. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. In just a short moment, boom! This great galaxy shook violently, and an incomparably vast and tyrannical aura suddenly spread out from one of the high platforms. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. It's the Light King! Look at this aura, he has broken through to become a principles master. Thanks, as expected of the number 1 Light King on the True Saint rankings. His speed is really fast. Looks like we have to speed up as well. Everyone sighed in their hearts, but they were not envious. Because they could also break through. Sure enough, not long after the Light King broke through, boom! 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 One after another, a strong aura spread out. The Underworld Emperor, Emperor Hao, Kuzun, several people also broke through to become a principles master. Ha! Breakthrough! Finally breakthrough! Principles master, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Principles master, this is the power of the principles master, is really very strong. Hearty laughter echoed in the galaxy. Those who had broken through to principles master were naturally very happy and had left their respective high platforms. On the other high platforms, the remaining people were also doing their best to charge at principles master. At this time, Emperor Ming and Di Hao had already come to Jian Wushuang's side. Brother Heavenly Marquis, haven't you broken through yet? Emperor Ming looked at Jian Wushuang. I'm not like you. It's not that easy to break through, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Emperor Ming raised his eyebrows and was not surprised. In that case, you can break through slowly. Di Hao and I will wait for you outside. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Not only did Emperor Ming and Di Hao leave, but the others who had broken through to the principles master also left one after another. After all, they had obtained the opportunity and become principles masters. It was meaningless for them to stay in the Bloodwave Temple. Boom! Boom! The breakthrough still did not end. Han Xin, Silver Wolf, Snow Saint, and the extremely cunning and unknown Invincible Saint also broke through to become Principal's masters. Han Xian, Snow's Saint, and the unknown person did not stay in the galaxy for long. They left immediately after the breakthrough. As for Silver Wolf, he paused for a moment. In the center of the galaxy, Silver Wolf looked at Jian Wuxuang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't made the breakthrough yet. If I attack now, can I kill him directly? Silver Wolf pondered. He had made the breakthrough to become a Principal's master, so he naturally thought that he was stronger than Jian Wuxuang, who had not made the breakthrough. However, he was hesitating whether to attack or not. It must be known that at the very beginning, the highest level of the 3 Saint Realms gave the order to kill the Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs. After discovering that the Heavenly Sword Marquis could not be killed, he ordered them to find a way to prevent Jian Wuxuang from getting the Blood Wave command and becoming the Principal's master. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Now, the Silver Wolf sees an opportunity. Chapter 3284 had been completed. Jian Wuxuang, he definitely wanted to kill him. Not only himself but also the 3 Saint Realms behind him. It should be known that the highest level of the 3 Saint Realms had given the order to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs. But when they found that Heavenly Sword Marquis could not be killed, they ordered them to find a way to prevent Jian Wuxuang from becoming a Principal's master with the Blood Wave token. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. But now, Silver Wolf seemed to see an opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Silver Wolf finally shook his head. Forget it. The life-saving ability of Heavenly Sword Marquis is very good. Although I have broken through to become a Principal's master, I'm still not absolutely sure that I can kill him. At most, I can only hinder his breakthrough. But if he really meets the conditions to become a Principal's master, I can only hinder him now. After he leaves the Blood Wave Temple, he can still break through any time and anywhere. Besides, this is the Blood Wave Temple after all. No one knows what the principles are. If I attack now and make the master of the Blood Wave Temple angry, I might be the one to suffer. With a sigh, Silver Wolf turned around and left. After Silver Wolf left, Jian Wuxuang and Saint Devil's Son were the only 2 people left in the galaxy. Saint Devil's Son was also a special life form. Although Jian Wuxuang guessed that he was only an initial level life form, as long as he was a special life form, he would be restricted. However, the restriction was not as huge as Jian Wuxuang's. Saint Devil's Son had already reached the condition of breaking through to become a Principal's master in the past month. However, he needed some time and luck to break through. As for Jian Wuxuang, he could not break through to become a Principal's master now, so he had no intention of breaking through here. The reason why he chose to stay was because he wanted to master the Life Divine Power here first. The Life Divine Power was created by the founder of the Temple of Life in order to allow special life forms to make more use of their innate advantages. This divine power was of great use to every special life form, and it was even more useful to perfect life forms like Jian Wuxuang. This divine power was extremely complicated, but fortunately, Blood Wave only gave Jian Wuxuang the first volume of this divine power. With Jian Wuxuang's talent and comprehension, it was not too difficult for him to master it. Time passed, and Jian Wuxuang continued to pass. In a flash, another 3 days passed. Boom! A violent rumble suddenly sounded in the galaxy, and the entire galaxy shook violently. On a high platform in the galaxy, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. 3 days after the others had left, Saint Devil's Son, who was a special life form, finally made a breakthrough. His breakthrough was obviously much more significant than that of ordinary people. Fortunately, he was in the Blood Wave realm and not in the Divine Beginning realm, otherwise, it would have been even more significant. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The breakthrough only lasted for a moment, and then everything began to calm down. Whoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out from the high platform and came to the surroundings of the high platform where Jian Wuxuang was. Saint Devil's Son, who had become a Principal's master, looked down at Jian Wushuang, who was still motionless with his eyes closed. His expression changed slightly. Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't made a breakthrough. It seems that his life level is slightly higher than mine, Saint Devil's Son thought to himself. He did not know how many levels special life forms could be divided into, but he knew that there were strong and weak life levels. Jian Wushuang's performance in the Blood Wave realm had been recognized as a special life form. Naturally, Saint Devil's Son was also curious about Jian Wushuang. He wanted to compete with Jian Wushuang and see who had a higher life level. But now, he had a rough guess. The higher the life level, the more difficult it would be to break through from the immortal saint to the principal's master. It took him 3 days to break through to the principal's master, but Jian Wushuang had not made any progress. This was enough to explain the problem. I hope he's lucky. If he doesn't break through to the principal's master level in the end, he'll become a joke. Saint Devil's Son muttered and left. After Saint Devil's Son left, Jian Wushuang was the only one left in the galaxy. 2 days later, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes again. The first volume of the Life Divine Power has finally been completed. Jian Wushuang smiled. Having mastered the Life Divine Power, his appearance and body had not changed at all. However, his understanding of his own life had reached a new level. Lord Bloodwave is right. The innate advantages of special life are far from simple on the surface. It's just that we can't fully exert these advantages. But now, with the full power of the first volume of the Life Divine Power, I should be able to exert 20% of my innate advantages. An innate advantage of 20%. Let's try it. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Then, he flipped his palm and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. In this galaxy, Jian Wushuang did not use any secret skill. He just relied on his own strength and swung his sword. He did not use any sword skill. Even so, the moment he swung the Blood Mountain sword, a terrifying sword shadow suddenly took shape. The terrifying sword shadow cut through the void with an earth-shaking power, leaving an extremely long distance before gradually dissipating. This sword attack of mine should not be weaker than an ordinary principal's master's attack, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. This sword attack of his was just a casual sword attack. He did not use any means, and of course, he did not use any life force divine power. He only used his current divine power to execute this sword attack. But one had to know that during the 1 month in this galaxy, his divine power had been constantly increasing. Now, his divine power had already reached the limit of a true saint. In other words, in terms of realm, he was already an invincible saint. As a perfect level life force, once he reached the invincible saint realm, his innate divine power advantage allowed his divine power to completely rival that of an ordinary principal's master. In other words, every move of his could unleash the power of the principal's master's divine power. Then, Jian Wushuang began to activate his life divine power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jian Wushuang's divine body was trembling, and a strong aura of life gradually emerged. The moment he activated his life divine power, Jian Wushuang clearly sensed that the hidden power in his body had been activated. Although he had only activated a part of it, it was still enormous. Chapter 3285, Power of Two Wills. Buzz. Jian Wushuang struck again. It was also an ordinary sword move without any techniques. However, he had only used his own strength to perform the previous sword move, but this sword move, he had used his life divine power to fully display 20% of the innate advantage of his perfect life. Whoosh! The sword shadow passed by the galaxy in front of him and instantly caused the entire galaxy to tremble crazily. The countless dazzling stars in the galaxy seemed to have lost their light in front of this sword light. This sword attack was exceptionally eye-catching. The sword light fell, and the galaxy was finally completely cut open. A large amount of power swept out crazily like a tide. Just the power that spread out, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, it was enough to kill the invincible saints easily. This power was above that of an ordinary principal's master. After a long time, the power finally dissipated and the galaxy calmed down. However, Jian Wushuang was still too excited to calm down. It's too strong. My sword is too strong. It feels like it's dozens of times stronger than the sword I just used. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. The sword he just used with his divine power was not weaker than an ordinary principal's master, but dozens of times stronger than that one? What did that mean? Under normal circumstances, even if a principal's master used all the power of his will in his body, he could not increase his attack dozens of times. Now that I've used my life divine power to bring out my innate advantage to a greater extent, the extra power feels like it's comparable to the power of my will. Jian Wushuang was very excited. It was very difficult to obtain the power of will. In addition to completely mastering a principle, only by opening up his own mystic realm of heaven and earth, or fusing principles, could he gain more power of will. But now, Jian Wushuang was able to gain more power of will just by relying on a special divine power he got from Blood Wave. What a huge advantage was this! Moreover, Jian Wushuang had already completely mastered the principles, so he already had a portion of the power of will. A portion of the power of my will, coupled with the additional power of my life divine ability, is equivalent to one portion of the power of my will. In other words, I now have 2 portions of the power of my will. Jian Wushuang was stunned. A rule master with 1 part of his will power could only be considered an ordinary principal's master. If he had 2 parts of his will power at the same time, he was not considered weak among principal's masters. However, Jian Wushuang now had 2 parts of his will power at the same time. In addition to his life level, his basic divine power was no weaker than that of a principal's master. Even the secret skills he cultivated from the 7-star mysterious sect were extraordinary. In total, he was now comparable to those principal's masters who had 2 wills. I still have many trump cards, especially the heaven-cleaving skill created by my master, which can also allow me to display more of my innate advantages. This heaven-cleaving skill is barely comparable to the power of 1 will. In total, doesn't that mean I have the power of 3 wills? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even he himself was shocked by this result. Not long ago, he was just an immortal saint, and he could only avoid meeting the principal's master. However, in the blink of an eye, he had divine power comparable to the principal's master, and it was equivalent to having 30% of the power of his will. One had to know that a principal's master who could have 3 parts of his will at the same time was definitely a peak existence among the many principal's masters in the divine beginning realm. It was a huge improvement from an immortal saint to a level that was almost comparable to a top-notch principal's master. All of this was largely due to the opportunity in Blood Wave Temple. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Blood Wave Temple was the dream place of countless immortal saints. Many of them had broken through to become principal's masters through Blood Wave Temple. However, for Jian Wushuang, although he did not break through to become a principal's master in Blood Wave Temple, his gains were even greater than breaking through to become a principal's master directly. Most importantly, he saw Blood Wave, learned about many secret existences, knew about the Life Palace, and also came into contact with the universe. My gains are so great. Even if I can't break through to become a principal's master, I'm satisfied. Now it's time to leave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He did not miss this galaxy too much. He walked out directly. Outside the Blood Wave Palace, there was a sea of people. During the month when Jian Wushuang and the others entered the Blood Wave Palace and obtained the opportunity, the many saint experts who had stayed in the Blood Wave Palace did not leave. Instead, they stood there and waited quietly. After waiting for a full month, finally, people came out of the Blood Wave Palace one after another. The first one to come out was the Light King. The Light King is out! Judging from his aura, he has indeed broken through to become the principal's master. It's normal. His strength is publicly recognized as the number 1 among the invincible saints. It's impossible for him to not break through in the Blood Wave Hall with such strength. When the Light King was a saint, his combat strength was already so strong. Moreover, He had already fused with the two great principles very early on. Now that he has broken through to the principle's master, it's very possible for him to directly obtain two portions of the power of will. How strong must his strength be? Who knows? In any case, he is very strong. Countless gazes gathered on the Light King who had just walked out of the Blood Wave Hall. Most of these gazes were filled with reverence, but at the same time, there was also hidden envy and jealousy. The principal's master was something that everyone yearned for. But unfortunately, they had already missed the opportunity in the Blood Wave Hall this time. After the Light King, the others also walked out one after another. Just as everyone thought, those who entered the Blood Wave Hall alone almost became the principal's masters after coming out. The Underworld Emperor, Emperor Hao, Master Ku, and the others, as well as the invincible saint who was only lucky enough to get a Blood Wave token but was relatively average in strength, also directly broke through to become the principal's masters. Even a special life form like the Saint Devil's Son also broke through to become the principal's masters and walked out of the Blood Wave Hall. Since then, 9 out of 10 people who had entered Blood Wave Temple had stepped out, and all of them had broken through to principal's master. As for the last person, of course, it was Jian Wushuang. 9 of them have come out, and all of them have broken through to principal's master. All that's left is Heavenly Sword Marquis. Why hasn't Heavenly Sword Marquis come out yet? I don't know. It's probably because of some special reason. After all, he's also a special life form. When he breaks through, he still needs to spend some effort. Chapter 3286. No breakthrough? Everyone was not in a hurry, and continued to wait outside the Blood Wave Hall. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Just as everyone was getting impatient from waiting, the doors of the Blood Wave Hall finally opened once again. Following that, a figure slowly walked out of the hall. He's out! He's finally out! The people outside Blood Wave Temple also looked over. But when they saw this, many people had strange expressions. Because they had noticed the divine power aura that Jian Wushuang emitted at the first moment. If this divine power aura was much stronger than Jian Wushuang's before, it would be much stronger. However, no matter how strong it was only at the limit of true saint. It was still far from being a principal's master. The aura of the principal's master emitted by the Light King and the others was extremely dazzling. Compared to them, Jian Wushuang's divine power aura was on a completely different level. He didn't make a breakthrough? It's still the aura of the true saint realm. Heavenly Sword Marquis stayed in the Blood Wave Temple for so long, but he didn't make a breakthrough? He got the Blood Wave token and entered the Blood Wave Temple, but he didn't make a breakthrough to become a principal's master? The crowd was immediately filled with shocked and surprised voices. Even the people who had entered the Blood Wave Temple with Jian Wushuang and become principal's masters were surprised. He hasn't broken through? Light King frowned slightly, as if he had not thought of this. The Blood Wave Temple has such an incredible opportunity. Almost anyone who doesn't look like a saint should be able to break through. Heavenly Sword Marquis is so talented, but he hasn't broken through. How is this possible? Master Ku was stunned. Huh! Han Xin's eyebrows twitched. No one knew what she was thinking. As expected, Heavenly Sword Marquis, life level is much higher than mine, and there are more obstacles and difficulties in making a breakthrough. I finally made a breakthrough to become a principal's master, but it seems that he is still a little lacking. Only Saint Devil's Son was prepared for Jian Wushuang's result. He was not too surprised. The people who were on good terms with Jian Wushuang, including Emperor Ming, Bi Hao, Tai Ta, and the Temporal Temple, frowned. Emperor Ming and Emperor Hao immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Brother Heavenly Marquis, what happened? Emperor Ming asked. What do you mean, what happened? Jian Wushuang was confused. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. What do you think? Of course it's about breaking through. How come you haven't broken through to become a principal's master? Emperor Ming said. He was indeed puzzled. After all, he had entered Blood Wave Temple personally and knew what the opportunity in Blood Wave Temple was. It was simply an incredible opportunity. With this opportunity, as long as he was not extremely stupid, he would definitely be able to break through to become a principal's master. As for Jian Wushuang, he was an incredible genius. It should be easier for such a genius to break through, but he could not accept the result now. Seeing the expression on Emperor Ming's face, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "There's nothing to say. If I can't break through, I can't." Jian Wushuang looked very relaxed, as if he did not care about his failure to break through. In fact, he did not care at all, because his gains in Blood Wave Temple were already very great. "Well, you're open-minded." Underworld Emperor rolled his eyes and did not know what to say. Jian Wushuang smiled and walked forward. Along the way, he noticed many strange gazes around him. These gazes were indeed strange and good, with some mockery, doubt, and even some gloating. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Silverwolf. "Ha ha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, I thought you had great abilities, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. In front of such an incredible opportunity in the Blood Wave Temple, as long as you are not stupid enough, you should be able to break through to become a principal's master with ease. But you actually didn't break through? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Heavenly Marquis Sword, so you're such trash!" Silverwolf laughed without restraint. That laughter reverberated throughout the entire void, allowing everyone present to hear it clearly. When the surrounding experts heard these words, although they did not say anything on the surface, from the strange smiles on the corners of many people's mouths, they clearly agreed with Silverwolf's words. Previously, Heavenly Sword Marquis said that he is a super genius that is rarely seen in the divine beginning realm for billions of years. But now, it seems that he is only SOSO. Indeed, Bloodwave Hall is such a good opportunity. If any one of us could enter, we would have broken through, but he couldn't. He wasted such a good opportunity for nothing. Humph, what peerless genius! In my opinion, he is more or less a trash. Trash, stupid pig. I don't even know what he's been doing in Bloodwave Temple for so long. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really embarrassing. Many experts were whispering to each other. Although they lowered their voices so that Jian Wushuang could not hear them, Jian Wushuang could guess what they were talking about just by looking at their expressions. Jian Wushuang was not annoyed. He did not care about what they thought of him. He just wanted to know how much progress he had made in Bloodwave Temple. On the other hand, Emperor Ming, who was standing beside Jian Wushuang, could not hold it in any longer. "A bunch of bastards! Do you want to die?" Emperor Ming's cold voice with killing intent suddenly echoed. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. The experts who were still whispering among themselves also smiled bitterly, and did not dare to say anything more. After all, although Jian Wushuang had not broken through to become a principal's master, his strength was still enough to make them revere him, not to mention that Emperor Ming and Di Hao were obviously on his side. However, the immortal saints present did not dare to say anything because they were afraid. However, Silverwolf, who had already broken through to become a principal's master, did not have any fear. "What? Underworld Emperor, this Heavenly Sword Marquis is a trash. It's a fact that he wasted such a good opportunity. Why doesn't he let others say it?" Silverwolf sneered. Before he broke through, Underworld Emperor was stronger than him. He was still a little afraid of Underworld Emperor. However, both of them had already broken through and become the principal's master. Moreover, both of them had grasped a set of principles and the power of a will. Under such circumstances, the two of them were very close. Naturally, the Silver Wolf did not need to be afraid of the Underworld Emperor. Because no matter what, the Underworld Emperor could not do anything to him. Among the people present, only the Light King, who had fused two principles and a special life form, the Saint Devil Son, had two wills, had the right to make him fear. Chapter 3287, Jian Wushuang and Silverwolf. Silverwolf, before you entered the Bloodwave Temple, You didn't even dare to show your face in front of the Heavenly Sword Marquis for fear of being targeted and killed by him. You're not as good as the 9 Temple Saintess. Now that you've come out of the Bloodwave Temple and saw that the Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't broken through to become Principal's Masters, you've become arrogant? What a joke. Underworld Emperor looked at Silver Wolf, his face was full of mockery. Upon hearing Underworld Emperor's words, Silver Wolf's face suddenly changed. Before entering the Bloodwave Temple, not only him, but all the experts of the 3 Saint Realms in the Bloodwave Realm were extremely afraid of Jian Wushuang. No one dared to show their faces in front of Jian Wushuang. Even outside the Bloodwave Temple, Silver Wolf had waited until Jian Wushuang had entered the Bloodwave Temple to fight for the last Bloodwave token. Everyone knew this, but now Emperor Ming had said it in front of everyone, which made Silver Wolf feel embarrassed. Humph, what a joke. Why should I be afraid of him? Silver Wolf snorted. You know very well whether I'm afraid or not. Emperor Ming sneered. He wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang, who had been standing silently by the side, stopped him with a wave of his hand. Silver Wolf. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and looked over. Congratulations on breaking through to become a Principal's Master. Eh? Silver Wolf was shocked. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to congratulate him first. They did not have any friendship, only a great enmity. Such a congratulations would not be good. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang continued. It's said that the Supreme Principal's Master is far more powerful than the Immortal Saint. Now that you've broken through, your strength must be much stronger than before, right? Nonsense. The Principal's Master and the Immortal Saint are 2 completely different levels. Of course, the gap is huge, Silver Wolf said before asking. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you trying to say? Nothing. I'm just curious how much stronger you are now that you've become a Principal's Master. That's why I want to fight you head on, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. His words were extremely calm. However, as soon as he said that, the entire void instantly quieted down. Many people looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. Although Jian Wushuang was the focus of everyone's attention previously, they only looked at him with surprise and disdain because he had not broken through. But now, they looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Yes, they were looking at a fool. After all, although the Immortal Saint was only 1 step away from the Principal's Master, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, the power of the Principal's Master's will was too strong. It was almost impossible for the Immortal Saint to make up for it. In the history of the Divine Beginning Realm, there had been countless talented experts, many of whom were enough to shock the world. Similarly, there were also many who were able to cross ranks to challenge the Principal's Master. However, they were only at the level of a true saint. It was impossible for a true saint to challenge a Principal's Master. At least in the history of the Divine Beginning Realm, there had never been an immortal saint who could defeat a Principal's Master. It was impossible for him to even fight a Principal's Master head-on. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang knew this, but he still took the initiative to challenge Silver Wolf. Was he not a fool? Heavenly Sword Marquis, what did you just say? Silver Wolf looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange smile. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Emperor Ming and Dihao also looked over. Among them, Emperor Ming said directly, Brother Heavenly Marquis, you don't have to pay attention to him. At most, you can let him be proud for a while. If he dares to be presumptuous again, I, Brother Gung Hao, will help you teach him a good lesson. Dihao also nodded slightly. Apparently, both of them thought that Jian Wushuang was a little impulsive to take the initiative to challenge the Principal's Master. After all, they were both Principal's Masters now and knew how powerful the Principal's Master was. However, after hearing the Underworld Emperor's words, Jian Wushuang just shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter. Since I dared to take the initiative to challenge him, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. You two just watch in peace. Underworld Emperor and Dihao looked at each other. Although they were still frowning, since Jian Wushuang had said so, they would not stop him. Moreover, they knew how strong Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was. After breaking through to Principal's master, Silver Wolf might be able to crush Jian Wushuang, but it was almost impossible to kill him. Therefore, they could rest assured that Jian Wushuang would make a move. At this moment, the smile on Silver Wolf's face grew wider, and a trace of killing intent emerged from the bottom of his heart. Heavenly Sword Marquis and the three Saint Realms have been at each other's throats for a long time. The highest level officials of the three Saint Realms all want to kill him, but they have been unable to kill him in the Blood Wave realm. But that was before the battle strength in the Blood Wave realm was only at the Saint realm, so any battle strength above the Principal's master level would be limited. But now, we Principal's masters who have made a breakthrough in the Blood Wave realm are not limited in strength at all. With my current strength, I have a chance to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis with all my strength. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't use space-time teleportation and Emperor Ming and Di Hao don't help him. Silver Wolf narrowed his eyes. He believed that he now had the battle strength to kill Jian Wushuang, but he did not want to kill Jian Wushuang in the beginning because Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was too strong. In addition, Emperor Gung and Emperor Hao were obviously on Jian Wushuang's side. However, it was different now because Jian Wushuang had taken the initiative to challenge him, which gave him a chance to fight Jian Wushuang face to face. Moreover, Jian Wushuang would never choose to use space-time teleportation to escape in the beginning. This gave him a perfect opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang's divine power was vast and his chances of success were slim, what if he succeeded? Although I'm one of the top geniuses in the Life and Death Saint realm and have reached the Principal's Master realm, I still can't enter the highest level of the Life and Death Saint realm. However, the highest level of the Life and Death Saint realm values Heavenly Sword Marquis so much that even the Saint Master has been paying attention to him. If I can kill Heavenly Sword Marquis again, it will definitely bring me closer to the highest level, and I might even be favored by the Saint Master. Silver Wolf clenched his hands. At the thought of this, his heart became incomparably excited. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.